Hey everyone, so first things first, I'm sorry I haven't posted a video in a while. Life has been kind of crazy. I've been struggling with the balancing act of this YouTube channel along with my job, my family, my social life, and really everything else. I'm figuring it out though and planning multiple upcoming videos so that I can pump out content a little more consistently, so just bear with me. However, I do want to take a moment to thank you guys for watching my videos. I really appreciate all of your support and for being a part of my journey here on YouTube. Special thanks to everyone who is subscribed to my channel. We're getting super close to 35,000 subscribers, and again, I just want to say thank you and that I appreciate you all. Now, as you can tell by the title and thumbnail, this video is going to be about Hey Arnold. For this video, I combed through all 5 seasons of Hey Arnold to find bits that I wanted to talk about, but I ended up with a list that was a lot longer than I expected. If I were to make one video about everything I wanted to cover, it'd be like an 8-hour video, and that would definitely be overkill in my opinion, but it did give me an idea for a new series on my channel that I wanted to run by all of you guys. I'm just gonna go ahead and lay it all out here so I can get some feedback from you guys, hopefully down in the comments. The series is gonna be called The Dark Side Of, and it'll be focused on the adult references and situations in our favorite nostalgic shows that you probably overlooked as a kid, specifically the morbid side of things. This series will be structured into seasons, with season 1 being focused on Hey Arnold for approximately like 6 to 8 episodes. Then once I've covered everything I want to talk about in Hey Arnold, we'll move on to a different show for season 2. I do, however, want to stress not like every single video from here on out is going to be part of this series. I'll still make other random videos, but I was thinking new episodes in this series would drop intermittently between other videos that I make, but really this is all based on your guys' feedback. If you like the idea of making this a recurring series, then I'll continue to make this into a semi-regular thing, but it's up to all of you guys. So do me a solid and watch this video, and if you like what you see and you want more, let me know down in the comments below. You can also drop a like on this video, that helps me gauge interest, and with that being said, this video will serve as season 1 episode 1 of the Dark Side of series, and I hope you all enjoy it. Hey Arnold is a show that played a very interesting part in the ecosystem of Nicktoons. It was just really different overall. It was a cartoon about normal kids usually handling situations that weren't too far removed from reality, whereas cartoons that came before Hey Arnold, like Rocko's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy, and Ah Real Monsters, were centered around a premise that was completely out of the scope of reality. Hey Arnold was really relatable. Fans would see characters facing situations that would be relatable to real life in one way or another. It was a show that didn't need to rely on talking animals to entertain children or hidden sexual innuendos to entertain adults. The show would keep the attention of viewers by presenting situations that were not too far from reality. Often the show would leave viewers wondering, what would I do if faced with that situation? Hey Arnold would premiere in October of 1996 and would broadcast until June of 2004, delivering a healthy 100 episodes. It's a show that definitely didn't overstay its welcome, but by the time it ended, it definitely had run its course. Now, of course, we all wanted more closure on what happened to Arnold's parents and what would happen to Arnold in the future, but other than that, the show would end on a note that felt like most plot lines had been explored. As a whole, I feel like I could describe Hey Arnold as a feel-good show. The aesthetic was pleasing, the characters were relatable, and every episode seemed to have a moral or lesson to be learned. However, behind the layers of positivity, Hey Arnold would often tackle really morbid subjects and situations. Being a show that focused on situations that weren't too far from reality, it left itself the opportunity to showcase the morbid parts of reality and do so in a way that wouldn't usually shock or scar children, but as an adult watching, you'd realize just how messed up the situation really is at its core. Much like how Rocko's Modern Life would be full of adult humor and innuendos, either hidden away or just in plain sight, Hey Arnold would be full of morbid situations, again, either really in your face plain as day, or sometimes hidden behind some sub-context that would take some additional thought to notice. More often than not, behind each morbid situation would be a moral to the story and an important life lesson to be taught. That's why today, on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're looking at the dark side of Hey Arnold and exploring morbid moments that came with an important moral and a life lesson to learn along the way. We're going to start off with one of my personal all-time favorite episodes, Season 1, Episode 12, Cool Jerk. The episode begins with a bunch of kids at recess playing a game called Nuclear Ball. I've never heard of this game, but it seems like a bunch of kids just stand at the wall while one kid throws a ball in an attempt to hit one of them. Harold throws the ball to hit Arnold, but Arnold ducks and the ball ends up hitting Harold right in the nose.
I hurt my nose!
Let me see that. Ah, you're fine, Rudolph.
I am not fine, I'm hurt bad! And I'm gonna kick Arnold's butt!
Harold holds up Arnold against the wall in an attempt to beat him up, when all of a sudden a motorcycle pulls up, being driven by a guy that all of the kids know as Frankie G. Gotta stop for just a second and point out something that I noticed when I was a kid, and that would be that Frankie G's head is shaped just like a guitar pick. Moving on, Frankie threatens to beat the snot out of Harold, and then him and Arnold ride off into the sunset on Frankie's motorcycle while the other kids stare awestruck.
You're okay, kid!
What?
I said you're okay! You got potential!
You want my pencil?
All of the kids wait at Arnold's house to get the tea on Frankie G, but Arnold just tells them that Frankie likes his head and wants to be friends with him. The next day, we see Gerald walking to school with Arnold, and Gerald tells him that there's something sus about Frankie, and he had a bad feeling about him. Arnold brushes it off as they walk into school. Meanwhile, Frankie shows up to meet Arnold.
You ready to go do some stuff?
Well, not right now. I mean, I'm supposed to go to school.
Yeah, good one. Anyway, get on. We got more important things to do.
Well, okay.
Frankie basically forces Arnold to skip school as the two go out to breakfast, go to the arcade, shop for car parts, and see a movie. Later on, Frankie brings Arnold to his house, and on the way in, the landlord gives Frankie a hard time about how he's late on his rent.
What? Frankie's here. When are you gonna pay me my rent?
Oh, come on, Miss Roselli. You'll get it. When have I ever let you down?
Ah, you're a good boy, Frankie. You're a good boy.
Get out of here, you're a nice lady.
You hungry? You can come to my house anytime. Get something to eat.
Come over tonight.
All right, Frankie. Just make sure you bring the rent.
We then cut to Frankie's apartment where things are a little off. We meet Frankie's weird buddies who are just enamored with the shape of Arnold's head, and we learn that Frankie has an extremely expensive stereo system in his dump of an apartment that he can't afford the rent for. The red flags are just kind of starting to pile up here.
Where'd you get all this stuff, Frankie?
Hey, anything you want, you can get. All you gotta do is work hard, plan things out, and have your priorities in the right order.
Cool.
They toast to Arnold, and later on we see Arnold getting dropped off at his house by Frankie. Gerald meets Arnold at his house and is surprised that Arnold skipped school and didn't show up to skateboard with him. He also tells Arnold that he asked his friend Fuzzy Slippers about Frankie G, and he said that Frankie is bad news and that Arnold should stay away from him. Arnold has never really had an older brother to look up to and hang out with, and he finally feels like he's found that in Frankie G.
You're just jealous.
That's whack, man.
What are you talking? You heard me. You're just jealous. Thought you were cooler than that.
Arnold storms up to his room where he sits for a few hours, and later at night he sneaks out to meet up with Frankie. It seems that Gerald may have gotten through to Arnold just a little bit as he starts to question Frankie's intentions.
You're really my friend, right?
Of course I'm really your friend, Arnold. And you're really my friend, right?
Sure, Frankie.
And friends do friends favors, right?
Yeah, but what's the favor?
Get on.
This is the moment where we start to see the real Frankie. It was really subtle, but the tone that Frankie takes with Arnold and that angry look on his face for just a few seconds there is really telling of things to come. Frankie and Arnold pull up to a store called Gene's Hi-Fi, where Frankie's friends are waiting outside. The group takes Arnold to the back of the store, and Frankie explains that Arnold is the only guy with a head the right shape to fit through the window they want to break in, so that Frankie can steal a new tweeter for his stereo system.
You needed me to help you steal a tweeter?
Look, Arnold, you want to be cool, right? Sometimes if you want to be cool, you gotta bend the rules a little.
I thought we were friends.
Well, we'll be better friends when you get through that window.
No.
Hey, you're not listening to me.
Hey, what are you doing? Leave me alone! No, let go of me! I won't do it!
Yeah? Watch this!
Come on, stop!
Frankie literally forces Arnold's head through the window, but just then we hear police sirens go off as Frankie and his friends make a run for it.
So long, sucker! Later days, triangle face! Get out of the way, you crook!
We then learn that it actually isn't the cops coming, but it's really just Gerald who showed up to save the day. He used a little hand-crank siren box that he found in his attic, and he followed Arnold there since he knew Frankie and his goons would be up to no good. Arnold comes to realize just how not smart it was to trust Frankie, and how lucky he is to have Gerald as a friend looking out for him.
If I ever do anything like that again, drop a piano on my head.
You got it, man. Now, who did you say was the coolest?
You know, you're a bold kid, Gerald.
Wait a minute. That's my line.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there are a few different morals and life lessons to be taken from this episode. The biggest one that jumps out to me is to never forget who your real friends are. Arnold was so caught up in the idea of being in with someone cool like Frankie that he was willing to believe anything Frankie told him, and even ended up not trusting Gerald as a result, who literally has been his best friend with Arnold since they were little. Kind of on that same note, you should never give up on your friends. When Arnold accused Gerald of being jealous, if Gerald was a spiteful jerk, he could have just told Arnold to F off and let him get into trouble with zero fucks given. However, Gerald isn't like that. Gerald is a ride or die friend who would always be there for Arnold. Instead of taking the road of not caring and letting Arnold get into trouble, Gerald stayed close and was there for Arnold when Arnold needed him most. And if that isn't a true friend, then I don't know what is. Another lesson to be learned from this episode is that you need to be perceptive of red flags when they start piling up. When Arnold first met Frankie G, he was really open about how much he liked Arnold's head. Kind of weird, but okay. Then when Arnold met Frankie's friends, they all commented about how much they like Arnold's head. That was kind of a red flag. Also, when Arnold saw the landlord was asking Frankie about the rent that he's behind on, then Arnold proceeded to see how many nice pieces of stereo equipment Frankie had, that was another huge red flag. Like, this guy can afford a nice stereo equipment, but lives in a dump that he can't even pay for? Like, not to seem classist or judge where Frankie lives, but in combination with the obsession over Arnold's head plus the obvious red flag that this is a fully grown man hanging out with a little kid? To give Arnold the benefit of the doubt though, smart as he is still just a child. Furthermore, he was blinded by how cool he thinks Frankie G is. When you look up to someone like that, you're willing to see the best in them, which could lead you to overlooking any obvious red flags. Ultimately, what it really comes down to, as morbid as it sounds, is that Frankie took Arnold under his wing, took him out to eat, took him to an arcade and a movie, and showed him a good time in an attempt to groom Arnold into breaking into this building. Let's just all be thankful that Arnold knows right from wrong, and that he did the right thing by refusing to be used by Frankie and his goons. Moving on from there, we're going to check out Season 1, Episode 9, Mugged. Not gonna lie, this episode always gets me all up in my feelings. It genuinely used to make me feel so sad when I watched it as a kid. The episode begins with Arnold getting off the bus and walking down the street at sundown while listening to music on his old school tape player and over-the-ear headphones when some creepy yellow-eyed dude shows up out of nowhere and grabs Arnold, throwing him into a nearby alley.
And a bus pass? You're holding out on me, kid.
Hey, leave me alone, you creep!
And work on that attitude of yours next time, punk, or you'll get worse.
This scene drives me absolutely nuts, for a multitude of reasons. First of all, where do you get off snatching people off the streets and mugging them in the alley? Fuck you, buddy. Secondly, how are you gonna mug a 9-year-old kid and get mad when he only has change and a bus pass and tell him he's holding out on you? What do you expect, a 9-year-old to be packing a stack of 20s and maybe a credit card? This dude is straight up fucking dumb.
So, some punk kid jumped you, eh?
How big was this monk?
Big.
Big monk?
Big.
Big, huh?
Oh, simmer down, you hot-headed loony. All a boy needs to do is take one of them self-defense classes. Learn himself some of that haiku.
I don't know how learning haikus is gonna help Arnold, but okay, Grandpa, I getcha. Arnold's grandma checks him out and offers to make him some tea and put him to bed, but Arnold declines as he heads off into the kitchen to make himself some hot chocolate instead. The next morning, Arnold wakes up and walks downstairs.
Your self-defense training begins today.
Self-defense training? What do you know about the martial arts, Grandma?
Well, didn't I ever tell you of my years in the convent in Shanghai?
Yeah.
Now, was that before or after Tibet? Anyway, your training starts today.
Wow.
At some point, assuming overnight, Grandma had a room in the boarding house renovated into a dojo, and she begins Arnold's self-defense training.
Be as the frog in the pond. He does not seek the fly. The fly comes to him. Now, try to snatch the fly out of my hand. When you can snatch the fly out of my hand, your training will be complete.
We see a nice montage of Arnold training with his grandparents, Grandma doing the teaching, and poor Grandpa taking a brunt of the beating. Finally, after the montage is done, Arnold successfully snatches the fly from Grandma's hand and his training is complete. He puts on a nice performance for the neighborhood folks, breaking a board, breaking a cinder block, and kicking a can off of Harold's head. Later on, Arnold and Gerald are walking down the alley when they spot Eugene and Brainy getting mugged by some other kids.
What's in the bag?
Macaroons and Malamars, mister.
Wrong answer, brushhead. You can do better than that.
Again, what do these people expect? Some 9-year-olds to be carrying cash and valuables down a secluded alleyway at dusk? And the way Eugene tells him what's in the bag and the dude says, "Wrong answer, brushhead." Like, what does he expect? Eugene to cast prestidigitation and make it look like there's some gold coins in the bag or something? Eugene told you what's in the bag. How are you gonna tell him that's the wrong answer, you wrinkled nutsack? Thankfully, Arnold uses his newly found martial arts prowess to break all of their toothpicks and scare the piss out of these kids.
Man, Arnold, those hands and feet are lethal weapons.
Yeah, when I run into that creep who stole my bus pass, I'm gonna get it back.
Hey, wait a minute!
Now that's some dark foreshadowing, huh? Arnold ends up on a crash course to destruction. Gerald ends up creepily spying on Arnold and sees him in the basement shit-talking himself in the mirror.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
No, I didn't say anything.
There's nobody else here. You talking to me? You talking to me?
Later at school, Arnold walks down the hallway just being an absolute asshole. He pushes Eugene into a locker and scares the piss out of some kid just for crossing paths with him. Even Helga's taken back by his behavior. Gerald ends up telling Arnold that he's worried about him and that he's changed. Arnold says not to worry about him, and we get more ominous foreshadowing as Arnold says what could happen. Well, here you go.
Hey!
I was just trying to ask you where's the bus stop. Just a bus stop.
This is the scene that always gets me. This guy just wanted to know where the bus stop was, and Arnold just absolutely humiliates him in front of everyone. Everyone confronts Arnold and things turn dark. Arnold turns around and runs away in a state of mental despair as he pictures everyone yelling at him and he imagines everyone turning into his closest friends and family members as they scold him. Arnold runs to a dead end and this happens. This symbolizes a big moment of realization for Arnold. What we are seeing here is the physical embodiment of Arnold realizing that he's becoming the bully that he feared in the first place. The realization that he tried so hard to be prepared to face his fears, that he became exactly what he feared in the process. Arnold ends up getting on the bus, and waiting for him on the bus is none other than his grandma.
It's over, Grandma. I'm giving up.
Giving what up?
This Bruce Lee karate lifestyle I've been cultivating. It's all a big power trip.
Well, how so?
I was just using it to show off. Then I went too far and made a big mistake.
Arnold realizes that the whole waiting for the fly to come to you is an analogy for how he shouldn't go looking for trouble. He just needs to be prepared to defend himself when trouble finds him. Just like that, almost like a twist of fate, when Arnold comes to that realization, the fly comes right to him.
Grandma, it's the kid who stole my bus pass.
Chill, my son. Go with the flow.
Hey, Granny Four Eyes. I like the purple hair. Give me your purse, Granny.
You can have it. It's just a purse, you know.
Hey, I know you. You're the punk with the bus pass. Here it is, punk. You want it? Try and take it.
Arnold snatches the bus pass back from the bully, which for some reason makes him fear for his life and run off the bus screaming for dear life.
You want the bus pass? Take it.
And the 65 cents.
Yeah, with interest. And here's your purse, ma'am.
Of course, sometimes when your own personal space is violated, there are occasions to use the training.
I can't help but think that if this was real life, that there would have actually been a physical altercation on that bus, but thankfully this isn't real life, it's just a children's cartoon. Arnold and his grandma make it home, and the episode ends on a positive note as they head inside together for some tea and hot chocolate. Where do I even begin with the moral of the story here without sounding redundant? The obvious moral is the entire fly analogy. You should never go searching for trouble or confrontation just because you're prepared for it. If you go around causing confrontations, you're just gonna make yourself look like a jerk. Also, mugging people is obviously wrong, and after someone goes through being violently mugged, they can end up living with the trauma that comes with it for a long time. This is shown in the scene where Arnold is in the alley and you see his shadow turn into the bully and he runs around hearing everyone scolding him. That entire sequence is a representation of Arnold's response to the trauma that he's been through and realizing that he himself has potentially caused someone else to endure a similar trauma that he has. This next episode is one that I've been dying to talk about for a while now. Season 4, Episode 4, Oscar Can't Read. This episode begins with everyone at the table eating dinner and remarking on how annoying it is that Oscar moans while he eats. Ernie asks Oscar to pass the salt, but Oscar passes him the pepper instead, blaming the mistake on how tired he is. The next day, this happens.
Oh, great! It's my new X-ray glasses, so I can see through people's clothes.
Please sign your name on line 1. Could you spell that for me?
No, I'm busy. It's written right there.
At this point, we can tell that Arnold is starting to connect the dots with the fact that Oscar can't read. Later, we see Oscar in the bathroom struggling to open what looks like a pill bottle.
Arnold, could you help me with this container? I have a terrible headache.
But, Mr. Kukashka, that's not aspirin.
Of course it is. It says it right here.
It says tablets for scum-free fishbowl water. See?
Oh, right. I knew that.
Oscar finally admits that he doesn't know how to read and that he doesn't want to learn.
I didn't need to read to become the successful man I am today.
But you're a paper boy.
What's your point?
Arnold tells him that it's not too late to learn so that he doesn't have to keep pretending that he can read, but Oscar claims that learning to read doesn't matter to him. He makes Arnold promise that he won't tell anyone.
There's no reason for anybody else to know that Oscar can't read.
Oscar can't read!
It's unbelievable! Who says I can't read?
You did just now, Kakashka. You're probably just too dumb to learn.
Ernie and Mr. Wynn end up betting money that Oscar can't learn how to read by the end of the month. Oscar, who is very money motivated, takes them up on the bet and asks Arnold to help him learn how to read. However, it doesn't go quite as Arnold had planned.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
H, I, C, K, and 2, P. I'm reading, huh? Jelly bean, violin, coconut.
Arnold gives Oscar some beginner reading worksheets to help him learn, but Oscar just ends up conning his wife Susie into doing them for him, and he takes credit for all the work. Arnold ends up impressed by the worksheets being done perfectly, and Oscar tells Arnold that he's done learning and that he's gonna read Ernie and Mr. Wynn the first page of A Tale of Two Cities to prove that he can read.
I need someone to read me the first page of this book again and again until I can memorize it.
What's in it for me? It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
This scene is just despicable. Oscar literally bribes Chocolate Boy, who has a severe addiction to chocolate, but that's a story for another day, to read the first page to him over and over again so he can memorize it and win the bet. The next day, we see Oscar reading the front page to everyone in the boarding house, and they're all impressed by his newfound ability to read.
Oh, Oscar, I'm so proud of you.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Yeah, before we start exchanging money, if you don't mind, Kakashka, and I hope this isn't an imposition or anything, let me hear you read it one more time.
Oh yeah, no problem. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
I thought so! You can't read it all!
What are you talking about?
I switched the books, you bum!
When Ernie switches the books, everyone realizes that Oscar was lying the entire time and that he actually doesn't know how to read and was just trying to con them all. Everyone is super disappointed in Oscar.
You were cheating the whole time, weren't you? You just did it for the money.
He'll never learn. The man is a loser.
Those words stick with Oscar as he goes off walking through the city. A kid asks him to help read directions on a map, but Oscar is absolutely no help. He then proceeds to walk through the city as we see all the letters on the signs look like strange unreadable markings. Finally, Oscar comes home and knocks on Arnold's door in the middle of the night, begging Arnold to teach him how to read.
I want to read.
Mr. Kokoschka, you said that before, but you didn't mean it.
That was before. Now I want to read.
This time, Oscar actually tries, and he stays up late working and even goes to the library to read some books while Arnold is at school. He struggles to read the books in the adult section, but ends up overhearing a librarian reading in the children's section.
Kitty, kitty, kitty. Do you want to pet the kitty? Yes, I want to pet the kitty. Pet, pet, pet. Look, everybody, I'm petting the kitty.
That's very good reading, Oscar.
After Arnold is certain that Oscar has learned, he gives him the final test. He takes Oscar all the way to the other side of town with a map and written instructions on how to get home. And Oscar has to read his way all the way back to the boarding house. Oscar starts making his way home. Meanwhile, Ernie is back at the boarding house talking smack about him, saying that he will never learn how to read. Back to Oscar though. He's following the directions and actually doing a great job. However, he ends up having to take the subway and he accidentally goes the wrong direction due to someone blocking the signs. Oscar ends up in a dark and creepy part of town, completely lost and feeling defeated.
Hello, what are you doing here? Are you lost like me? Kitty, kitty, kitty. The kitty is so soft and pretty. Do you want to pet the kitty? Yes, I want to pet the kitty. Just like the book I can read. Just like the book I can read!
Having realized that he can read Pet the Kitty, he gains the confidence to read the street signs and find his way home. Back at the boarding house, it's right about 2 a.m. and Oscar's wife is worried sick, but they look out the window to find Oscar walking up holding the kitty that kept him company while he was lost. Everyone goes out to greet him and they are all impressed, even Ernie and Mr. Wynn, who doubted him.
See the pretty kitty. Pet the pretty kitty. See, pet the kitty.
Right, will you shut up with the pretty petty kitty? I'm gonna make you eat the kitty. I'm trying to sleep.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Now there's actually quite a few layers we can peel back here and dissect. First of all, the fact that a fully grown man could be completely illiterate is pretty fucked. However, we need to keep in mind that according to the deep lore of Hey Arnold, Oscar Kokoschka is actually an immigrant from Czechoslovakia. The show's creator, Craig Bartlett, even confirmed that in an interview in 1998. Now, put yourself in his shoes. We can assume that he was born and raised in Czechoslovakia and was probably completely fluent and literate in his native dialect. Now, imagine moving from your home country to a different country and having to learn how to communicate in a completely different language. The task of learning how to read and write in that new language is definitely a massive undertaking and is gonna seem overwhelming. Now, granted, we don't know how long Oscar has lived in America, but you have to empathize with how hard it is to learn a completely new language, especially at the age that he's at. Also, if you're familiar with Hey Arnold lore, you would know that Oscar was unemployed for a good chunk of the show, which could be explained by his illiteracy. It definitely would be hard to lock down a job when you can't even read the job listings to begin with. Now, with all of that in mind, we need to peek back at the moral of the story here. Of course, a big one being that you can teach an old dog new tricks. Oscar may be a fully grown adult that is illiterate in the English language, however, it wasn't too late for him to learn. Furthermore, one can't help but be inspired by Oscar's drive to learn at the end. Sure, it took him being a snake to get there, but when Oscar came to the realization that he does want to read, he put his mind to it and proved everyone that he could learn. As far as Ernie and Mr. Wynn go, we can learn that teasing someone and putting someone down due to something they can't do is extremely counterproductive to their growth as an individual. Granted, it is a children's cartoon, and it's a lot more entertaining to have them as antagonists in the situation. That's just something that you don't do in real life. Also, it's a great example of how you should never give up on your goals. Things got hard for Oscar. He was stranded alone in a strange part of town, completely lost, but he didn't give up and he proved to everyone that he could learn how to read. Next, we're gonna look at an episode that gets pretty fucking morbid. We're talking about Season 3, Episode 6, Curly Snaps. The episode begins with recess ending at PS 118. Arnold, who's the ball monitor of the week, is gathering up balls while Curly stops to talk to him about the perks of being ball monitor.
It's pretty good being ball monitor, isn't it? I mean, you get respect as ball monitor, right?
I guess so.
Curly gets to be ball monitor next week and he is clearly looking forward to it. We see Curly waking up in the morning and he has ball monitor written on his calendar. He goes to the mirror as he combs his hair and we get a look at the kind of experience he's fabricated in his mind.
A real bon vivant.
That Curly is one real bon vivant.
I'll hold the door open for my fellow students. I'll let people answer questions in class I could have easily answered.
Wait, I know! I actually know!
I'll even let people cut in front of me. You know, Curly's all right.
Then the day finally comes, and when Curly is waiting for the announcement of him being ball monitor, Mr. Simmons announces that Sid is ball monitor instead.
This week's ball monitor is... Sid!
Okay, come and get him. But today is my day. I'm the one, it's me.
Curly, is something wrong?
Yes, I'm this week's ball monitor. I'm the ball monitor. I am me.
Actually, Curly, Sid is our ball monitor this week. I have it on my chart back in the classroom. Don't worry, your turn will come. Hey, you two, that paint is toxic. Please don't eat it.
Curly's demeanor completely changes. He seems to be completely dissociating and not responding to anything that's happening around him while he sits at lunch by himself.
Curly's acting a little strange today. Today? He's strange every day.
Later on, while everyone is going to class, Curly sneaks off to the gym equipment locker and takes the balls out. Principal Warts walks by and almost bumps into Curly.
Oh, sorry, son. Almost had a fender bender there. Ball monitor this week, are you? Excellent. Lots of responsibility.
Principal Warts tries to get Curly to come out, but Curly refuses. He completely snaps and starts throwing balls at Principal Warts through the little window above the door. We cut to later on, and the day has turned dark, gloomy, and stormy.
I heard Curly's gone and holed himself up in Principal Warts' office with a bag of balls.
My bag of balls.
And now he won't come out.
All of Curly's classmates have gathered around in the halls as Principal Warts tries to coax Curly out of his office. Just when he thinks Curly's about to come out, we see that Curly has gone full-blown Rambo as he comes through the top of the window again, this time throwing balls at innocent bystanders. Everyone scatters and runs in fear, while some go around to spread the word.
It's finally happened. Our demented Curly has gone over the edge.
Curly? Snapped? How terrible. Terribly sad.
There's a grand brouhaha outside Principal Watts' office. Let's go!
Everyone gathers back around the office as Principal Warts tries to get through to Curly again.
Young man! Young man!
His name's Curly, Mr. Principal Warts.
Oh, thank you. Curly!
Thaddeus. My name is Thaddeus. Thaddeus Curly Gammelthorpe to you, Warts.
Well, Mr. Gammelthorpe, let's talk like civilized human beings. What is the problem here?
I'll tell you what the problem is. Injustice!
Mr. Simmons overhears Curly talking over the loudspeaker, and we see him stand up and run out of the classroom, saying that he hopes it isn't too late. He gets up to the door and tries to reason with Curly.
We all respect you and think you're special. Now, why don't you open the door and...
Save your new ageisms for the saps, granola boy!
Ow! I'll handle this, Simmons. This boy is obviously disturbed. I'm gonna ram the door. Grab a kid, get him in a headlock.
Please, Principal Warts, he needs sensitivity now more than ever.
Mr. Simmons tries to take the sensitive approach to help Curly, which gives Curly the opportunity to air the bulk of his grievances.
I opened the front door to PS 118, and everyone walked in past me, just assuming I was the doorman.
Well, he was just standing there, so I went in.
Then later in class, Harold answered the bonus question that I was about to answer. Harold stole the question from me! Another injustice!
No fair! He let me answer that question!
Curly, you let Harold answer that question.
After Curly shares his struggles with everyone, he starts making his demands. He wants 2 Yahoo sodas and a meatball sub hand-delivered by the one person he thinks he can trust. Arnold. As Arnold prepares to go in, Principal Warts devises a plan to rush in after Arnold opens the door and tackle Curly, but Arnold and Mr. Simmons argue, saying that they need to try to talk him down instead.
I've got the Yahoo and the meatball sub. Open the door and I'll give them to you.
You think I'm an idiot? You've probably got some plan.
No, Curly, I've just got the meatball sub. Open the door.
Okay, but first, everyone, back away. Get back. Move it, people. You wouldn't double-cross me, would you?
No, Curly.
Okay, Arnold, come in.
Willikers! Now we've got ourselves a hostage situation.
Arnold and Curly talk it out, and they decide to bring Mr. Simmons in to discuss the ball monitor issue. Mr. Simmons goes through the schedule and realizes that he made a mistake and that this is supposed to be Curly's ball monitor week. Curly demands that they bring Sid into the discussion to work something out. Sid tries to work it out with Curly, offering to let Curly take the rest of this week and Monday of next week, but Curly denies, and in the end, they decide that Sid will finish off this week and Curly will take ball monitor next week.
Curly, I'm proud of you for coming to this very reasonable agreement. Let's go back to class, shall we?
Everyone leaves the office, and Mr. Simmons announces that they solved the situation peacefully. Everyone cheers to a positive resolution.
I think we all learned a valuable lesson here today.
Yep, don't ever trust the quiet ones. They'll go bonkers and hole up in the principal's office.
As Mr. Simmons' class goes back to the classroom to finish their day of learning, Curly is dragged away by Principal Warts as he gets sentenced to a week's worth of detention.
All right, son, come with me.
Hey, where are you taking me? I thought we worked it all out. Remember, Principal Warts? Sensitivity!
I'll give you sensitivity. I'll give you a week's worth of sensitivity every day after school.
Hey, am I supposed to be in detention? Come on, outside from the detention. No! Come on, I'm the ball monitor!
I feel like this is a really hard one to dissect in a conscientious manner. Let's just straight up address the elephant in the room. This episode is obviously a metaphor for school shooter incidents. As messed up as that may seem, we need to keep in mind that when this episode originally aired, school shootings were a lot less common than they are now. It was still a sensitive topic, of course, but it's not like it was happening as frequently as it is nowadays. The biggest moral of the story, in my opinion, is how important it is to communicate. If Curly had talked with Mr. Simmons about the ball monitor schedule from the start, this whole situation could have been potentially avoided. When Mr. Simmons announced Sid as ball monitor, Curly had tried to bring it up, but when he was brushed off, he straight up snapped. On one hand, if Curly had been persistent, he could have explained to Mr. Simmons that he's been watching the ball monitor schedule like a hawk and that he knew for a fact that it's his turn, which could have, in turn, had Mr. Simmons rechecking the schedule. On the other side of the coin though, for Mr. Simmons to be so dismissive about it in the first place was a huge part of the problem. Curly tried to bring it up to him, but Mr. Simmons just shot him down and moved on to his next issue. It's a tough one to call, and I'm clearly reading too much into the situation, but in a way, they're both at fault for not communicating effectively. However, Mr. Simmons is a little more at fault given that he's the adult in the situation, and he's also a big proponent for sharing your feelings and talking out any issue that you have. Additionally, this episode is also a good reminder to take your mental health seriously. If you are ever having dark thoughts and feeling like you have no other choice but to act on these dark thoughts, please reach out for help. Be it a close friend, a counselor, a teacher, your pastor if you go to church, or even anonymous help available online. Reaching out for help and someone to talk to is always better than bottling up your feelings until you reach your breaking point. Help and resources are available. Next, we're going to expand a little further on Mr. Simmons while we check out Season 2, Episode 1, New Teacher. The episode begins with Principal Warts telling Arnold's class that their teacher, Miss Lovac, has retired from teaching and is pursuing her dream of becoming a professional golfer. Then he introduces the class's new teacher, Mr. Simmons.
I bet you all have your own individual way of saying hello. When I say hello, class, everyone respond in your own individual way. Hello, class. Well, that's one way to respond by not responding.
Mr. Simmons starts by making the kids move their desks into the shape of a circle while they all do a communications exercise. Mr. Simmons breaks out the crown of truth and makes each kid take a turn wearing it while they say something that they like about the person sitting across from them, which all the kids think is ridiculous and makes them hate Mr. Simmons.
Move our desks into a circle? Wear a truth crown? What is this, some kind of wacky cult? We have to get this guy. All the usual tricks?
All the usual tricks.
Okay, drop pencil at 11:30. Switch names, random coughing. Curly, you fake violinist. Got it. Stinky, you pretend not to understand English. Right. Everyone know the drill? Absolutely. Affirmative.
All right.
Let's get it.
After recess, the shenanigans start. The kids coordinate practical jokes, starting with all dropping their pencils at the exact same time.
What's your name?
Harold.
What?
Quiet, Helga.
Harold.
Yes?
Now, have you two switched names in order to confuse me?
Slow down. I'm confused.
Oh, now I'm glad to see the tradition of messing with a new teacher's head is alive and well. Okay, I'm not going to get upset by all this coughing because that's who I am. And I accept that you all have to do your coughing prank because that's who you are.
Mr. Simmons tries his best to validate their hazing and all of the kids' feelings, and he tries to move on so that they can continue where the class left off in their poetry lesson.
The poem is called They Were Delicious. I have eaten the tomatoes that were on the windowsill. Were you saving them for a special occasion? I apologize. They were delicious and so juicy and so red.
It's not a poem. It's just a long sentence.
Mr. Simmons goes on to read poetry to the class and tries to direct them to take out a piece of paper and write their own poems, but they absolutely dismiss him, telling him that his touchy-feely teaching method is bogus.
They taunt me, they can play tricks on me, they can laugh at me, but nothing can hurt me because I am stronger than all of that. Plus, I have my favorite sandwich, turkey, tomato, and watercress to look forward to. Where's my line? Has anyone seen the brown bag that was... This is inhuman.
You're broken.
You could have asked for some sandwich. I would have given you half.
Mr. Simmons says if they continue to act like a mob of wild animals that he might just leave, so Helga literally shouts, "Let's all continue to act like a mob of wild animals!" and they all aggressively sprint out of the classroom.
Well, we did it. We won't be seeing that granola boy Simmons in these parts ever again.
We broke that teacher like he was an old hickory stick.
Yeah, and tomorrow we'll get another sap.
Kids keep calling Mr. Simmons Granola Boy, and I've come to the conclusion that Granola Boy is basically the 90s equivalent of calling someone a soy boy. The next day, Principal Warts comes in to announce the class's new teacher, Lieutenant Major Goose. Mr. Goose gets right into ruling the class with an iron fist.
Who deployed that pencil? It was a calculated act. What is your name?
Curly.
Your hair's not curly, boy. What's your real name?
Thaddeus.
Curly, go stand in that corner facing inward.
Mr. Goose teaches the class in a strict and militaristic style, which makes the kids hate him even more than they hated Mr. Simmons. We see all the kids gathered around the monkey bars again discussing what they're gonna do about Mr. Goose.
I wish we could get Mr. Simmons back.
Oh, please, Mr. Simmons, that touchy-feeling geek?
At least he listened to us when we spoke.
He's innovative, responsive, and bright.
He taught us to ask why. Now that's an innovative brand of education.
Yeah, if only you guys hadn't been so mean to him.
You ate his sandwich and broke his spirit, you moron.
The kids collectively decide to go to Mr. Simmons' house and try to convince him to come back to teaching them. When their initial attempt doesn't work, the kids decide to get creative. They convince him to come outside in the yard with them while they show him that they can learn and that they aren't uncivilized animals. Gerald recites a free-form poem for Mr. Simmons, Stinky puts on his truth crown to tell Mr. Simmons what he likes about him, and Harold even made Mr. Simmons a replacement sandwich. The kids end up touching Mr. Simmons' heart, and he forgives them as he agrees to come back to be their teacher.
I want to come back and be your teacher.
Wait a minute, you bunch of chuckleheads. We have one very big obstacle. Lieutenant Major Goose. Well, we'll just have to deploy a strategic strike of our own.
The next day, the kids decide to break down Lieutenant Goose by using techniques they learned from Mr. Simmons' teaching style.
Why do you have to yell all the time?
Why are your shoes always so shiny?
Why aren't you still in the army? Did you go AWOL or something?
Sit down!
Why did you decide to be a teacher?
Why don't you ever ask us what we think?
Enough questions!
Why don't you treat us like individuals?
Why are your pants ironed so nicely?
Why don't you teach us anything?
Why do fools fall in love?
Stop these questions!
Mr. Goose breaks down pretty easily after all of the questions as we see him on his knees just losing his mind. I have to stop for a second here and point out Helga's face in this scene. Like, what the fuck? She looks so weird. Principal Warts walks in, and Mr. Goose asks him if he can be relieved of his duties.
Sir, may I be relieved of my duties here, sir?
Does this mean you're quitting?
Sir! Yes, sir!
What am I going to do now?
Principal Warts, you don't have to look for another teacher. You found the right one.
Hello, class!
The whole class cheers when Mr. Simmons walks in, and they feel thankful to have him back. He decides to cancel their scheduled math quiz that Lieutenant Goose had planned for them.
We're going to have some unscheduled learning. And what better way than to take a hike and have an outdoor picnic? What do you say?
I just gotta point out that this would not fly at all in this day and age. Field trips are this whole big deal where it's planned far in advance and every student has to have a signed permission slip from their parents. A teacher can't just on the fly decide that they're taking the kids on a nature hike in this day and age. As for the moral of the story, I'd say that it's to not take people for granted. The kids got Mr. Simmons as a new teacher and he wanted nothing but the best for them and to expose them to a new way of teaching and learning. However, instead of appreciating him and being open-minded to his new way of teaching, they decided to bully him until he literally wanted to quit his job. Then, they pretty quickly realized that they were lucky to have a compassionate and understanding teacher like Mr. Simmons, and that there are far worse options out there for who could be teaching their class. Another bit of learning we can take from this episode is that A, bullying is wrong, and B, anyone can be bullied. It doesn't matter if you're younger, older, a teacher, or a drill instructor. Bullying is not okay, and it shouldn't be tolerated or embraced. It's also important to be mindful of other people and what they might be going through. In this instance, Mr. Simmons is in a new environment, a new school, with a new group of students. I don't know about you, but if I was him, I'd be incredibly nervous to have to jump into a new situation like that, and instead of embracing him and helping him acclimate, the kids all bullied him. This episode really made me feel for Mr. Simmons, and I wanted to kick Harold right in the nuts when he ate Mr. Simmons' sandwich. Now we're going to take a look at Season 3, Episode 8, Sid's Revenge. The episode begins at lunch at PS 118 as Principal Warts is going through the line to get some food. He ends up slipping on something that's on the ground and he falls, getting pudding all over his head.
Oh, what's this? It seems to be a patch of rubber vomit. What delinquent boy or girl is responsible for this heinous act? You there, with the go-go boots. Front and center.
Who, me?
Sid gets blamed for the vomit even though he didn't do it. Principal Warts says that this type of harmless practical joking is a very serious matter and that he's giving Sid a week of detention.
This is your synthetic vomit, is it not?
No, it isn't. I didn't do it.
No. Don't you try and weasel your way out of this, young man.
Arnold suggests that since Sid is innocent, he should talk to Principal Warts and explain his innocence. Sid pleads his case to Principal Warts, but he isn't hearing any of it and Sid still ends up in detention. Sid vows that he will get back at Principal Warts once and for all.
Overworked, unappreciated, experience the sweet taste of revenge.
Mark my words, I'll have my revenge if it takes...
Superstitious, revenge-minded villagers used revenge dolls to put curses on those who treated them unfairly or unjustly. These revenge dolls were crafted to look exactly like the unfair or unjust person and were carved from a simple household bar of soap.
Sid carves a remarkably lifelike Principal Warts face into his bar of soap, and he claims that Principal Warts is gonna pay. When Sid goes to school the next day, he hears the nurse talking to another staff member about how Principal Warts is in the hospital. Sid fears that it's his fault and he rushes straight to the hospital to find Principal Warts. He comes upon a man in a full body cast thinking that it's Principal Warts.
Mr. Warts, can you hear me? It's me, Sid from school. Oh. I'm sorry. Gosh, are you okay? Oh, of course you're not okay. Oh, this is terrible. Look what I've done to you. Sir, I promise I'll never ever mold a revenge doll in your likeness ever again. Like maybe I could scrub the cafeteria every day at recess, or I could even come in for Saturday detention. Would you like that, sir? Let me know. Oh, good, water. Boy, was I thirsty.
Just then, the doctor comes in saying that it's time for Mr. Ricardo's pain medicine, which makes Sid realize that that isn't Principal Warts in that full body cast.
Principal Warts has checked out.
Checked out? You mean permanently?
Why, yes, that's usually the case. Now, if you'll excuse me.
It can't be true. This can't be happening.
Sid goes home guilty as all hell, completely convinced that he's responsible for Principal Warts dying. Later, at school, Sid pulls Arnold into a closet and confides in him. With dark circles under his eyes and in a frantic state, he tells Arnold about the doll that he made and how he thinks that his curse killed Principal Warts. Arnold tells him that he's being ridiculous and takes him out to Principal Warts' office.
See? They're already taking his name off the door.
Look, Sid, this doesn't mean a thing. Let's not jump to conclusions.
No, Arnold, don't you see? Principal Warts has bit the big one.
Get a hold of yourself. What do you say we go outside and get a little fresh air? Then maybe we can talk about this thing rationally.
Okay, Arnold. Rational. But remember, I killed Principal Warts!
Sid.
Arnold!
He ain't
gonna need this space no more.
Arnold refuses to believe that Principal Warts is dead, so they go to Principal Warts' house to see if he's still there. They knock on the door and are greeted by a man crying his eyes out.
Yes, can I help you?
Hi, we're here to see Principal Warts.
I'm sorry, children, but that would be quite impossible. You see, he's under the big tree in the backyard, and, well, he cannot be disturbed.
You see, Arnold? He's under the tree.
Yes, indeed, in his little dirt plot.
This seems to confirm Sid's suspicions, but just to be sure, they decide to get a peek over the back fence where they see a pile of dirt with some flowers placed on it. Fully convinced that he is guilty of literal murder, Sid and Arnold go to the police station so that Sid can turn himself in.
Officer, I'm here to turn myself in. It seems I unintentionally killed my school principal with the mystical powers of this doll I carved out of soap.
Just one moment, please. Hey, Patty, get a load of this. Kid says he killed his school principal with a doll carved out of soap.
They leave the police station, and as they're walking past an ice cream shop, Sid sees an ad for pistachio, which is Principal Warts' favorite flavor. Arnold gets fed up and he takes the voodoo soap doll from Sid and throws it on the ground and stomps on it. Just then, we see Principal Warts come out of the ice cream shop looking just fine other than a band-aid on his nose.
Arnold, you're a genius, man. You destroyed the soap doll that I viciously carved to look like Principal Warts, and he instantly came back to life.
Sid, that had nothing to do with it. He was never dead in the first place.
Principal Warts tells Sid that he found out that the fake vomit that he slipped on was actually left behind by the drama teacher and is actually a prop. However, Sid will still have detention for making a voodoo doll of him.
Who does that Warts think he is, giving me a week's detention? I'm telling you, there's gotta be some way I can get back at that guy. Maybe I'll loosen the bolts on his office chair. Or I could empty a box of tacks in his shoes. Or the old spit wad in the morning coffee.
This episode was kind of a wild ride. The big moral of the story is to be careful of what you wish for because it might come true. Sid, in the height of his anger at Principal Warts, decided to make a voodoo doll in an effort to straight up curse him, but when he thought it actually worked, it drove Sid to the brink of insanity, and he was really distraught over the idea of Principal Warts dying at the hands of his curse. Additionally, this is another great textbook example of how key communication is. Sid tried explaining to Principal Warts that he wasn't the one who did it, and Principal Warts just immediately dismissed it and refused to listen. I'm noticing that this is a common theme with the staff at PS 118. They just don't like listening to their students. Up next, we're looking at an episode that I've talked about in a video previously, but I really feel the need to bring it up again since this series is its own standalone thing to be viewed separately from my other videos. We're looking at Season 1, Episode 15, Pigeon Man. The episode begins with Arnold on the roof of the boarding house while he's training his carrier pigeons, Lester, Fester, and Chester. Chester seems to be acting a bit out of character.
Hey Chester, what's the matter? You haven't eaten all your dinner. Must not be hungry. You remember where Gerald lives? Do you remember who Gerald is? Good. Fly this to Gerald, okay? Take your time, Chester! Pace yourself! Maybe I should have sent Fester.
Arnold ends up sending Chester with a note to deliver to Gerald. Later on, Arnold comes downstairs to meet his friends for some baseball, but Gerald isn't there because either he didn't get the note from Chester or it just showed up extremely late. A few minutes later, Gerald shows up saying that Chester doesn't look so good. We then see Chester fall from the sky as Arnold makes a leap of faith to catch him. Thankfully, Arnold catches Chester as he plummets to the ground.
I think I'm gonna have to take him to the vet or something.
Well, why didn't you just take him to the Pigeon Man?
Pigeon Man? Sid, are you crazy?
That pigeon guy's nuts!
I've never heard of the Pigeon Man. Who's he?
Gerald gives us some context and tells us the story of the Pigeon Man. He tells of a building in the pet shop district that caught fire in 1969 and is now vacant.
After the fire, pigeons started gathering by the thousands on its charred roof. No one knew why until one day someone saw a dark figure moving among the avian multitudes.
He explains that alone on the roof lives a creature that's half man and half bird. Some say he was hatched from an egg that was left by aliens and has a beak and a tail. Some say that he survived by eating leaves, sticks, and worms.
Some say he's a guy in a chicken suit, a lonely, deranged man wanting only birds for company. Who knows? I don't.
To this very day, flocks of pigeons still gather at that roof. The kids seem to think that Pigeon Man is a crazy psychopathic freak, and though the kids say he shouldn't, Arnold decides to go to Pigeon Man for help with Chester. Arnold arrives at the old abandoned building and ascends the rickety stairs. He reaches the roof where he finds Pigeon Man all by himself.
Mr. Pigeon Man? Sir? Hi, I'm Arnold. I thought maybe you... This is Chester, my bird. He's pretty sick. He won't eat, can hardly fly. So, what do you think?
Pigeon Man takes Chester and only says 3 words to Arnold. Come back tomorrow. Arnold tells his friends about it, but they're all jerks about it and talk bad about Pigeon Man. Arnold dismisses them, and he comes back to the rooftop the next day to see Chester.
How's Chester doing? He looks great. How'd you do it?
Time, patience, and the right berries.
Thanks for curing him.
Here, berries for Chester. He should take 3 every 4 hours. I want to see him in a week to make sure he's recovered.
Pigeon Man explains that he's spent a lot of time with birds and that he trusts them and they trust him. Pigeon Man says he's seen Arnold and his friends around the neighborhood and they realize that they actually have a lot in common.
You grew up around here?
I went to PS 118.
I go to 118.
Is Miss Slovak still there?
She's my teacher now.
We learned that in Miss Lovak's class, Pigeon Man did a report on birds and he became fascinated with them, but all of his friends thought that he was weird, so they stopped talking to him. This led to Pigeon Man, who we learn is actually named Vincent, feeling like he couldn't trust people.
Don't you ever miss the outside world? Like movies and TV and pizza?
Pizza. Oh, pizza.
Arnold and Pigeon Man end up going out for pizza together. Meanwhile, his friends are across the street watching through the window. Harold suggests that they go to Pigeon Man's roof and mess with all of his stuff since he isn't there. They go to his rooftop and act like absolute douchebags.
Look, I'm Pigeon Man! Hello, my little pigeons. I wish I was a pigeon. What's with the bird?
They end up getting chased by pigeons and completely destroying Pigeon Man's rooftop domicile. Arnold and Pigeon Man get back from getting pizza, and Pigeon Man is thanking Arnold for showing him a good time when they remember that Arnold needs to pick up Chester. They go upstairs to find what Harold and the other kids have done.
What? This is awful! Who did this?
People, Arnold.
We can rebuild the cages and sweep up. Your birds will come back.
Of course they'll come back. They're birds. I trust them. I understand them. It's people I don't understand.
Pigeon Man says that it's time for him to leave here and that some people are meant to be around others and some people are just different.
None of this would have happened if I hadn't...
Arnold, don't be sad. You've taught me that some people can be trusted. And I'll never forget that.
Where will you go?
Somewhere I can live in peace with my friends.
Pigeon Man says that he has a mission to help pigeons everywhere.
Wherever there's a bird in need of seed, I'll be there. Wherever there's a helpless flock suffering some abuse, I'll be there. Wherever there's a pigeon with a weak wing or a broken beak, I'll be there.
He says he just hopes that there's another Arnold where he goes next. Next thing you know, Pigeon Man is surrounded by pigeons as they pull strings that are attached to his overcoat and they carry him off into the sunset, which is where this episode ends. A lot of people think that the ending of this episode is a metaphor for death, particularly committing suicide, which I can definitely see. The overall tone of his conversation with Arnold, combined with how he flies off into the sunset, seems to kind of hint in that direction. However, there are a few really good morals to this story. First of all, you should never hate what you don't understand. All of the kids, excluding Arnold, talk bad about Pigeon Man because they don't understand him. It's the fear of the unknown and their willingness to take rumors to heart that lead to them hating him even though they don't know anything about him other than the fact that he lives on the roof and likes pigeons. The hatred these kids feel for Pigeon Man leads to a group of them literally destroying his home. It made him feel so hated and unwanted that he literally flew off into the sunset to go live his life elsewhere. These kids literally drove him to the point of leaving everything he had behind and moving somewhere else to start from scratch. There's also an important life lesson in this episode about trusting your fellow man. Pigeon Man spent a majority of his life in seclusion due to his mistrust for mankind in general, which you can't blame him for based on everything he's been through, but Arnold showed him that not everyone is malicious and that there's still some good people in the world. Next up, we're going to go back to that OG Hey Arnold and check out Season 1, Episode 2, Field Trip. The episode begins with all of the kids in Arnold's class on a field trip to the aquarium. The last time Arnold's class went to the aquarium was in 1st grade, and Arnold was sick with chickenpox, so he couldn't go. Since Arnold has never been to the aquarium before, he doesn't know what to expect. Meanwhile, all of his friends are talking about all the cool different fish and animals that are there.
They got lockjaw.
Yeah, lockjaw.
Lockjaw? Who's lockjaw?
They arrive, and everyone gets off the bus super excited to see the aquarium. I gotta say, the whale-shaped building is awesome, and I wish that this place was real. I'd love to check it out. The kids all go in, and the security guard goes over the rules with them.
No video cameras, no photography, no sushi chefs. No smoking.
So who's Lockjaw?
You kidding me? He's only the scariest sea monster in the ocean deep.
Arnold asks Gerald about Lockjaw, and everyone talks about how badass Lockjaw is and how he can swallow a kid whole and spit out the bones.
Lockjaw, huh?
Cool. No guns, no knives, no plastic explosives, and most of all, no skateboards.
Everyone talks up Lockjaw so much that Arnold is expecting a massive shark or some kind of crazy huge fish, but when Lockjaw finally comes to the surface, he isn't quite what Arnold had expected.
Presenting the terror of the deep. The ancient reptile whose ancestors date back over 150 million years. The mighty Lockjaw.
That's Lockjaw?
Arnold is disappointed when Harold throws a smoothie at Lockjaw, and he decides to go down to the lower part of Lockjaw's sanctuary while his friends stay up there laughing at him.
Hey, Lockjaw? Hey, man.
Poor Arnold is upset by the conditions that Lockjaw lives in, and he can't get it off of his mind. Everything keeps reminding him of Lockjaw. Grandpa's turtleneck sweater, his carpet, the clouds. Arnold's grandma shows up, and he talks to her about how he's feeling.
Well, let me ask you something, Grandma. How would you feel if you were living in the ocean and some scientist captured you and put you in a tank?
What? No, sir. They'll never catch me. Never.
Calm down, Grandma. It's a hypothetical question.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so?
He tells her all about Lockjaw and how he's old, locked up in a sanctuary, and kids are throwing stuff at him.
And he's old.
Well, yeah, and sad and dirty, and his tank's too small.
And he's old.
Yeah, and he's
Why,
wrinkled
this
and
is an
smells just like you,
outrage.
Grandma, and then he's
Treating a wise old creature like he's some sort of common criminal.
I think they just...
Come on! There's not a moment to lose! But I said come on!
Grandma and Arnold dress up in sweaters and beanies as they race off to the aquarium to break Lockjaw free.
Take this, number 9. It's our gear.
Grandma, do you have a driver's license?
Arnold is afraid of getting in trouble because they're trespassing, but Grandma gives no fucks and is ready to break in and steal a tortoise. Grandma proceeds to sneak around like a secret agent while Arnold walks plain as day through the aquarium and up to Lockjaw's pen. They decide to start by giving Lockjaw a bath and cleaning off all the graffiti from his shell.
Be careful. Don't get too close to his mouth. Grandma.
These darn sleeves are too long.
Lockjaw is way too heavy for them to lift, so Arnold ends up grabbing a skateboard from the skateboard closet and they try to roll Lockjaw out. As they're rolling him out, we see this happen.
Hey, let's go, Big Shot. Come on, Jaws. Bite me.
That is just fucked. I'm just gonna assume that this guy is straight up dead. Well deserved though for teasing the shark. Arnold and Grandpa load Lockjaw into the car and they roll him off to the edge of a nearby dock and into the water where he can finally be free.
Hey, Grandma?
Yes, number 9?
You're the best.
So are you, Arnold. Now, come on. All this exercise gives me a hankering for some turtle soup.
Now, I gotta say first and foremost that I'm pretty sure Lockjaw wouldn't survive this. Like, the tortoise has lived in captivity for probably decades and is used to being fed and taken care of by the aquarium. I don't think that he would last very long out in the wild. Also, what the fuck? This 9-year-old and his grandma literally just broke into an aquarium and straight up stole a live animal. Regardless though, let's look for the moral of the story, shall we? At the core of this episode, I'd say that the message is that you should always have compassion for all living creatures. The way the kids all make fun of Lockjaw and throw things at him just because they think he's lame is completely uncalled for. Also, I hate to sound preachy, but the way they just have that massive tortoise in captivity and its pen is disgusting and he's living with graffiti on his shell is just too sad. As much as I love the idea of the zoo or an aquarium, it's really sad to see animals that belong in nature living in captivity. I know I'll probably catch some shit for this in the comments, but I love animals and I feel like they don't belong caged up and put on display for our viewing pleasure. Now we're going to check out Season 2, Episode 19, Part-Time Friends. I've talked about this episode before in a different video, but again, I felt the need to bring it up for the sake of this video. The episode begins with Arnold and Gerald walking down the street playing Kick the Can. They lose the can down the sewer and start brainstorming ideas of what to do next.
Hey, I know. Let's play catch.
Can't. My mitt's messed up. I know. Let's go rollerblading.
Can't. Broke a wheel. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Man, I wish there was some way to get some money.
Just then, they see Mrs. Vitello put a help wanted sign in her window. They get hired on and do a fantastic job of helping around the shop. On their first payday, Mrs. Vitello has a bit of an accident.
My back.
Mrs. Vitello, are you all right?
Yeah, I think I'm... Oh!
Her doctor tells her that she needs to rest for at least a week, which leaves Arnold and Gerald pulling extra weight around the shop.
Now, I've been thinking, Arnold, you're good with plants and making arrangements, so you'll take care of the flowers. Gerald, you're organized and deal well with the customers, so I want you to be in charge of the store.
We'll take care of everything, Miss V.
The two start working together, and things turn sour pretty quickly as Gerald lets being in charge go to his head. Gerald criticizes how Arnold does his job, and he swoops in and takes customers from Arnold, and Arnold is clearly affected negatively by how Gerald is acting. Arnold leaves work that night feeling down, and Gerald stays late prepping for the next day.
Hey, Gerald.
You're late. I have a ton of stuff for you to do around here.
Still busy with the calculator, huh?
Overnight, Gerald drew up an entire business plan on how they can increase productivity and profits at the shop that includes Gerald doing all of the customer-facing work and Arnold delivering orders, sweeping up, and caring for the plants.
Look, Arnold, Miss Vitello put me in charge, okay? And all I'm trying to do is make this place run better. Do you have a problem with that?
We also get a glimpse of Gerald planning to increase prices, which I feel like if Mrs. Vitello heard what he was doing, she would probably be pissed because he essentially wants to rip people off.
If we charge $2 a rose, we make $24 a dozen. If we charge $6 a rose, we'll make $72 a dozen. If we charge $30 a rose, we'd make $360. Man, what a great plan.
Meanwhile, Arnold is out delivering orders. He drops one off at an old folks home and another off at the emergency room. We then cut to Gerald back at the shop getting yelled at on the phone. Turns out Arnold accidentally mixed up the orders. He sent the good luck flower arrangement to the family who ordered a sympathy wreath.
Honey, I swear, I didn't send this.
You never loved me, you bum.
Arnold finally snaps and yells at Gerald for how he's handling the business.
If you're so perfect, Gerald, why don't you just run the store by yourself?
What are you talking about? Listen, do you feel that I'm out of line?
I do, and I quit.
You can't quit, because you're fired.
Too late. I quit.
You just can't find good help anymore.
Arnold has finally had enough and he quits. Over the next few days at school and around the neighborhood, Arnold and Gerald avoid each other at all costs.
What's up with you and Gerald?
Gerald? Gerald who?
I knew something was wrong! I knew it!
Late one night, Grandpa comes in to find Arnold sitting alone at a checkerboard. Grandpa asks where Gerald is because it's their weekly checkers night, and he quickly connects the dots that they're fighting. Arnold tells Grandpa that he never wants to talk to Gerald again. Grandpa ends up telling Arnold the story of his old best friend, Jimmy Kafka. They worked together for the city's largest pay toilet business. One day their boss got arrested and Jimmy was left in charge. Much like Gerald, he lets the power get to his head.
And one day you made up, right?
Nope, I never saw Jimmy Kafka again. But I think of him every time I go to the bathroom.
Grandpa explains that he lost the best friend he ever had due to a misunderstanding and his own stubbornness.
Well, that's not a very happy ending.
What do you know? It isn't. Well, they hardly ever are. I'm getting sleepy. My bones hurt. Night-night, short man.
That night, Arnold falls asleep and dreams of the future. He sees himself riding the floating city bus and being forced to sit in the only open spot right next to Gerald. The two elderly folks argue with each other.
Just the thought of you makes me so mad I coulda... Do you remember why we stopped talking to each other?
No, I don't.
Well, me neither.
It was something about school.
No, it wasn't. It was about some stupid baseball game.
It was school.
Baseball!
They argue, and Arnold ends up saying that the day that they stopped being friends was the best day of his life.
Oh, what did I tell you, short man?
Arnold is startled awake by the image of his undead grandpa sitting in the back of the bus. He realizes that he can't let that become a reality, and he rushes back to the flower shop to patch things up. As he walks in, we see some angry lady, or as I called her in my last video about this episode, Karen, yelling at Gerald saying that her flower arrangement looks like a sick dog.
This store used to be known for quality. What's happened here, young man?
I'm sorry. I'm doing everything I can.
Oh, those flowers are wilted. They're wilted.
I've been waiting over now.
Man, I don't know what to do. I need some help.
Arnold comes in just in time and apologizes to Gerald, and Gerald apologizes to Arnold, and they do their little handshake thingy as they go back to fix some flower arrangements for some angry customers, and that's where the episode ends. This episode took a very specific morbid turn when Grandpa tells his story about his friend Jimmy. They literally got in a small petty fight and straight up never talked again. Then we see that story get into Arnold's psyche and he goes to bed feeling guilty. The guilt on his conscience leads to him having a straight fucked up nightmare that helps him come to his senses. The fight with Gerald affected him so much that he straight up had a nightmare that his grandpa is dead and is risen back as a zombie in the distant future and is giving him life advice. As far as the moral of the story goes, it's a nice reminder that there are two sides to every story, and sometimes we need to take a step back and realize that losing a friendship or burning bridges isn't worth dying on a petty hill. It's also a gentle reminder not to be so stubborn. We've talked about communication multiple times in this video already, and the moral rings true. Communication is key. If Arnold had expressed to Gerald how he was feeling in a less confrontational manner, and Gerald had responded in a similar manner, things would have gone a lot more smooth than they actually did. For our last episode, we're going to look at Season 3, Episode 14, The Flood. The episode begins with dark, gloomy clouds looming over PS-118 as we cut to Mr. Simmons' class all fighting with each other. We see Sid and Harold playing tug-of-war with the class snake, and Brainy looks like he's about to beat the piss out of Arnold for some reason. The bell rings, and everyone gets up to leave for spring break, and Mr. Simmons makes them all sit down for the next 10 minutes to reflect on how special their 4th grade tribe is.
We don't have time for this, Mr. Simmons.
10 minutes won't make the slightest bit of difference in your vacation. We'll all be out the door before you know it.
Principal Warts announces that due to excessive rain, everyone is going to be stuck inside the school all night, and that he'll be calling all of their parents to let them know. Grandpa gets a call from Principal Warts to let him know that Arnold's going to be stuck at school all night.
Hello? Guess he hung up. The short man is stuck at school.
Can I have his room tonight? My ceiling leaks in the rain, and it makes me sad to watch Susie sleep in the puddle.
Not on your life, Kokoschka. I'm going out to rescue Arnold, as soon as I come up with a plan.
Back at school, while everyone's eating food, the kids start arguing, which leads to a full-blown food fight as Mr. Simmons just stands there like a deer in headlights. We cut to Grandpa, who's blowing up a raft so he can come save Arnold, while Oscar seems to be buttering him up for something. We then cut back to Mr. Simmons' class, who are struggling to get along.
I haven't changed my underwear in 5 weeks. 9/17. It's official. My life is over. Give Daddy some sugar. Ah!
Helga gets fed up with dealing with everyone, so she decides to sneak out of the classroom. She wanders the halls to find that the doors of the school have been chained shut.
Okay, well done. Olé! Are you attempting to leave the school grounds without permission, Miss Pataki?
Are you attempting to dance the flamenco, Principal Warts?
This moment never happened.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, outside, the floodwater is almost as high as the school. The kids are all fighting, and Curly seems to be the primary instigator at this point, but everyone is reacting poorly except for Mr. Simmons, who does his best to talk them down.
Bag it, Simmons! We're not listening to you anymore!
Yeah, it's all your fault we're stuck here in the first place.
Uh-oh, my shoes are wet. That can't be good. I'm okay.
Look! We're all gonna drown!
Mr. Simmons tells everyone that they need to go for high ground. They dismiss Mr. Simmons and say that they don't need him anymore, and they all traffic jam their way out of the door to the classroom. Mr. Simmons plans to go to the roof and signal for help, and he tasks Arnold with keeping an eye on his classmates. Meanwhile, back at the boarding house, we learn why Oscar was bringing Grandpa some more milk. He falls asleep while Oscar steals the boat, carrying a sign offering rescue services for $50. Grandpa catches Oscar trying to steal the boat, and he takes the boat back from him as Oscar goes floating down in the tide.
I can't swim!
You're a liar and a thief, Kokoska. But if you're an oarsman, get in the boat.
Thank you, Grandpa. You saved my life.
Back at school, Arnold finds his classmates in the art supply room straight up acting like savages.
Try this on Rhonda!
Stop! Listen to me a second.
Aw, pipe down, little Mr. Simmons Jr. What do you want us to do? Act like a tribe?
Arnold tells them that Mr. Simmons is gone, and he's been gone for a really long time, and that he thinks something is wrong. The class ends up working together with their mutual love of Mr. Simmons helping them simmer down.
Mr. Simmons!
He sounds so far away.
It's coming from in here. Mr. Simmons!
Arnold! Oh, I'm so glad to see you. See, the ladder broke and I dropped my flashlight and...
The class works together to devise a plan of how they can use the flag in the classroom to reel Mr. Simmons in like a fish. Mr. Simmons dangles there from the ladder as it's hanging on by a thread, merely seconds away from falling to his death. They throw the flag and Mr. Simmons ties it around himself, and they have him jump as far as he can so that they can pull him in.
Pull him in, guys! Now!
Thank you!
Just as Mr. Simmons and Helga are rescued, Arnold's grandpa and Oscar show up to get everyone out of the school. While everyone's leaving, we see Principal Warts on the roof.
Goodbye, Auf Wiedersehen, farewell, my dear friends. Don't worry about me, I'm fine here. I'll just stand up here on the roof and go down with my school. Goodbye, way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of the dreamy ski.
I can't help but assume that Principal Warts is drunk in this episode. The way he's on the roof in his sombrero and poncho singing without a care in the world just seems like something an intoxicated person would do. And I gotta say, that scene where Mr. Simmons is hanging from the ladder is really dark. He's dangling and near seconds from death, and he just sings some churchy songs and hopes for the best. Those kids nearly watched their teacher die in this episode. Then they almost watched Helga die when she fell into the water. As far as the moral of the story goes, of course, it's a nice reminder to work together when it's appropriate and not to lose your mental stability when in a rough circumstance. The kids of Mr. Simmons' class were fighting and arguing throughout the majority of this episode, and then when they broke away from him, went into full-blown tribal mode as they destroyed the art room. It wasn't until Mr. Simmons was in peril that they decided to work together for the common good and drop the whole angry fighting turned savage thing. Of course, when they all worked together, everything turned out to be okay. And that's going to be it for this episode of The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. I can't stress enough that the plans I've got for future episodes in the series are going to be really cool, but ultimately the future of the series depends on you guys. If you enjoyed it, leave me a comment letting me know what you thought. I'll be in the comments responding to your guys' feedback. Let me know if you watched this video all the way through the end, and I will thank you personally. Drop a like and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it promotes this video to everyone, and as always, thank you very much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Peace. Previously on The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. Frankie took Arnold under his wing, took him out to eat, took him to an arcade and a movie, and showed him a good time in an attempt to groom Arnold into breaking into this building.
I was just trying to ask you where's the bus stop?
Let's just straight up address the elephant in the room. This episode is obviously a metaphor for school shooter incidents. With dark circles under his eyes and in a frantic state, he tells Arnold about the doll that he made and how he thinks that his curse killed Principal Warts. A lot of people think that the ending of this episode is a metaphor for death, particularly committing suicide, which I can definitely see. The overall tone of his conversation with Arnold, combined with how he flies off into the sunset, seems to kind of hint in that direction. As I said in my last episode of The Dark Side of Hey Arnold is a show that played a very interesting role in the ecosystem of Nicktoons. The situations portrayed in this cartoon weren't too far from the scope of reality, and the premise was fairly down to earth. It's a show about kids growing up in the city and the challenges they face on a daily basis. It's kind of a feel-good show where pretty much every episode has a happy ending. It was aesthetically pleasing, the characters were relatable, and every episode seemed to have an important moral or life lesson to be learned. However, be it either in plain sight or hidden behind subcontext, there was a slew of dark moments and morbid situations that were presented throughout the show. If you didn't see the last episode in this series, I highly recommend you check it out after you finish this video. I'll have it linked down in the description box. Long story short, it focused on morbid episodes with dark moments that taught important life lessons through the moral of the story. However, for this next episode, we're focusing on a topic that I can't wait to dive into. Even as I'm writing this script right now, I'm sitting in my chair at my day job, literally so excited to explore these episodes. As I said in my last video, I've got really cool plans for future episodes in this series, and this episode you're watching right now is one of those ideas that I was the most excited about. Throughout the series of Hey Arnold, we would see plenty of characters introduced. Some were simple characters that didn't have too many layers to them and were pretty straightforward. What you see was what you get, you know? But other characters, to put in Shrek terms, were like onions. They have layers of complexity that, when you peel them back and look further with more context given, it really explains a lot of how the character thinks, behaves, and overall explains why they are the way that they are. There's a few characters like this that appear throughout the series, but today we're gonna deep dive into a character that might be the most complex of them all. I know this video is really long, but bear with me because I'm about to blow your freaking mind. That's why today on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're gonna take an in-depth look at the mind and backstory of Helga Pataki in an effort to explore why she is how she is and what led to her being the person that she is. So really quick, I just want to say thank you so much for checking out my channel and specifically this series. When I came up with the idea for the Dark Side of series, I was really unsure if you all would be interested, but the support I got from you guys in the comments was really overwhelming. I really appreciate your feedback, and I'm so glad you enjoy the idea of this series. Do me a solid and drop a like on this video if you enjoy it, and leave me a comment letting me know what you think. Also, if you aren't already subscribed to my channel, now would be a perfect time to do that. It's completely free, it helps me tremendously, and it's a good way to make sure that you don't miss future videos that I upload, especially this series. I am setting a goal to hopefully reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year, and I'd love your help with reaching that goal. Thank you so much, and let's get right into it. Helga Geraldine Pataki. She's a 9-year-old girl who had a really troubled upbringing and family life. To quote the Hey Arnold wiki, despite her outfit, Helga is a tomboyish girl, as evidenced by her interest in playing contact sports alongside her male classmates, blatant lack of femininity, and disregard to near dislike for stereotypical female behavior. We'll expand a little more on that bit in a little while. As for her personality, throughout the series she's portrayed as very cynical, violent, selfish, and kind of a bully. She tends to boss around a lot of her peers, including her best friend Phoebe. However, Helga does have a soft side that tends to show mainly when she's all alone. She's a really emotional character who shows a wide variety of emotions ranging from love to hate in an extreme manner that can change in the drop of a hat. She is also very intelligent, as we see in the episode The Aptitude Test, when she gets a perfect score on the standardized exam that the whole class takes. Though she is really intelligent, she tends to get below average grades, mainly due to her lack of motivation and overall lack of interest in academics in general. We also see her smart side show through her remarkable gift for poetry, which is seen vastly through her use of vocabulary and the dramatic soliloquies that she belts out when she's talking about her love for Arnold, which all of us know is a huge secret and a massive defining character trait for Helga. She is madly in love with Arnold and refuses to tell him or anyone except for her best friend Phoebe, and she often hides her love for Arnold with her abrasive comments and treating him like she hates him. All of these character traits and quirks are things that we're going to expand upon further throughout this video, but I think for the start it would be best for us to go forward, but also backwards at the same time. By that, I mean we're going to start off by looking at the season 4 episode, Helga on the Couch. Though this episode came later on towards the end of the series, it provides a really prodigious amount of context and backstory that plays a pivotal part in us understanding Helga as a character and why she is how she is. It's one of those episodes that really helped us all as viewers understand why Helga treats people the way that she treats them, and it shines some light on the history of her family situation. The episode begins with the start of the school day at PS 118. We see a psychologist named Dr. Bliss introducing herself to Principal Warts. The school district budgeted for a child psychologist to come in on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Dr. Bliss is here to observe the students for the day.
I really don't think you'll find much that would interest psychologists.
Oh? Why not?
Because, Doctor, unlike PS 117 and PS 119, PS 118 is the picture of mental health.
We then cut to Helga, who is angrily walking through the halls, pushing people over and insulting random kids. Helga sits down in class and tells Phoebe that she has a headache.
Oh, yes. Well, welcome.
Hey, who's the skirt?
Class, settle down, please. Listening ears. Today we have a very special guest, our school district psychologist, Dr. Bliss.
Whoop-de-doo, the school shrink. Bring it on, I've got nothing to hide.
Mr. Simmons is very nervous about Dr. Bliss out of fear that he's being observed by her, even though she's there for the kids specifically, but that's beside the point here. Dr. Bliss observes Helga as she shoots spitballs at Arnold all day and periodically stops to stare at him with googly eyes until the class breaks for recess.
Phoebe, go save my 4-square cord. And if Harold tries to take it, tell him I'll pull his appendix out, the old-fashioned way. Saving!
That's a great example of Helga bossing her best friend around and making threats. We'll dig further into that a little later, so keep that in the back of your mind. Arnold walks by and Helga talks bad about him behind his back until he's out of eyesight, and she breaks into one of her deeply worded soliloquies about him.
How I hate him, and yet I love him. Oh, Arnold, bastion of sanity in this crazy, mixed-up world in which we live. How tender I feel when you brush past me. How I forget my cares. How the essence of you lingers, sweetening the air, and I feel peace.
Brainy comes up at the end of her talking, and Dr. Bliss witnesses her punch Brainy in the face like she normally does, and Dr. Bliss is very shocked by it. We cut to Helga in the principal's office with Warts and Dr. Blitz as she attempts to rationalize her actions.
Brainy? He doesn't mind. I do it all the time. What? You'd sock him too if he was standing there behind you breathing.
Breathing?
Yes, breathing.
Young lady, that is quite enough.
Dr. Bliss recommends that Helga meet with her after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
To punish you soundly for your blatantly insouciant acts of juvenile delinquency.
Principal Warts, please sit down. May I handle this?
Yes, fine. Of course. Take it away, Doctor.
Dr. Bliss explains that the point isn't to punish Helga, but it's to explore her antisocial tendencies and talk about ways to improve. Dr. Bliss thinks that Helga's behavior is hiding deeper, more important issues, and she wants to uncover some emotions that Helga is hiding. Later on, we see Helga walking home and talking to herself.
Thinks I'm crazy, hiding something. It's okay, Helga, girl. You're fine. You can do it. You're not nuts.
Hey, Helga, how's it going?
Clearly, she thinks Dr. Bliss is trying to uncover her secret love for Arnold. She gets home and we see this happen.
This never would have happened to Olga. Look, is this gonna cost me anything? Good. Hold it right there, Missy. Report to the trophy room pronto.
That comment about Olga really drives me nuts, and that's another thing that we're going to dive deeper into, so again, keep that in the back of your mind as well.
Don't want you blabbing to some school shrink. We Patakis don't talk about things. We sweep them under the rug.
Some things are best swept under the rug, Helga.
Whatever you do, don't blab anything, or they'll give us all a one-way ticket to the funny farm. You got it?
I got it, Dad.
This never would have happened to Olga.
Oh, I know, Pete.
Helga goes to her room and right into her closet where we see her shrine for Arnold, which is yet again another thing that we're going to dive deeper into, so again, keep that in the back of your mind.
Oh, Arnold, I call on the power of thy sacred shrine. Give me the strength and animal cunning to outwit the school shrink.
Helga trips on some wires and falls, which leads to her parents coming in to check on her when they see her wearing the Arnold helmet. Bob says,
"Yeesh, what a nut job."
And Miriam simply responds with,
I need a smoothie.
We then cut to Helga as she's walking into the psychologist's office. Helga plans to just make up stories for an hour and not let Dr. Bliss get a word in.
So you're a child psychologist?
That's right.
Does that mean you weren't good enough to be a grown-up psychologist?
No, it means I chose child psychology because I'm interested in helping children.
Helga spends the next few minutes judging and critiquing Dr. Bliss and questioning her abilities as a psychologist.
Nice picture. You like Edward Hopper?
I do.
Yeah, he's okay. He's a little simple, though. And what's his deal with women, anyway?
That's pretty astute for a fourth grader.
This right here is another great example of just how smart Helga is. She's able to identify a painting and give a rather intelligent observation regarding the artist's choices based on his previous work. Helga decides that she's going to be the one asking the questions, and she's going to sit on the big seat while Dr. Bliss sits on the couch. Helga asks questions and comes to the realization that her and Dr. Bliss have a mutual interest in jump rope.
And they get in fights. This is what they say. Boys are rotten, made out of cotton. Girls are sassy, made from molasses. Boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Girls go to college to get more knowledge.
This connection over jump rope is just the in that Dr. Bliss needed to break down the walls and get through to Helga. Helga keeps questioning her, and Dr. Bliss confides in Helga about her problems with her sister, to which Helga responds by bringing up her issues with Olga.
You think that's annoying? Try having a sister that's perfect.
Perfect? What do you mean perfect?
Well, she gets straight A's at Bennington College. All the boys want to go out with her, but she's got to stay home and practice the piano for the Brandenburg concerto she's giving at the orphanage this weekend. And Mom and Dad can't get enough of her. Last time she was home, I was going out of my mind.
We then cut to a sitcom-style flashback of Olga when she was last home, and her parents fawning over her, complete with music and a laugh track to complement the aesthetic. Helga walks in and interrupts the touching moment.
Did you pick up my winter coat from the cleaners?
What? Oh, Helga, I forgot. All the excitement. Your sister being home from Alaska. But don't worry, because the weatherman said that it should stay above freezing for most of the day.
Beans choked with migrating salmon, Lake Glacier, the towering peak of McKinley.
I'm going to school now.
Helga tells Dr. Bliss that she feels like no one in her house even realizes that she exists. She almost slips up and reveals the one thing that she's trying her hardest not to have come to light.
I think I'd go crazy if it wasn't for Arno. Are no air conditioners working in this entire building? It must be 90 degrees in here.
Helga goes to leave, saying that she's talked out, and Dr. Bliss says that she still has 49 minutes left in the session. Helga says that she's on to Dr. Bliss and how she's trying to relate to her to get her to say anything she wants.
We can talk about Arnold.
Arnold?
That seems to help get Helga's full attention. Dr. Bliss tells Helga that she thinks Arnold is special to her, noting that in class she threw 57 spitballs and stared at him the entire time. She notes that she gives a large amount of attention to Arnold, which Helga does her best to dismiss. They then move on to an ink blot test.
I want you to look at these and describe what you see.
Architecture of some kind? An inverted soup tureen that's on fire. Hot in here. Aren't you tired of this? I mean, what do a bunch of ink blots tell you anyway? They're just ink blots.
Helga gets Dr. Bliss to move on, and next they do some word association.
Love.
Hate.
Rocket.
Locket. Pocket. Davy Crockett.
football?
Head. Did I say head? I mean game. Football game.
Monday.
Night football. Enough word associations.
After that, Dr. Bliss goes on to bring up the fact that Helga feels like no one at home notices that she exists, and Dr. Bliss says that that's sad and it must feel really lonely. She specifically brings up Helga's mom and asks if she ever notices Helga. Helga tells a story of how she was running late for school and she looked for her mom for help with lunch.
She's asleep behind the couch.
Again?
What? Oh, I was just looking for my keys.
They're hanging on the hook, Miriam.
Oh, good.
Mom, I'm late for school and no one made my lunch.
Oh, yeah, I did, honey. I put it out for you. It's around here somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Moist towelettes, an individual packet of crackers, and a can of shaving cream.
Dr. Bliss follows up by asking about Helga's dad next. Helga explains that all he cares about is her older sister Olga, and that goes back as far as Helga can remember.
Wonderful, honey.
You're a stinking genius.
Daddy, who's gonna take me to preschool?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Come on, play us another one, Olga.
Can you believe her, Olga? Concert pianist at 15. Class valedictorian.
Plus, she's won every spelling bee in the whole darn city. Makes me proud to be a Pataki.
Hey, who's taking me to preschool?
Yeah, in a minute, Olga.
No, I'm Helga, Dad. Helga.
Whatever. Go play outside, would you?
I'm going to preschool.
We then see little toddler Helga leaving for school, walking in the rain all by herself. She gets soaking wet from the rain, gets splashed by the mud from a car driving by, and a big mean old dog takes her lunch from her.
So nobody's ever noticed you?
There was someone.
Hi, nice bow. Huh? I like your bow because it's pink like your pants.
In a really sensitive and formative time in Helga's life, Arnold was the only one who seemed to notice her and be nice to her. Later that day at preschool, we see the class sitting at snack time, and Harold sneaks over and he steals Helga's crackers.
Want mine?
Everyone laughs at Helga for her fluttering eyes at Arnold, and she reacts by basically beating up Harold and telling everyone that she's the boss around here. Then, in secret, while no one is watching, she takes a moment to herself talking about how much she loves Arnold and wants to marry him, which is when Brainy shows up and she socks him for the first time.
So I get angry. I already told you that I've got a lame mom, a blowhard dad, and a perfect sister. So they make me mad. Big deal.
So why do you take it out on Arnold?
Why do you keep bringing up Arnold?
Dr. Bliss notes that she has noticed that Helga has a majority of her anger directed at Arnold, though he didn't do anything. Helga gets frustrated that Dr. Bliss keeps bringing up Arnold, and Dr. Bliss responds by saying that if she has something she needs to get off her chest, she's safe to do that.
You're sworn not to tell?
Of course, Helga.
I mean, you're sworn, right? Even if you were tortured, you'd never tell?
I swear never to tell.
You mean, so like, if someone stuck your head in a cage with a starved rabid rat, you still wouldn't tell?
Even then, Helga, I still wouldn't tell.
And that's the exact moment when, for the first time, to anyone other than Phoebe, Helga admits openly that she's head over heels in love with Arnold.
Absolutely, positively in love with the boy! I want to grow up and have a fabulous life traveling around the world with him, coffee in Paris, roses, sailboats, the whole 9 yards! I want to have a perfume named after us, Arnold and Helga! I love Arnold!
After she screams it to the heavens, she tells Dr. Bliss that if she tells anyone, she's gonna rip her tongue out and hang her with it. Dr. Bliss is really proud of Helga for admitting her secret to her, and she tells Helga that it's okay to keep it a secret and that she can tell Arnold whenever she's ready. Helga thinks that she's sick for being obsessed with him and sculpting a likeness of Arnold out of his used gum, but Dr. Bliss explains that she isn't sick and she just feels her feelings very strongly and is very creative.
It's okay to be obsessed about him? You know, the shrines and stuff, the 3 a.m. vigils, the tantric spells.
As long as you're not hurting anyone, it sounds like an okay way to express yourself.
So animal sacrifices are out.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
So it's okay to be Helga. I can go out there and yell and boss the other kids around, right?
Right.
The only thing she really puts a restriction on is the fact that Helga can't hit Brainy anymore because hurting people isn't okay, and that's how she got here in the first place.
The session's over, Helga.
What? Already? But we were just starting to make some progress.
We can talk again.
Helga leaves the session feeling better than ever. She runs into Arnold and the two fall to the ground. Helga almost tells Arnold how she feels, but then she does the normal calling him football head and telling him to watch where he's going routine.
Look at him, all ticked off. He doesn't get it. He doesn't know my secret. What a sap. What a maroon. He still can't even tell that I adore him. Oh, my football-headed love god. I'm okay. You're okay. We're all okay. I love you.
As per usual, Brainy shows up, and for once, instead of socking him, she talks to Brainy and tells him to stop being weird, and the episode ends with her walking into the sunset as some nearby lemons on a stand turn into Arnold's likeness and talk to her. Now, right out the gate, this episode is a very heavy one, and there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, this episode sheds light on the fact that Helga is heavily neglected by her parents, and it gives us some context that this has been happening for as long as Helga can remember. Since she was really young, she's been living in the shadow of her older sister, Olga, and in her parents' eyes, she will never be able to compare to Olga, which, as a result, leaves Helga feeling like she'll never be good enough. We're going to dig a little more into that concept a little later in this video, but that's just a good entry point to understand where the gap between Olga and Helga started in the first place. Moving on, I definitely need to bring up Helga's mother, Miriam. Not only is she really neglectful to Helga and clearly favors Olga, but in this episode and throughout the rest of the series, it's implied subtly that Miriam is an alcoholic. She is constantly saying that she needs a smoothie, acting like she's either drunk or hungover, and falls asleep in random places like a drunk person would. Throughout the series, we would also see Miriam making questionable decisions and behaving in ways that would definitely lead you to believe that she's constantly hammered. I feel like that stems from the fact that Miriam is dissatisfied with her life and her marriage to Big Bob Pataki. Bob is very abrasive and is really self-absorbed and really seems to only care about Olga and his beeper empire. I'm sure that once upon a time he really loved and cared for Miriam, but throughout the series I can't recall a single time that Bob actually showed Miriam any affection. If I had to guess, I'd say that this is probably a big factor in Miriam being an alcoholic. Maybe there's prior history there, maybe she was mistreated by her parents the same way that she does to Helga, who knows, but I'd say for sure that Bob being the way that he is towards her definitely doesn't help whatsoever. Next, I want to talk about Helga's time at preschool. After having the life she had at home, she goes to preschool and for the first time ever feels like someone actually cares about her when Arnold is nice to her. This poor, sad little girl finally gets the feeling that someone in this world really has her best interest at heart, and of all people, it's our kind-hearted and conscientious protagonist, Arnold. But when she, even for a second, shows any interest in him, as we see in that scene where she flutters her eyes at Arnold, everyone laughs at her for liking him, which is the exact moment where we see her develop the character trait of reacting violently towards others to mainly prove that she isn't weak and that she is not to be messed with. It's also the exact moment that Helga learns to hide her feelings towards Arnold out of the fear of judgment. Before this exact moment, she seemed to not hide her feelings towards him, but after she was judged by the others, we see her hide those feelings, which would develop into a huge part of her life. Literally, Helga's biggest story arc in this series is her love for Arnold, which she desperately hides out of fear of judgment and the fear of him not liking her back. And in this episode, we straight up witness the moment that this became a thing and the first time that she hid behind a garbage can to look at a picture of him and reflect on her love for him. I really love this episode for a multitude of reasons. It expanded our understanding of Helga, and it really gave a lot of context as to why she does the things that she does and why she feels the way she feels. This episode really filled a lot of gaps, and it answered a lot of questions that we had about Helga for years now. Overall, I feel like this was the perfect episode to start things off with, as it gives you a good amount of understanding that you'll need to process everything that we're going to discuss over probably the next 1.5, maybe 2 hours, if I had to guess. Up next, we're going to look at an episode that really just kind of hurts. It's a good reflection of the trauma that Helga's been through with her family and how it really damaged her perception of others who have had her best interest at heart. We're looking at the Season 3 episode, Helga and the Nanny. This episode begins with Big Bob coming home in the morning with donuts for everyone and a soda for Helga.
You gotta eat something. Remember, you're starting your community service job down at the animal shelter today.
Bobby, I'm not good in the morning.
Come on, the fresh air will do you good. And Helga, since your mom's gonna be out of the house, I hired a nanny for you.
A nanny? Ha! I don't need a nanny. I can take care of myself.
Baloney, you're only 7.
I'm 9, Dad.
The nanny, whose name is Inga, shows up to watch Helga for the day, and Bob takes off to pick up his lucky belt.
And you must be Helga. No, she's Helga, and I'm Toulouse-Lautrec.
Inga tells Helga that donuts aren't a healthy breakfast, and she gives Helga some homemade gooseberry jam and pumpernickel bread. Miriam leaves, and Inga tells Helga that they need to get her dressed. Later on at school, we see Helga dressed up similar to Inga, and everyone takes notice, including Arnold.
Wow, Helga. You've got flowers in your hair.
Yeah, you want to make something of it, football head?
No, I was just thinking they look kind of nice.
Later on in the day, we see Helga playing baseball with her friends, and Inga shows up telling her that she should have came home to have a snack and do her homework. Helga refuses to go, but Inga insists and even invites Helga's friends to come over for cake. We then cut to Helga talking to Phoebe on the phone, saying that she thinks Inga is gonna get fired once her dad finds out what Inga's making for dinner. However, we cut to dinner, and it turns out that the food Inga cooked reminds him of food that his Baba used to make for him when he was a young boy, which just makes him love Inga even more.
You haven't asked to be excused, Helga. Can I be excused, Mom?
Yeah, whatever.
Thanks, Mom. I'm out of here.
You must show respect, Helga. Courtesy for your father.
All hail the Bieber King.
Helga.
The next day, we see Inga serving cake to Helga's friends in the park, and Helga is talking to Phoebe about how much she hates Inga. Phoebe notes that maybe she could learn from Inga, but then this happens.
You're beautiful, you're intelligent, you're the most amazing woman I ever met. That tears it.
I don't know why you're so hard on Inga. I'm sure she makes mistakes like everyone else. Not enough of them.
In Helga's mind, that crossed the line, so Helga plans to basically get Inga in trouble. Helga tries spilling Inga's wood glue, burning the dinner that she's cooking, and even ruining an antique tablecloth by putting it on heavy-duty mode in the washer.
Yes, I seem to have a little rain cloud following me everywhere.
Tough luck. Might as well throw it out.
No, there's always a way to rescue these things.
When none of that works, Helga decides to take it to the next level as she steals Bob's lucky belt and hides it underneath Inga's bed. The next day, we see Bob throwing a fit over the belt.
Say, Dad, isn't it strange? Your belt's never been missing before. Only since Inga started working here.
What are you driving at?
You said you looked everywhere. Did you look in Inga's bedroom?
After finding the belt in Inga's room, Bob fires Inga right there on the spot, and Helga puts on quite the show, complete with crocodile tears.
I trusted you, Nanny Inga.
The only mistake around here was me hiring you, little lady. Now, get your strudel-eating fanny out of my house.
That day, we see Helga at school eating lunch with her friends. Stinky remarks on how good Helga's sandwich looks and how Inga has great presentation. Helga ends up giving Stinky the sandwich and tells everyone about how she got Inga fired today. Everyone looks down on Helga for doing Inga dirty like that. We then cut to Helga's family eating dinner around the table.
Can't eat any more of this.
Now then, clear your plate.
There's no more room in the sink.
You know, I kind of miss old Inga. She had this place running like a Swiss watch. The food was great, my shirts looked brand spanking new, and she always had a smile on her face.
Later that night, Helga has a pretty rough nightmare about Inga.
Hi, Inga. What are you doing in the park?
I'm here every day now. I have nowhere else to go.
You don't have a job?
No one will hire a common thief.
What do you do for food?
I get by. It's mine! Mine, I tell you! Get away, you dirty bird!
We learn that this is a recurring nightmare that Helga's been having, and she decides to resolve it by going to the park tomorrow, telling herself that Inga won't be there, which Helga thinks will make her feel better. But just like in her dream, Inga is there at the park.
Inga, did you find another job?
No, Helga. There is no job in my future.
I can't stand it. I've got to tell you, I know how Dad's lucky belt got under your bed.
We both know, Helga. You put it there to make trouble for me.
Helga tells Inga that she was making her miserable in an attempt to justify her actions.
I got away with it, didn't I?
You're such an angry girl, Helga, and you won't let anyone help you. So you must live with your unhappiness.
A few days after that, we see Helga at home getting the mail. She gets a postcard from Inga, who we learn is back in the Alps, and the episode ends with Helga working on a project that Inga left behind using the stitching technique that Inga taught her. And that's it. This is one of the few episodes I recall of Hey Arnold that didn't have a happy ending whatsoever. But like I said, the episode speaks volumes to Helga's character and how her parents' treatment towards her has really messed her up. Similar to how Arnold showed care for Helga at one point, and she now reacts to him with anger in an attempt to not be seen as weak, and again out of fear of judgment, Helga now reacts to Inga with the same anger. Finally, she has someone who truly has her best interest at heart, similar to how Arnold did at one point, but Helga feels the need to dismiss Inga's help and she naturally burns that bridge between them. It's kind of like a form of self-sabotage. Helga finally has someone who provides everything that her parents don't. Inga cares about Helga. She makes Helga healthy meals, makes sure she's well taken care of, and overall has Helga's well-being at the forefront of her mind. But Helga, being used to living in an environment of abuse, does everything in her power to get rid of Inga with the rationalization that Inga is, quote, ruining her life. In a way, Inga was indeed ruining her life, but Helga's life is full of neglect and abuse, and Inga was the one to put a stop to that and care for Helga in a way that she's never been before. What Helga perceived as ruining her life was actually an attempt to care for her. Unfortunately, due to the way Helga was raised by her parents, she basically shoots herself in the foot and takes Inga out with her in the process. It's truly sad, and you can't blame her. It's not Helga's fault. She was raised in a specific environment of not being cared for, and to have that change in a quick manner like it did can really be scary for someone who's holding on to the amount of trauma that Helga is. Now, moving on from there, we're going to look a little further at the relationship between Helga and her sister Olga. The relationship that Helga and Olga have is a really complex one, and we're going to go over a few episodes that really showcase this, starting with the season 1 episode, Olga Comes Home. The episode begins with Miss Lovak talking about how she just got a letter from the best student that she's ever had.
Olga Pataki was and will probably always be the hardest working, most successful and giving alumnus of PS 118. And I know we're all happy to have a direct blood relative of Olga's in our class, Helga Pataki.
Miss Lovak is so obsessed with Olga that she straight up has a little shrine with her likeness in the corner of the classroom and pictures of her on the wall. Helga naturally is really uninterested in the conversation, but Miss Lovak pretty much begs Helga to ask her sister to come visit the class.
Will you, Helga? Will you?
Oh, yes, Miss Slovak. I'll get right on that.
Back at home, Big Bob and Miriam are anxiously awaiting Olga's homecoming. Olga finally shows up, and immediately her parents are fawning over her. Meanwhile, Olga immediately just walks right to Helga to talk to her.
Toodles, Helga. How's my baby sister? You're growing into quite a lovely young lady.
Yeah, I'm a real beauty.
This is a pretty good example of Olga's character and how Helga feels about her. You can tell that Olga clearly cares about Helga and genuinely loves her, but at face value, Helga seems like she can't stand Olga. Given prior established context, it's definitely understandable why Helga would feel this way. We already know the kind of opinion that their parents have of Olga and how it makes Helga feel as a result. Later on at dinner, Olga is telling everyone about her achievements, which leads to her performing a piano piece for everyone after dinner. Later on, we see Helga talking to herself about Olga.
Olga, Olga, Olga. So she's beautiful and brilliant and popular. Big deal. If I hear her name one more time.
Just then, the mail is delivered and Helga picks it up, noticing that Olga got a letter from her college. Helga assumes that it's Olga's grades, so she opens it up and sees that, as expected, Olga got straight A's. Helga says that if she got even one B, she would go ballistic, which gives Helga a sneaky idea.
To change the grades or not to change the grades? That is the question. Whether 'tis more nobler in my mind to suffer a modest, unappreciated life in the shadow of Olga.
Helga is weighing if she wants to continue to live in Olga's shadow or get what she calls sweet black revenge, which she claims is no contest. We see the family sitting at dinner later that night.
And I'm dating one boy who's in pre-law and one boy who's in pre-med. I just can't decide which one I like better.
Oh, I almost forgot, Olga. This letter came for you today.
Oh, goody, my grades. Can you believe I've gotten straight A's since the 3rd grade?
Olga opens up her grades and reads them off for everyone, and she's completely devastated when she gets a B+. Meanwhile, Helga just thinks it's hilarious.
Mother, may I say this soup is exquisite?
Later on, we see Olga laying in bed and crying while listening to opera, while Helga is just enjoying every second of it. Her parents, for once, look at Olga in a different light. They finally see her as something other than the perfect child that they've always known.
B+.
Leave her alone, B. She's depressed.
It's been a whole day. She can't just lay around the house moping like that.
Sure she can. I do.
Bob does everything he can to snap Olga out of it, including buying her a box of chocolates and getting her a nice fancy dress to wear to dinner, but Olga denies his offers while Helga reaps the rewards, eating the chocolates and wearing the dress.
Why, Price LeBlanc, it's you. What's that you say? Ever since you met me at the fraternity mixer, you simply can't get me out of your mind. What? Take me out for mocha lattes?
At school the next day, Helga is talking to Arnold about how she changed Olga's grades, and she's been crying in her room ever since. Arnold notes that Olga must be pretty depressed right now, and he tells her in a disappointed manner that he's always wanted a brother or a sister and how he thought that kind of relationship was really special.
Yeah, well, what do you know? Olga is evil. She's a pompous, overbearing, arrogant witch. Only this time, I've got her beat.
Okay. Forget I mentioned it.
Later on, we see Helga at home. She invites her dad to play some checkers with her, and he says no because he's too worried about Olga. Helga ends up going to her mom and asking if they can whip up a batch of smoothies together, and she denies, also saying that she's too worried about how depressed Olga is. Helga is walking up to her room, and she stops in Olga's room on the way and sees how upset Olga is.
Oh, brother. Look at her in there, crying like a baby, feeling all sorry for herself, all because she thinks she got a B+. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Much better.
Helga goes to her room and she falls asleep. She has a weird dream that she's walking through a desert filled with melted clocks, and she hears Olga crying in the distance.
I am the angel of reason.
Wonders never cease. How do I get out of here?
You know what you have to do. You must do the right thing.
But what is the right thing?
You know, do the right thing. And now I have to go.
Wait, I have one more question. What's it like to fly?
It's okay.
After the dream of Arnold, Helga walks right into Olga's room and tells her the truth. Helga tells Olga that she didn't get a B+ and that she was just jealous, so she changed the grade. So now Olga can get up and go back to being the golden child and tell mom and dad so they can award her and punish Helga like they always do.
That was a pretty terrible thing to do.
Yeah, what's new? Get on with it. Tell mom and dad.
Well, I could do that. I should do that. But I'm not going to tell them.
Olga surprisingly tells Helga that she isn't gonna do that, and she takes this as a moment to confide in Helga about something that Helga never thought she would hear.
You must think I'm lucky. All the attention I get from them. I have to perform all the time like some kind of wind-up doll. I get really sick of it. You're lucky they don't even notice you.
Really?
Really.
Helga thanks Olga for not telling, and as she's walking away, Olga asks if maybe Helga would want to spend the day with her tomorrow. We see Helga's demeanor change as she simply says,
Okay, that might be nice.
And that's it for this episode. Like I said, this episode does a fantastic job of showcasing the complexity of the relationship between these two sisters. Olga, as far as we know, has never done anything mean to Helga. This episode is the first time we see Olga in the series, and from what we see here, she's nothing but supportive of Helga and kind to her. However, their parents clearly favor Olga and hold her in high regard in compared to how they look at Helga. Their parents focused so hard on Olga's success that they made Helga literally feel invisible, and as a result, Helga holds a lot of animosity for Olga and resents her. Helga says she feels like Olga is evil and overbearing, when in all reality, from what we can tell, Olga is nothing but nice and supportive towards Helga. As much as Helga seems to be envious of all the attention that Olga gets from everyone, and more importantly, their parents, Olga is also jealous of Helga in the fact that she gets to fly under the radar for the most part. Olga finds it hard to keep up this life of having to perform for everyone and focus so much on getting the best grades possible. This realization helps Helga see Olga in a different light. Not only does Olga acknowledge the fact that their parents don't even notice Helga, but she's also envious of that fact, which opens a really good point for the sisters to connect on. Furthermore, I also need to connect some other dots here. Remember how earlier in this video when I was talking about Helga on the couch and how Helga starts bullying people and being hostile to show that she isn't weak and to help hide her feelings of Arnold? I also think that Helga started that behavior of hostility and bullying as a cry for attention. Helga just wasn't getting attention from their parents like Olga was. Helga wasn't getting attention at school the same way Olga did when she went to PS 118, so in a way, I feel like Helga being a bully and being mean to people is a way for her trying to get attention in any way possible, even if it's negative attention. We also see this represented in Helga on the couch by how bullying and being rude got Helga into counseling in the first place, but by the time she moved past her anger and negativity towards Dr. Bliss, she was able to end the session on a positive note and even gave Dr. Bliss a big old hug. This episode really helped me come to the realization that there is another layer to the onion, so to speak. There's multiple reasons why Helga ended up being the bully that she is. Now we're going to follow up that episode by checking out another episode that delves into the relationship between Helga and Olga, the season 5 episode, Big Sis. This episode begins with Helga riding the bus home one day and drawing.
Stupid, dumb, annoying ways. Why can't she just stay away for good and leave me the heck alone?
Helga?
Arnold?
Is something wrong? You're stabbing at a drawing of your sister with a big red crayon.
Olga's coming home for a 2-week visit and Helga is pissed about it. Helga says that it'll be a nightmare, while Arnold, ever the optimist, says that maybe it'll be different this time. Helga dismisses, saying that things between Olga and her will never change. Helga gets home and sees a big banner welcoming Olga home.
Surprise, Olga!
Welcome home, dear!
It's just the girl.
Darn, he thought you were Olga.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Mommy! Daddy!
Olga, you're home!
Oh, we missed you so much, honey.
Wait a minute. Where's my baby sister?
Right here, Olga.
Oh, Helga. You're such a silly. Quit hiding behind that door and come give your sister a big old smooch.
Olga announces that she's volunteering her time and talents to the world-renowned Big Sis Little Sis program, where she will act as a surrogate big sister to a single child in need.
Let me get this straight. You're saying that you're gonna be busy this whole entire visit? Being a sister to someone else?
I'm afraid so, Helga.
Well, guess we'll just have to hang out next time you're home.
I guess. Unless you think you might like to spend some time with me and my new little sis.
Wow, sounds great, Olga, but I have to go alphabetize my WrestleMania trading cards for the next 2 weeks.
Okay then, I'll see you at dinner, baby sister.
Helga is stoked that Olga is going to be busy with another kid the whole time, so she won't have to spend any time with her. Later at dinner, Olga calls Helga down, and at the same time, Olga's little sis shows up. Turns out that little sis is Lila, whom Helga has a problem with due to the fact that Lila is Arnold's love interest. As one would expect, Lila and Olga are like 2 peas in a pod. Their personalities are very similar, so they get along well. Meanwhile, Helga is the exact opposite of them.
It's goulash, Daddy. A favorite recipe of mine from the faraway land of Azerbaijan. I hope it's not too foreign for you.
Not at all, Olga.
Goody, because I made a Moroccan maraschino tart for dessert.
That sounds too yummy.
It is. It's positively fantastic.
Oh, I think I'm gonna puke.
Later on, we see Olga and Lila watching a soap opera while crying their eyes out, while Helga sits by very uninterested. After watching the sad soap opera, they go up to Olga's room to dance around to some fun music, paint their toenails, and have a tickle fight. Passing by, Helga overhears their conversation.
I'm
oh so certain that I just love having a big sis.
And I'm certain that I just love having a little sis, Lila, especially one as perfect as you.
The next day, we see Helga on the bus trying to shoot spitballs at Lila when she accidentally hits Arnold. She talks to Arnold about how Lila's been spending time with Olga and how she's annoyed by it.
Shouldn't you be happy that Olga's hanging around with someone else besides you for a change?
Well, I am happy, football head. It's just that it's Lila, and I don't know, she and Olga are just driving me nuts, that's all.
Helga, if I didn't know better, I might think you were a little jealous.
Jealous? I'm not jealous, Arnold.
Arnold suggests that Helga should tell Olga about how she's feeling, but instead, Helga says that she's going to handle the situation in her own way. Helga steals their tickets to the opera, but a nice old lady there offers them free tickets. She takes the oil out of Olga's car, which causes it to break down, but a nice farmer comes to the rescue and even offers them a nice hearty breakfast with his family. Then she loosens the bolts on a horse-drawn carriage that they're going to ride on. When the carriage falls apart, the horse freaks out and takes Olga and Lila on a wild ride, but thankfully Lila grew up on a farm and knows a lot about horse training.
You saved my life. Oh, I just love you so much.
Helga is nearby watching, and Arnold comes up out of nowhere to confront Helga about what she's doing. He tells her that either she is straight up crazy or extremely jealous.
Arnold, how many times do I have to tell you? I am not jealous.
If you're really not jealous, then why don't you just leave Olga and Lila alone?
Later on at home, Helga is in the kitchen and she sees a cake that Olga made that has a picture of Olga and Lila on it. She sits down in the living room and sees a framed picture of Olga and Lila. Then Helga lays down in her room listening to the radio.
And coming up next, my darling little sis, a dedication from Olga Pataki to her favorite little sis, Lila.
Helga finally decides that she can't take it anymore. She goes right into Olga's room to finally admit to her about how she's feeling.
You see, I've been thinking, and no matter how much I hate to admit it, when I see you and Lila together, I get kinda jealous.
Jealous? Whatever are you jealous about?
Look, Olga, even though we may not always get along, even though we're not very close, and even though most of the time you bug the living heck out of me, you're still my big sister, and I just don't like sharing you with somebody else.
Olga reassures Helga that no matter what she thinks, she has nothing to be jealous of. She says that even though Lila is her little sis, she will never be her baby sister. She tells Helga that even though they have a lot in common, her and Lila will never have the same kind of bond that she has with Helga. By the end of the conversation, Olga convinces Helga to put on her best sailing outfit and to go out on the creek to sail with her and Lila.
We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices sing.
What was I thinking?
They seem to say, you've stolen my heart and gone away. As we sing our moonlit song on Moonlight Bay, on Moonlight Bay.
As viewers, this episode did something weird to our perception of Olga and Helga's relationship. It added yet another layer of complexity. In the last episode we discussed, we had a moment at the end where Helga and Olga could get along on the basis that Olga acknowledged Helga's struggle and Helga acknowledged Olga's struggle. In this episode, it began as usual with Helga being against Olga, and of course, Olga being nothing but kind and supportive to Helga. Helga tried her best to keep up the angry and resentful shtick until she just couldn't handle it anymore. She finally came to the realization that she's actually jealous and really does care for Olga somewhere deep down inside. Helga has a complex history of covering her true feelings up with anger and negativity. This episode was a good turning point for us to realize how much Helga really does care for Olga. In this episode though, Helga's resentment towards Olga isn't so much portrayed as her being jealous over how her parents treat her, it's more portrayed as the fact that Helga just finds Olga annoying in general. However, we all know based on previous context that the resentment towards Olga directly stems from her parents and how they hold Olga on a pedestal while they really seem to not care about Helga pretty blatantly. Now we're going to look a little further into Olga and Helga's relationship with the episode Olga Gets Engaged. This episode begins with Mr. Simmons' class getting out of session.
I heard your sister Olga's coming home from college this week.
She's so great. She's pretty and popular, and she's a fabulous dresser. Not to mention an award-winning scholar. And she's so nice and friendly. You must love having her as a sister. Oh yeah, I just love Olga.
Back at home, Helga and her parents are listening to Olga talk about all the amazing achievements that she's accomplished recently. Then Olga drops a massive, unexpected bomb on them.
I saved the best news for last. I've met a wonderful boy and I'm dropping out of school to marry him and move to the big city.
What is this, some kind of joke?
No, Daddy. Doug's the best thing that's ever happened to me. He's handsome and dreamy, and he's a fabulous actor. Of course, he's not famous yet, so I'll get a job and support us both. But isn't it romantic?
No, you're throwing your life away.
Olga, don't make the same mistake I made.
Gee, Olga.
While their parents are extremely disappointed, Helga runs up to Olga, seeming to be very excited, but her smile proves that her excitement is insincere. Later on at dinner, we see Olga's fiance there, talking to her parents about how much Olga means to her.
She knows my deepest torments and my darkest fears. She's my angel, my soulmate, my shining light.
This guy's all hat and no cattle.
Olga tells them that they met 3 weeks ago, and Bob questions the rush to get married, while Olga is really hurt by their lack of support. Helga decides to play devil's advocate, and she chimes up in support of Olga's decision, but yet again, her support is very insincere.
If I play my cards right, I can get rid of Olga for good.
Later on, we see Helga talking to Olga about the situation, and she tries to convince Olga to sneak off, run away, and marry her fiancé.
I feel like we're truly bonding at last. I just don't know how to think.
Don't mention it. Oh, boy.
As Helga is working on sneaking past with a ladder to help Olga sneak out, Olga's fiancé is in the middle of buttering up Big Bob.
So you played left tackle for Green Bay, huh?
Yeah, they're the toughest, strongest guys around. Next to retail salesmen.
Salesman? Oh, come on, you're just greasing my chassis.
Helga overwatches as Doug, Olga's fiancé, finally wins over Big Bob. We then see Helga climbing up a ladder to Olga's room, and on the way up, she spies Doug now trying to butter up Miriam in the kitchen.
Olga, darling. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Pataki. Goodness, you look so young. I must confess, for a moment, I could have sworn you were my beloved Olga.
Oh, that's very, very sweet, Douglas, but it is not true.
Oh, yes, it is. The only difference between you is that you have the powerful shoulders of, obviously, a natural athlete.
While Doug is talking to Miriam, Bob comes into the kitchen to get Doug back to watch more football.
Oh, that bee and his football.
I never really understood football, Miriam. Such a coarse game.
Doug was straight up just talking to Bob about how much he loves football and how he used to play for Green Bay, but then he went on to say that to Miriam, which thankfully Helga saw and perceived as a massive red flag.
Man, this guy's a total liar. If Olga marries him, her life will be ruined. Perfect.
Helga runs right upstairs to tell Olga all about how Doug won their parents over, so now she doesn't need to run away. Olga is ecstatic about that, as is Helga. Days later, we see Doug at the park talking to a bunch of kids.
I had no idea Doug used to be a professional race car driver.
Wise up, Arnold. The guy's a fake.
A fake?
He's been lying about all the stuff he's done ever since he got here, and he's planning on living off Olga and my dad.
Really? And your sister still wants to marry him?
She doesn't know anything about it.
Arnold tells Helga that if Doug really is as bad as she says he is, then Helga needs to do something about it. As per usual, Helga dismisses Arnold's advice. We cut to dinner at the Pataki house, where we see Doug reciting Shakespeare, and Helga starts spacing off and has a daydream about Olga's life with Doug. In the daydream, we see Doug claiming that he's been accepted into the astronaut program, and Olga is left at home to care for the kids and do all the dirty housework, which makes her miserable.
Suck it up, Olga. You ruined your life, and now you have to live with it.
Why aren't you smart like Helga? She's brilliant.
She is smart.
And you are...
Back in the real world, we fast forward to the day of the wedding, and Helga's hanging out with Olga as she's getting her dress on and making sure she's ready. Things are going great, but it takes a pretty dark turn when Olga starts crying happy tears, and she thanks Helga for making it all possible.
It was important to me that Mom and Dad liked Doug, but it meant the most to me that you liked him. I've never told you, but I always thought you were really wise when it comes gets to judging people.
Really?
Olga gets down to her level and tells her that even though they haven't always been close, she is so glad that Helga is her sister and she couldn't ask for a better one. This, of course, makes Helga feel extremely guilty, and she storms out of Olga's room frustrated.
Oh, sweetheart, I can't make it this weekend. I'm hosting a conference with the mayor on the homeless problem. But how about next week? We'll go skiing. I miss you too, Linda.
Hello, Doug.
Oh, hi, Helga. I was just talking to my cousin. Sweet kid. I recently saved her life in a flood.
All right, buddy. The jig's up.
Jig? I don't know what you mean. Is this some kind of a game?
It may be a game to you, and for a while it was to me, but now the game's over.
Helga tells Doug about all the lies that she's caught him telling, and she tells him that he needs to leave right now or else she will out Doug to everyone.
And whatever you say, bucko, I'll just deny it. They won't believe you.
How do you know?
Because you're jealous of Olga. Everybody knows it. She's prettier than you, she's successful, and guess what? She's popular.
Doug reveals that he plans to marry Olga for a cushy ride on the beeper business that Bob promised to pass down to him, as he sees Doug as the son he always wanted. Helga then gets Doug cornered by threatening to redial the woman that Doug was just talking to and telling her everything.
Why are you doing this? You don't even like Olga.
When your sister's in trouble, you're supposed to do something about it. It doesn't matter if you like her or not. You're supposed to do something about it.
Doug finally caves, and he admits that he did like Olga, even if he didn't really love her, as he walks out the door without a word said to anyone other than Helga. Helga says that she'll tie up loose ends for Doug.
I've been called away to help solve the crisis in Namibia. Oh, Mommy, Daddy, he's leaving. It would be selfish and unfair of me to ask you to marry me under these tragic conditions. I hope you know that my love for you is eternal. Yours, always, Doug.
Olga is obviously heartbroken by the fact that Doug left, but she also continues to hold him in high regard for the context of which she believes Doug left, and as Olga continues to weep, the episode ends. Now, this one is a really interesting one to unpack. Helga had the perfect opportunity to get Olga right where she wanted her. Olga would have moved away with this hack of a con artist and been left to pull the weight of the family far away from everyone else. It would have been the end of Olga's long list of achievements that's left Helga feeling like she's always living in her sister's shadow. However, when push came to shove, we see Helga break down that proverbial wall of anger and resentment and actually do the right thing. This episode again showed us that deep down inside, Helga really does care about Olga. She may struggle to show it, and she begrudgingly does the right thing when the time comes. However, when it really comes down to it, we've constantly seen that Helga ends up being there for Olga. On one hand, I feel bad for Helga because of how she feels, of course. She often gets overlooked by her parents because of their interest in Olga. She feels like Olga's been rubbing her achievements in her face and that she's evil and overbearing, but somewhere deep down inside, she really cares about Olga. Now, Olga, on the other hand, is just doing her best in life and just wants Helga to succeed in life just as much as she herself does. However, Helga, time and time again, is more often than not a really terrible sister to Olga. It's really sad, all things considered, but again, we need to keep in mind that Helga doesn't feel that way about Olga and treat her the way she does because of anything Olga does. She does it because of how her parents are towards her. Deep down at the core of the issue here, it's not about Helga and it's not about Olga. It's about Bob and Miriam and how they fail as parents to make their children feel like they're loved equally. With that being added into the mix, combined with prior context established, we can't help but feel empathy for both Helga and Olga for the position that they were put in by their parents. Now, on the note of Helga's parents, we're going to look just a little bit further into the relationship between Helga and her parents by starting off with the Season 2 episode, Quantity Time. This episode begins with Mr. Simmons' class getting out again. Arnold, being the sweet guy that he is, asks Helga what she's going to do during spring break.
I'm gonna have a truly perfect vacation, topped off by the greatest event of the year.
Slam Jam 5, a wrestling match?
Tickets have been sold out for months, but I'll be there.
Sounds great, Helga.
Later on, we see Helga eating dinner with her parents, and I can't help but notice that Bob and Helga eat almost exactly the same. Helga ends up telling her parents that she has a week off for spring break, and Bob says that he also took a week off of work because he's been working so hard.
You're taking off this week too?
All week. And I got plans. I made a list, Miriam, a list of things I need you to do for me this week.
So,
You'll both be home?
I'm gonna need you to pick me up some wide white belts, and I need some new socket wrenches. And our patch of grass in the back is looking pretty shabby.
Later on, we see Helga in bed talking on the phone with Phoebe, demanding that Phoebe get tickets to the wrestling match, even if she needs to stand in the line all night. After that, we cut to Helga sitting in the living room watching TV with Big Bob when Miriam walks in to tell them that she's leaving for the week to go take care of her sick mother. Both Helga and Bob are extremely bothered by the idea of being stuck with each other for an entire week.
What am I gonna do with the girl all week?
Maybe you'll have a chance to bond with Helga like you have with Olga.
Bond with Helga?
Spend some quality time together, something like that. So I gotta go.
We then cut to 2 days later, and Helga's talking to Phoebe about how she spent no time with Bob during her time off. Just then, Bob walks in, angry about the lack of groceries in the house, as both him and Helga refuse to go shopping. Later on, we cut to Helga and Bob both at the grocery store doing the shopping together.
I don't eat any of that stuff. Dad, what's the matter with you? Are you trying to kill me?
Pipe down! You are out of control!
I'm allergic to strawberries. They give me hives. And I don't need any of this junk. Pork rinds, smoked mackerel, pig's feet. Yuck!
Hey! How am I supposed to know you don't eat pig's feet?
You don't know anything about me, Dad.
You're a kid. What's there to know?
Later on, we see Helga talking to her mom on the phone, complaining about how Bob isn't taking good care of her. But then Bob comes up and takes the phone from her.
Oh, holy cow. How many times are you gonna say it? We'll do that quantity time thing tomorrow. I'll spend the whole lousy day with the kid.
Not if I have anything to do with it, Bob.
The next day, we see Helga playing some baseball with her friends when Bob drives up to them.
Hey, Helga, say goodbye to your little friends and hop in.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Come on, we gotta spend the whole day together. Some real quantity time father-daughter stuff. I got it all planned out.
Dad, I'm busy here. Go away.
Time's a-wasting. Let's get this over with.
Helga doesn't want to go, but her dad insists. We see Helga going with her dad while he gets a haircut, while he shops for big white belts at the Big and Tall store, and basically doing nothing that Helga wants to do. Helga finally steps up and says that she doesn't want to do anything else with Bob.
I'm not going to the hardware store, Dad, and I'm not doing any more of your inane errands with you. You think that spending quantity time with someone means just doing stuff that you want to do. Why don't you just pull over here and drop me off? Oh, and if anyone asks, we bonded. And it was great.
Oh, put a lid on it, Helga. I know what you need.
Bob suggests that Helga needs some fresh air to calm down as he takes her to a little pen with ponies for kids to ride.
Come on, you love this.
I loved it when I was 5.
Well, how old are you now? 7? 8?
9, Dad.
9? When the heck did you turn 9?
Last year, doy.
While Helga is embarrassingly riding the horse, Arnold and his grandpa walk up, and she's embarrassed even further when she falls off the horse. Back at home, Helga is full-blown pissed at Big Bob. She tells him to leave her alone as she calls Phoebe about the tickets.
Phoebe, did you get them?
I couldn't get the tickets.
Ow! What a rotten week! First Miriam bails on me because she can't take it, and then my lame dad forces me to spend the whole day with him so he can pretend that we're bonding. What a joke.
I'm terribly sorry, Helga.
And now, I can't even get tickets to the one thing I've been dying to see.
Bob walks away feeling bad. We see him later at night as he reflects on some family photos of Helga.
Look at her. She looks miserable. I gotta think of something I can do for her. I just need some kind of clue.
Bob takes the flyer for the wrestling event, and the next morning we see him waking up Helga and begging her for one more chance to spend quality time with her. She begrudgingly agrees, and he tells her to get dressed.
Good. Now hurry up and get dressed or we'll be late.
Late for what?
I've been up all morning calling all over town. I must have called in 50 favors, but I got 'em. And the 2 of us are going.
Going where?
I got the tickets you wanted, Helga.
You got tickets to...
Not another word. Get dressed or we'll be late.
We cut to Bob pulling up with Helga, but they pass the stadium where the wrestling match is happening.
Rats. The musical of singing rats.
Pretty good, huh? I did a little research about you. Found this magazine ad that you clipped out. And then the old noggin started working.
Gee, Dad, this really is
It's a surprise. Thanks.
Told you I'd come through.
Helga thinks to herself, great, now I have to sit through this stupid musical for 3 hours. Meanwhile, Bob is thinking word for word literally the same thing, which presents them with a great opportunity to bond over their hatred of this musical.
So beautiful. And so true.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
I know, it's horrible.
Finally, we've got something we can hate together.
Shh.
Pipe down, you weasels.
This episode is one that really does an interesting thing to our perception of the relationship between Helga and her parents, and the overall family dynamic at the Pataki house. First of all, a common theme we see throughout the episode is how much Helga is just like her dad. They eat the same, they sit the same, they watch the same things on TV, and by the end, we learn that they can find common ground in what they find funny or stupid. You'd think that maybe they would have a better relationship based on how alike they are. However, Bob seems to hold the value of his children in regard to what they've achieved and how successful they are. Bob fails to see value in Helga because she isn't winning trophies every day, writing musical scores, or basically doing any of the things that Olga does. Throughout this episode, we also learn how much Miriam seems to resent both Bob and Helga. She learns that they're both going to be staying home for a week, and of course she does everything she can to arrange a way for her to not be there for that entire week. The idea of being stuck at home with Bob and Helga at the same time is so awful to Miriam that she literally just straight up leaves. As you could guess, I'm sure if it were Olga at home, on the other hand, Miriam wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Also, when it comes down to Bob and Helga learning that they are going to be stuck at home with each other, they were both really upset about it. They both had that panic response of, oh god, what am I going to do stuck at home with this person for a whole week? Of course, things got rocky, as you would have expected. However, we see a really interesting thing happen after Bob overhears Helga talking to Phoebe on the phone. He takes a moment to sit by himself and actually pay attention to Helga's struggles for once. He goes through pictures in their photo album and he realizes that Helga is miserable in literally every single picture. We're not sure if he realizes that he gets her name wrong all the time, can't remember how old she is, and knows literally nothing about her. However, we do know that he realizes that he failed to relate to Helga in any way or spend proper time with her by doing something that they mutually want to do. This is kind of a big step for someone as dumb and close-minded as Big Bob. He generally lacks emotions other than anger, happiness, and his standard baseline apathy. But this kind of felt like a big breakthrough. For once, he genuinely thought about Helga and tried to see the world from her perspective. He may have bought the wrong tickets, but at the core of the matter, it's the thought that counts. At least Big Bob made a slight attempt at doing something nice for Helga for once. Of course, it doesn't erase the years of emotional abuse and damage that he caused, but to give him the benefit of the doubt, it's a start. Now we're going to peel back the next layer of the onion just a little more and take another peek at the relationship between Bob and Helga with the Season 1 episode, Spelling Bee. This throwback episode begins with Arnold and Helga standing in front of the class competing in a spelling bee. It's decided that Helga and Arnold are the best spellers in class, so they will be competing in a citywide spelling bee with a cash prize. Helga seems pretty cocky that she's gonna win.
Good luck tomorrow, Helga.
Yeah, right. Just get ready to lose your butt.
Arnold talks to Gerald on the way home, and he doesn't seem too confident in his ability, saying that he thinks Helga is gonna cream him. However, he does have his eyes on the prize with hopes to buy a new keyboard.
Tone Master 2000. 5 octaves, 800 megabytes of music storage, and over 250 pre-programmed instruments.
It's only $499.95.
Just saying 800 megabytes of storage was a lot in the 90s. Now, this gives Arnold a fresh breath of confidence, thinking that he will for sure win. Meanwhile, Helga is struggling. She's struggling because if she wins, she'll be making Arnold upset, which she doesn't want to do to him because she loves him. But if she loses, then she loses, and Helga doesn't like to lose. We cut to Helga's house where we see Big Bob Pataki watching his own commercial.
Ding, ding, ding! Big Bob's Beepers!
I'm Big Bob Pataki, the Beeper King. Remember, we'll beat any advertised price unless it's lower. Come on down to our Beeper Emporium this Saturday for our annual spelling bee sale. If my daughter Helga doesn't win the contest, you get your first beeper free. And remember,
Big Bob's Beepers!
Knowing that he has beepers on the line if Helga loses this thing, he has her studying non-stop to win.
Please, Dad. I'm so tired.
Hey. Your sister Olga could spell that word when she was 5. And what are you now, 6, 7?
9, Dad.
Whatever. Point is, you're a Pataki, and Patakis are winners, right?
Yes, Dad.
Bob starts talking about the first time Olga won the citywide spelling bee. Olga, of course, has an entire wall of trophies, and her winning that spelling bee is one of Bob's favorite memories.
I'll never forget when she got that final word. Quam. 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 The L was practically silent, but she nailed it. She nailed that L.
Helga, of course, seems miserable studying so hard with her dad. Bob goes around literally forcing Helga to look at every single trophy in the room, and he tells her that he saved a single space for her right behind a tiny trophy.
See it?
Sorta.
Well, it's there, and all you gotta do is win. You hear me? Win! Win! Win!
Helga and Arnold separately spend pretty much the whole night practicing for the spelling bee. Arnold confides in Grandpa Phil, telling him that he isn't sure that he can actually win this spelling bee. Grandpa reinforces him.
You know your grandma and me will be proud of you no matter how good you do. You don't have to prove anything to us.
I know.
You're just as smart as any kid there. The only thing that can beat you is your attitude.
Here, ask me a word, any word.
Okay, here's one. Onomatopoeia. Like I said, Arnold, we'll be proud of you no matter what.
The next day, we see Arnold arrive at the spelling bee, happy to be there, and happy that Gerald showed up to support him. Meanwhile, Helga is backstage feeling upset because of the pressure from her dad.
Now remember, Pumpkin, all these other kids have studied and worked real hard, day and night, just to get this far. But they're all suckers and saps. That trophy belongs to us.
The spelling bee commences, and Bob is confident that this is going to be a cakewalk for Helga. Kids are dropping out left and right until it's just Arnold, Helga, and one other kid left.
That's it. Time for a little insurance policy.
It's discovered that one kid there is cheating when an earpiece falls out of his ear, leaving just Arnold and Helga left. Just then, Bob calls Arnold over to him.
A lot of big words out there. Be pretty easy to mess one up.
Huh?
Well, suppose you missed your next word, but somebody paid you the prize money anyway.
You mean like lose on purpose?
Oh, it's not like that. It's more like just making sure that the kid who's the best speller really wins.
Bob literally hands Arnold a check right then and there in an effort to make him lose, but Arnold decides that he wants none of it as he continues to slay in that spelling bee, much to Bob's dismay. Helga stops and sees the check that Bob gave Arnold.
I can't believe it. He didn't think I could do it on my own.
The next word comes up, and of course, the word is the one that was in the Olga story that Helga has heard 1,000,000 times.
She's heard that story 1,000,000 times. She's got it. She's got it.
Of course, after seeing the check from Bob, Helga decides to botch the word on purpose just to spite him. The episode ends with Bob scalding Helga as a huge group of people outside is heckling Bob for free beepers.
Look, it's Big Bob!
His kid lost!
We want beepers!
Everybody! You know, Dad, I think you're gonna need this for good luck.
We want beepers!
It wasn't a joke! Didn't you see the disclaimer?
By the end of the episode, Helga is straight up dancing from happiness that she's free of her dad's unrealistic expectations. This one really kind of mixes up the signals that we've received from Big Bob. Throughout most of the series, we see Bob treating Helga pretty much like dirt, and this episode is no exception, except this time, Bob actually has faith in Helga. He realizes that Helga is actually really smart, and she has great potential to achieve a win that's on the same caliber as Olga. However, Bob clearly didn't have as much faith in her as he should have. Helga obviously had that in the bag, but Bob didn't think that she could follow through, so he felt the need to bribe Arnold to throw in the towel. It's frustrating on multiple levels because for once, Bob seemed to have some faith in Helga, but he just had to put winning above all else. Again, this episode is really early on in the series, so there is a chance that this could have been the precursor to how Bob would end up treating Helga throughout the rest of the series. I will say though, this episode is truly a shining example of how smart Helga is. We know that she's educated in art and is great with words, but in this episode we really see her book smarts shine through, as she's a really capable speller for a 9-year-old. I feel like this is a good one to end on as far as Helga's relationship with her dad goes. It's an example of Bob's values as a parent. Parenting isn't about raising a good kid for Bob, it's about raising a winner, which is hard for Helga. Bob sets this unrealistic expectation upon Helga, which in turn leads her to not want to win just to spite her father. All in all, it can be said that Helga's feeling towards her parents are relatively straightforward, but the reasons as to why she feels that way are really complex, and there's a lot of layers and deep-rooted trauma that made her feel the way she does. Next up, we're actually going to look at an episode that explores the relationship between Helga and her mom, Miriam. That's going to be the season 4 episode, The Beeper Queen. The beginning of this episode would see Miriam struggling to find a bottle of hot sauce on the top shelf of the cabinet in the kitchen. She asks Helga for help, but Helga says she can't because she's making her lunch.
Why, Helga? It's not lunchtime.
It's tomorrow's lunch, Miriam. And if I don't make it, no one else is gonna make it for me. Simon, what the heck is wrong with you?
Then we see Big Bob come into the kitchen to save the day.
Move aside and let a man show you how it's done.
My back!
Bob ends up laying on the couch with ice on his back, saying that he'll probably be out of work for a few weeks while he's healing. He says he can run the Beeper Empire from right here on the couch.
I mean, it's not like I've got any big meetings coming up or anything. Oh, criminy, I totally forgot! Bubniak and Krapowski are flying in from Buffalo to close a major deal! Oh, and it's too late to cancel. I'm gonna have to get someone to take my place.
Bob says that he'll need to find someone to send in his place, and he asks Helga if she has anything going on tomorrow. Of course, she says she has to go to school, so she can't.
Well, I'm free tomorrow, B.
You go to the meeting? That has got to be the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
The girl is right, Miriam. I mean, these guys are heavy hitters. They're sharks. They'd eat you alive.
Now listen, you two. I think that you ought to give me a little more credit because I can do this. I can take a meeting as good as the next guy.
Feeling like he has no other choice, Bob agrees to let Miriam go to the meeting for him on the basis that she just gets them to sign the papers and then comes straight home. We then cut to the next day while Helga and Bob are waiting for Miriam to come back, hours after the meeting should have ended. Miriam finally comes home and Bob demands that she tell him about how the meeting went.
First, we shared a nice lunch of pizza and wings, and then we went to the pastry palace for coffee and those yummy little donut hole thingies that I love so much.
Faster, Miriam!
Right, okay. Then, I guess Jim and Hank signed the papers and tripled their order of beepers. Wasn't that sweet of them?
Both Bob and Helga are impressed with Miriam's work, and she explains that the businessmen she had the meeting with decided to stay an extra day, and that Miriam's gonna show them their cell phone selection tomorrow. The next day, we see Miriam as she's heading out to meet with them.
Miriam? What in the heck happened to you?
Nothing happened, B. I just wanted to look more professional, you know.
Miriam says bye to Bob and even gives Helga a ride to school.
Bye! Thanks for the ride!
Hey, Helga, was that your mom?
As a matter of fact, Arnaldo, it was.
When did she get her license back?
Well, technically she hasn't, but she has to get to work. See, she's filling in for my dad at the Beeper Emporium, and she wanted to give me a lift to school. Pretty boss, huh?
We see Miriam at work in Bob's giant mess of an office as she answers the phone to help a customer. Meanwhile, at school, Helga's eating lunch with Phoebe, who is impressed by how well Miriam made Helga's lunch. Later that day, Helga gets home and goes to find her mom, who's in her room working still, and she tells Helga all about how she loves working and how it's made her feel like a whole new person. Helga says that she's gonna leave to do her homework.
Wait, Helga? Why don't you just do your homework in here with me?
Okay, I'll go get my stuff.
Okay.
Then we get a nice little montage that starts with Helga getting a ride from her mom, eating a healthy lunch, and spending plenty of time with her, but it pretty quickly turns sour as we see Helga's mom get more and more busy. She starts ignoring Helga for her cell phone and packing very lackluster one-item lunches for her. We see Helga go to her mom's room to talk to her, but Miriam is too busy talking on the phone and planning a commercial shoot for Bob's Beepers to give Helga the time of day.
Hey, Mom, I'm ready to go!
At school that day, Helga realizes that Miriam completely forgot to pack her lunch. She goes home and ends up trying to call Miriam at work, but she's far too busy to talk to her. Meanwhile, Bob is constantly just passed out on the couch. Helga feels lonelier than ever before.
Are you okay? Huh? Well, you seem kind of distracted. Plus your ice cream is melting all over your hand.
Yeah, well, I was thinking.
Helga confides in Arnold, telling him that she's trying to figure out a way to tell Miriam that even though she's great at working and she loves it, she needs to stop and come home because Helga needs her. We then cut to Miriam on the commercial shoot as they wrap up their take. Helga approaches her.
Helga, what on earth are you doing here?
I need you for a minute, Mom. I mean, I need to talk to you.
You need me for a minute, Mom. Well, listen, I am sorry, Helga, but this is just not a good time. I mean, we're going to be back on in 5 minutes, and they need me. So whatever it is, it's just going to have to wait until later, okay? So go on, bye-bye. Go do your homework or something.
After that exchange, Miriam asks the director to play back that last take, but instead, he plays a recording of exactly what Miriam just said to Helga. Just like that, Miriam drops the cup of coffee that she's drinking and leaves immediately to go find her.
I realized I've been so preoccupied at work that I haven't had time for you, and so I've decided to quit and come back home.
Helga tries to tell her that she can't just give up all this, and Miriam insists, saying that she can get a job whenever, but Helga is only going to be young once. They both go home, and the episode ends with Miriam sending Bob off to work, though he really doesn't want to go. Now, honestly, there's a lot that we can get out of this episode. Overall, the big implication here is that Miriam finally gets sober and getting a job helps her find herself again. At one point, we hear Arnold asking Helga if her mom got her license back, which definitely isn't clear cut, but kind of alludes to the idea that Miriam got her license taken away for getting a DUI. This is another episode that really just kind of hurts. We finally see Miriam become the mother that Helga has always wanted her to be. She spends time with Helga, she takes care of Helga, she even acts like a good influence for Helga. However, she let the entire gig overtake her whole life, and Helga ends up being put on the back burner, which, oddly enough, left Helga feeling lonelier than she did before when Miriam didn't take care for her and just stayed at home getting hammered all day. This one really messed with my perception of Miriam. We finally learn that deep down inside of her is someone who can be a fantastic parent and take care of Helga the way she deserves to be taken care of. And for once, Helga didn't shoot herself in the foot and self-sabotage it. It's just sad though, because it's not the kind of thing that Miriam could maintain. Watching this as a kid, part of me really hoped that things would change for Helga from this point on. It would have been really cool to see Miriam turn into a better parent after this episode, but it didn't stick. Miriam would go back to her old ways and be the same person she was before, which is just sad. Back in the start of this video, in Helga on the Couch, we learned that Miriam has basically always treated Helga this same way. It's sad that it took 9 years for Miriam to finally step up and be the parent that Helga deserves, and it really hurts to think that the relationship she had with Helga in this episode was unable to be maintained. Now we're going to shift gears in a direction that looks a little more on Helga's reflection of herself. First off, we're going to check out the Season 1 episode, Helga's Makeover. This episode begins with Rhonda going around class and handing out party invitations to every girl except for Helga.
I wonder why Helga's not invited to Rhonda's party. Well, it is a girl party. Helga's a girl. She is. Oh yeah, I always forget.
Later on, we see Helga at the store with Phoebe. Phoebe says that she's thinking about going to Rhonda's party, while Helga shows an extreme amount of disinterest, playing it off as her being happy that she wasn't invited.
No, go to Rhonda's party and have your little makeovers. It's no snot out of my nose.
We then cut to all the boys in the neighborhood playing baseball when Helga joins them out of nowhere. Harold chimes up and says that the game is boys only because Rhonda is having a girls only slumber party.
Hey, wait a minute. How come you're not at the slumber party? Oh yeah, I forgot. You weren't invited because you're not girl enough.
Shut up! That's not true. I was invited, I just didn't want to go.
Helga's not a girl.
Helga ends up chasing down Harold and beating him up for making fun of her. Then Helga ends up walking down the street angry about being told that she isn't a girl.
I am too a girl. I'm pretty. I'm feminine. I'm delicate.
Oh, excuse me, young man.
I'm a girl!
Later, we see Helga walking up to Rhonda's house and peeking through the window as she sees the girls laughing while Rhonda is talking bad about Helga.
And then Helga goes, I ought to deck you, fat boy. sound like that. I gotta deck 'em all. Out of my way, geek face.
A two, Phoebe?
Even Phoebe ends up laughing at Helga's expense, which hits Helga right where it hurts. Helga decides that she's gonna show them just how feminine she can be. She goes to the store and grabs some magazines, one of which is Preteen Miss.
Yo, Yolanda! How much for this copy of Preteen Miss?
Preteen Miss?
Yeah, Preteen Miss. You know, the one with the feature on how to make ugly girls pretty.
How did that get in there? Oh, well, I might as well take it. I can probably use it to line my birdcage with. Yeah, that's it.
Helga runs straight home and goes to the bathroom to give herself a makeover. Helga puts on makeup, does her nails, plucks her eyebrows, and changes her hair. After she's done, Helga is nearly unrecognizable.
Your father needs to use the bathroom now.
Okay. There. Satisfied?
Oh, my.
Maybe I should have gone a bit lighter on the eyeshadow.
Later, we see Sid riding up to the other boys on his bike, saying that he just saw Helga and that she's all dolled up like a girl. The boys decide that they're going to Rhonda's house to crash her slumber party. Meanwhile, Helga arrives at Rhonda's slumber party looking and acting completely different.
Helga? Rhonda, darling, great to see ya. Sorry I'm late.
Helga walks in and makes herself at home, being the center of attention. She even brought some makeup to give the other girls some tips.
I'd say you're really more of a coral.
Helga, can I talk to you for a minute?
Not now, dear. Oh, yes, Nadine, you're definitely a coral.
Meanwhile, the boys are getting all Rambo'd up to go crash a slumber party. We see the girls around the table getting ready to do facials when Phoebe pulls Helga away to talk to her.
Helga, what are you doing?
Getting a facial.
You never used to like this girly stuff.
That's the old Helga. The new Helga can be just as beautiful as the next girl.
Yeah, well, I like the old Helga better. At least she was honest. She'd never pretend to like all this stuff just to fit in with the crowd.
Helga tells Phoebe that she's just jealous because she's more feminine and pretty. Helga walks back into the kitchen and sees that everyone has already applied facials.
Okay, Helga, you're next. Gee, I am.
At the last second, before they apply the facial to Helga, she bats it away.
This is stupid! That's what's wrong!
But Helga, this mask will help reduce wrinkles and signs of aging.
We don't have wrinkles! Ugh! We don't have signs of aging! We're 9 years old!
While all of this is going on, the boys are outside planning to scare the heck out of the girls. From inside, the girls hear a crash outside, so they go to investigate, and this happens. All of the boys run away, but the girls end up catching Harold, who tripped, as they force him back into the house, tie him up, and give him a makeover.
Or coral pink.
Help! Let me go! Let me go!
Now this is what I call a good party.
You said it, Helga.
This episode is a weird one to dissect. On the whole, it's portrayed as lighthearted and in a joking manner, but behind that humor is a subcontext with a bit of a dark shadow. Helga is a complex character, as I've already said, and this episode is another shining example of that. Helga isn't usually afraid to be herself. She's abrasive, she's bold, and she isn't afraid to speak her mind. However, she favors loyalty, and it's not until she sees Phoebe laughing at her expense that she changes her ways to pretend to be someone that she's not. Helga, who we know is being unapologetically herself, breaks down that barrier and pretends to be a girly girl who's into makeup and fashion. Phoebe laughing at her, one reason, but on another note, being excluded is a further reason. Everyone was included in that slumber party except for Helga. Meanwhile, the boys excluded her from their baseball game as well on the basis that she's a girl, but at the same time, they mock her, telling her that she isn't a girl. It's kind of obnoxious when you look at it like that. She's not girly enough to fit in with the girls' standard, but she's too much of a girl to fit in with the boys. It's a lose-lose situation for Helga that left her feeling like she had no other choice than to pretend to be something that she isn't. All of these episodes have made me feel for Helga, but this one specifically hits hard, especially for one that isn't inherently meant to be perceived as sad, per se. It's sad to think that Helga perceived herself as not pretty enough or girly enough to fit in with the girls, yet at the end of the episode she ends up being confident in herself and her distaste for all the girly things that she was pressured into. At the heart of this, the episode is a true example of why you should always be yourself, and I feel like in the beginning, though it was painful for Helga to be excluded, she was completely in the right for being unapologetically herself. To hell with the boys for mocking her and not including her, and to hell with the girls for not thinking she was good enough to fit in at their slumber party. Helga is a truly unique character, and given her struggles at home, it makes me glad to see when she's unapologetically herself. Now we're going to slowly veer into the next topic I want to cover. I say that because this episode relates to Helga's perception of herself, but it also does relate to our next topic, which is an obvious one that I'm sure you saw coming, and that would be Helga's top secret obsession with Arnold. The episode that's going to bridge this gap is the season 5 episode, Helga's Masquerade. This episode starts off with Arnold talking to Lila in class and fawning over her, while Helga's in the back of the classroom angrily watching.
Here you go, Helga.
Excuse me.
Huh?
I think I just offered you an invitation to my costume party this weekend.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Now, move along, would you, sister?
Ingrate.
Throughout the rest of the day, Helga sees Arnold flirting with Lila, which drives Helga absolutely nuts.
And yet, how I wish I was born a little Miss Perfect. How I long to be funny and kind and feminine. How I dream that I could somehow be more like Lila, so that you, my love, might blindly worship me instead.
That gives Helga the idea to start acting like Lila so she can get attention from Arnold. Helga straight up goes right up to Lila and asks her to teach her how to be more like she is. Helga proceeds to spend a good amount of time picking Lila's brain.
How about this whole acting like a girly girl routine? I could really use a few pointers.
Well, for starters, you could try and be less argumentative. You do tend to get in oh so many fights and confrontations.
Non-confrontational. I like it.
Helga decides that she's going to start being more like Lila tomorrow, so she decides to start by telling all the boys a story.
Remember, just stick to true events.
True life. Got it. Oh, yeah. So I'm sitting on the couch the other night watching TV when Big Bob walks in with a bag from Fog Chung's under his arm. Miriam, who's wearing some silky nightgown thing, takes one look at him and says,
Chinese takeout? I thought you said we were gonna make out.
Needless to say, after the story, all of the other kids are completely uninterested. Later, we see Rhonda talking to everyone about how she can't figure out what to wear to the party, and Lila tells Helga that this is a perfect opportunity to give Rhonda a compliment.
Well, if you ask me, Rhonda, I think you should go with ballerina. That way, the tutu will cover up your thighs and your legs won't look as fat.
Oh, what?
What'd I do?
That's it?
After botching that, Helga gets uninvited from the costume party. We then see Helga in the lunchroom, and Harold is straight up antagonizing her in front of everyone, but Lila tells her that this is the perfect opportunity not to be so confrontational.
You're so ugly, Helga! You better not sit anywhere near me, or I might lose my appetite!
Lila calls her out on it, and Helga says that she isn't trying hard enough, so she's gonna spend every waking moment with Lila to get it right. We then get a montage of Helga progressively becoming more and more like Lila, which as a result makes her a lot more liked by the rest of the kids.
Well, if you ask me, Rhonda, I think you should go with both. That way you won't have to stifle your oh-so-wonderful sense of creativity.
Lila ends up being really impressed by the progress that Helga has made. She acts like Lila, she talks like Lila, which leaves just one last box to check to meet Helga's goal. Later that night, we see her in front of her Arnold shrine as she's sewing her costume for the party.
Tonight at Rhonda's party, I'll finally show you face to face just how funny and nice and Lila-like I can be. And then, Arnold, then you will at last be mine! Ow!
We then fast forward to the costume party, and we see Helga arrive looking nearly identical to Lila. her hair color, her style, and all. Helga approaches Arnold and the two of them hit it off very well.
I'm certain I have an ever so amusing joke I'd like to tell you before you go.
Sure, Helga.
Whatever do you call a cow that's laying on a barn floor?
I don't know. What?
Ground beef.
Hey, that's pretty funny.
Later on, we see Helga and Arnold spending time alone together, while Gerald sits nearby looking really concerned. Gerald ends up pulling Arnold aside and asking him what he's doing spending all of his time with Helga. Arnold says that they're just having a good time together, and Gerald says that he thinks it's because Helga is looking and acting like Lila. Arnold dismisses the idea and gets back out to find Helga.
So, where were we?
You were just about to spin me around, Arnold.
Right, Lila.
What did you call me?
I don't know. What did I call you?
I'm sure you just called me Lila.
No, I don't think so.
I'm ever so certain you did, Arnold.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, it's an easy mistake to make. You know, considering the costume.
Right.
Understandably, Helga takes extreme offense and goes right to the bathroom to reflect on her decisions. She takes off the wig and rips off her costume, deciding to go as herself instead, being fed up by pretending to be somebody else.
Helga, what happened to your costume?
I took it off, Arnold. I was feeling uncomfortable.
Oh.
So, you still up for a round to pin the tail on the monkey?
Actually, it's getting kind of cold out here. I think I'm gonna go in.
Okay. I guess I'll just see you when I see you, Arnold.
Yeah.
Helga ends up sitting by herself outside, feeling upset because she's convinced that Arnold will never like her, and there's nothing she can do to ever change that. Later on at the party, Helga overhears Arnold talking to Lila, and she hears an interesting conversation.
It was nice. I mean, sometimes Helga can be really mean, but then other times, like tonight, she can be pretty okay. And when she is, well, then I actually kind of like her. Anyway, you want to go get some punch, Lila?
I'd love to.
Okay, so he doesn't like me, but he does like me. And that means I'm halfway there.
In this episode, Helga perceives Lila as being the object of Arnold's affection. She wants Arnold's affection, so as a result, she strives to be more like Lila. This ties in a lot with Helga's reflection upon herself. She feels like the person she isn't good enough to get Arnold's attention, so she feels the need to act like someone else in order to get his attention. Helga feels like by being herself, she just pushes Arnold away, but if she can be more like Lila, she can get his attention. However, she takes it a little too far. Instead of changing her own character to be slightly more like Lila, she fully embraces the role and straight up tries to emulate Lila down to a T, which results in, of course, Helga not being herself, as well as Arnold calling her the wrong name, which hits her the hardest. That's the moment when she realizes that she doesn't want this. She doesn't want Arnold to like her because she's just like Lila. She wants Arnold to like the real her. By the end of the episode, she realizes that Arnold does like the real her in a friendly way, as long as she's herself and is just slightly less abrasive, which gives her hope. But ultimately, we need to realize why she did this in the first place. It's her obsession with Arnold that brought her to this point. On that note, it's time to unpack this just a little further. We're going to dive further into the hidden obsession that Helga has with Arnold. In the first episode we looked at, we unpacked where all this started. We discovered why Helga has the obsession with Arnold, but now it's time to dive into the deep reality behind the gravity of her obsession. We're going to start off with the Season 1 episode, The Little Pink Book. This episode would see Arnold in class while Helga is harassing him by throwing spitballs at him. We then see her take a moment to write in her little pink book about how she loves Arnold.
Your eyes, like two green jelly beans, are pools I want to bathe in. In the classroom, my heart doth swoon, and yet I want to beat your face in.
Class ends, and we see Helga walk onto the bus and straight up cut off a piece of Arnold's hair with some scissors.
Suddenly I feel inspired. I close this tome with my signature, beloved. H is for the head I'd like to punt. E is for every time I see the little runt. L is longing for our firstest kiss. G is for how good that longing is. And A is for Arnold, of course.
Helga reaches her bus stop, and when she gets up, she goes to put her books in her bag, but she accidentally drops her little pink book onto Gerald's stack of books. Gerald ends up reading a poem about Arnold in front of everyone.
He must have been some other Arnold.
I don't know. It fits your description pretty well, Hot Lips.
Grandpa!
Sorry, boy, couldn't resist.
Back at Helga's house, we see her going through her bag as she realizes that she doesn't have her pink book. We cut to her running up to Arnold's house where she sees him and Gerald walking in while Gerald is holding the exact pink book that she's looking for.
Why did I sign my name? I was too bold. Those poems weren't meant to be seen until I'm dead and buried, and worms have consumed my flesh. Arnold must never see that last page.
Arnold and Gerald walk into Arnold's room as they start to try and figure out who wrote the book. Arnold comes to the realization that there's a slight chance that his crush might have been the one to write the poems.
Wait a minute. Ruth McDougal was there. Ruth! Arnold. She's in the 6th grade. It could happen. Dream on.
Arnold then gets the idea to call in his pet pig, Abner. Abner smells the book and he sprints away. Arnold and Gerald chase him, hoping that Abner leads them to the person who wrote the book. While he's away, Helga straight up breaks into his room.
The temple of your soul, my love.
Oh my gosh! What is that shampoo?
Just when she goes to grab the pink book off the shelf, she hears Arnold talking as he walks back towards his room. Helga panics, and in a snap judgment, she decides to hide in Arnold's closet. Arnold and Gerald start concocting ridiculous scientific experiments to figure out who wrote the journal. They study fingerprints from a cup belonging to one of the suspects, they study bite marks on a retainer and compare them to the bite marks on the pencil that was in the book, and they compare a hair from Ruth McDougal's headband to the hair in the journal, Arnold obviously not realizing that it's his own hair taped within the pages of the book. After all of these experiments, they didn't narrow down the suspects any further. Then Arnold gets the idea to compare the handwriting of the journal to the signatures of the people in his yearbook. They stay up nearly all night and don't really make any discoveries.
Hey, Arnold. I give up. The next name on this list is Helga Pataki. Helga. You hear something?
After a debate over whether they should or shouldn't go get some ice cream, Arnold decides that he's just gonna go to bed. Gerald leaves and Helga takes out a flip phone and calls Phoebe. Helga asks Phoebe to call her mom and tell her that Helga's having a sleepover with her. Then Arnold goes to bed while Helga crashes in his closet all night.
Good night, sweet prince.
The next morning, Arnold wakes up and goes down to get breakfast, taking the pink book with him. Later at school, we see Arnold reading poems to all the other kids at school. Just then, he gets to the last page and starts to read it.
Here goes. H is for the head I like to punt. E is for every time I see the little runt. L is... Hey, what'd you do that for?
For spitball of the day, football head.
We then cut to Helga as she holds the piece of Arnold's hair in her hand, and the episode comes to an end. I feel like this episode is a good one to start off with, as it's an early episode and it really shows the complexity of Helga's love for Arnold. She literally goes from talking angrily about Arnold to confessing her love for him and then back to angry all within the span of the same breath. Helga is a girl who's got some really complex and strong feelings. Deep down inside, she loves Arnold. However, she feels the need to hide that love with a fat layer of anger and hate as a result of fearing rejection. Her love for and obsession with Arnold leads to her straight up taking everything she can from him, including locks of his hair and, at one point in this episode, even one of his socks. As we'll discuss later on, that's not all she claims from him. However, her love for Arnold and her desire to get things from him leads her to many precarious situations, as seen in this episode, where she straight up has to sleep in his closet because she broke into his house. Keep in mind too, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We still have 5 more episodes that I'm going to cover. Helga's love for Arnold, in a way, almost surpasses just an innocent childhood crush. It's one thing for a kid to have a crush on a classmate, and it's a whole other thing to straight up cut off pieces of your crush's hair and full-blown break into their house and sleep in their closet. Now, as I said, there are other things that Helga would claim from Arnold in this series. In the first episode we talked about, we learned that Helga has an effigy of Arnold built completely out of his used gum. Now, we're gonna dive a little further into this concept with the season 1 episode, Arnold's Hat. This episode starts out with Arnold dreaming that he's flying through the clouds on a kite. He wakes up to the sound of his alarm clock and gets ready for his day. Just in case you didn't notice, that was our pal Arnold showering with his hat on. He gets out and dries his hat off with a blow dryer, and after getting dressed, he goes downstairs for breakfast. Grandma tells him to take off his hat at the table, and he refuses, saying that he never takes off his hat. Later at the park, we see Arnold talking to Gerald while they talk about modifications for their kite, as he sticks the gum he's been chewing on underneath the bench.
I better get this home fast before it dries.
Helga sprints home with the gum, and we get a look at her famous gum effigy.
It's so beautiful. A monument to my beloved.
Helga realizes that there is one big piece missing from her Arnold statue, and that would be his hat. We see her trying to swipe Arnold's hat by pretending to be a gargoyle, which doesn't work. Then she goes on top of a building and tries to use a fishing rod to swipe his hat, but that backfires as she gets pulled through the wall of a giant birdhouse.
What do I have to do anyway? All I want is a stupid hat, that's all. And world domination. But right now, just the hat. Is that too much to ask?
Just when Helga thinks that all hope is lost, a big gust of wind comes through the park and blows Arnold's hat right off of his head and right on top of the exact building that Helga is on.
I'll never get it. Never, never, never. No matter what I do, I'll never get Arnold's hat. Hey, Arnold's hat. I knew I'd get it. I knew it all the time.
Helga goes straight home and puts the hat on the gum statue as she takes the head off and dances with it. She starts to make out with the giant wad of Arnold's used gum as her lips get stuck to it. As we cut back to Arnold, we see him being upset without his hat, and everybody notices how different he looks without it.
You look fine without it.
Hey, Arnold, what happened? You get a bad haircut or something?
No, Mr. Green, I lost my hat.
Hey, Arnold, what's with your head? You lose a fight with a lawnmower?
No, just my hat.
Hey, Arnold, are you sick? Man, you look terrible.
Arnold lays down, and we see him remembering a childhood memory from when he was a baby. He's sitting in his crib, looking up at his mom and dad as they put the hat on him. This would be the same exact hat that Arnold would wear for years to come. Later on, we see Arnold wake up to the sound of Gerald yelling for him to come outside.
Charlie Ollie man's gone insane! He's passing out free ice cream! Come on down!
No, I'm not coming out without my hat. Ever. For the rest of my life.
Okay, more ice cream for me.
After hearing that, Helga takes a moment reflecting on how bad she's hurt Arnold by taking his hat. She, rather poetically, comes to the conclusion that she has to return Arnold's hat so that he can be himself again. Helga runs home and goes to her closet to realize that her closet effigy of Arnold has been thrown away by her mother. We cut back to Arnold being talked to by his grandpa. He tells Arnold that he felt similar when his hair started to fall out, and that what matters is what's on the inside, not the outside.
You are who you are because of what's on the inside, not the outside. The inside, not the outside. Are you listening, Arnold? The inside, not the outside.
We then cut to Helga, who is literally digging through garbage at the town dump in an effort to find Arnold's lost hat. She finds the hat being worn by a pigeon who's walking around the dump, and she goes to return it to Arnold. Back at Arnold's house, we see him finally owning the fact that he is who he is, and he struts around town without his hat.
Hey, Arnold, you're looking good. Have you been working out?
Hey, Arnold, did you get a new haircut? It looks nice.
Whoa, Arnold, man. Did anybody ever tell you look like some sort of sun-bronzed Greek god these days?
Then, finally, Helga finds Arnold and delivers his hat to him. Arnold is so happy that he gives Helga a huge hug.
I can't believe it! Thanks, Helga! Thanks a lot!
Yuck! Who said you could touch me?
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
You trying to make me sick or something? Take your stupid hat and get out of here.
Okay, thanks again, Helga.
I'll never wash these clothes again.
Now, there's a lot for us to dissect here. First of all, the episode is a good example of the lengths that Helga will go to in order to get more pieces for her Arnold shrine. So far we've seen her cut off Arnold's hair to add to her collection, steal one of his socks, and now she's taking his used gum and his hat. Her obsession with Arnold in some ways seems to be a little unhealthy. However, when you keep in mind the kind of home life that Helga has and the childhood that she's had to endure up to this point, you can't help but empathize with her. In a life where she has little to look forward to at home, Arnold seems to be her shining light at the end of the tunnel. When you look at it that way, it makes it a little less creepy. Helga's home life is pretty sad. Her parents seem to not care about her and they don't take very good care of her, but having a small piece of Arnold at home seems to make her happy, which I can totally get. The effect that losing the hat had on Arnold, however, was catastrophic. That hat is a huge part of who he is. It wasn't until later in the series that we would learn about what happened to Arnold's parents and why they aren't around anymore. However, that hat is the one piece of his parents that he still has with him at all times. It means an awful lot to Arnold, and it's definitely understandable that he would be devastated by the loss of it. When Helga came to the realization that she totally messed up Arnold's whole world by taking the hat, we see a truly beautiful thing happen. She finds out that her mom threw out her Arnold effigy, and Helga ends up taking herself all the way to the town dump and spends hours digging through tons and tons of garbage to find the hat. That is a tremendous feat. She truly cares for Arnold's well-being and loves him so much that she would dig aimlessly through massive piles of garbage just to make him happy. Bear in mind the gravity of just how dangerous that is. There's so much at a dump that could hurt a 9-year-old kid. Chemicals, broken glass, possibly used needles, mold, bacteria of all sorts, and all of that considered, Helga was willing to go through it all. That is a huge step. To the public, Helga portrays herself as absolutely selfish. She plays herself off as only caring about herself and very little else other than that. However, this episode shows us that behind closed doors, she truly cares about Arnold, and it's not just a crush or a creepy obsession, she genuinely cares about him and his mental well-being. With that being said, putting up the facade of being brash and selfish while secretly being selfless towards one specific person is a huge burden to bear. It's a massive secret that Helga, for the most part, is tasked with keeping on her own. However, throughout the series, we would see that keeping the secret is no easy task, and that there's times when Helga skirts a fine line between keeping the secret and letting it out for everyone to hear. We're going to explore that topic just a little more while we check out the Season 3 episode, Helga Blabs It All. The episode begins with Helga at the dentist, with him telling her that she has a massive cavity and it's going to need a lot of filling. The dentist asks her if she wants some laughing gas, and she agrees, having never tried it before. We see the screen get a rose-tinted hue around the edges as Helga gets straight up zooted on laughing gas. 20 minutes later, we see her telling the dentist all about her deepest, darkest secret.
This Arnold guy, he's been on my mind morning, noon, and night for the past 6 years.
Well, you don't say.
I mean, think about that. When you consider that I am currently 9 years old, that is fully 2/3 of my young life. Is that crazy or what? Why do I torture myself by keeping it all a big secret?
Finishing up here.
Helga falls out of the chair and runs for the lobby, deciding that she's gonna go tell Arnold herself. She goes right for the phone and decides to call Arnold to tell him the truth.
Oh, Arnold, it's me, Helga. Yes, Helga G. Pataki, the one who worships you. Yes, wakes each day full of passionate thoughts of you. Oh, my angel, sweet love. Oh, how I love
Did you hear something just now?
No.
From there, we see Arnold and Gerald going to the boarding house as Helga hides behind some nearby trash cans on a mission to delete the message on his answering machine. She plots away into the boarding house by taking a campfire lass who's going door to door selling chocolate turtles and mugging her in the alley behind the boarding house.
Hello, what are you supposed to be?
What's it look like? I'm a campfire lass. Faith and Begora, haggis.
Okay, I suppose you'll be wanting to sell me some cookies then. Hold on.
As Grandpa's trying to call Arnold to the door, Helga sneakily disappears, having hidden inside the grandfather clock in the entryway to the boarding house. She goes through the house looking for the answering machine. She makes her way upstairs and finds the answering machine, just barely going undetected by Arnold and the other boarding house residents. She ends up going up a small service elevator with a rope, and she lowers herself down while she tries to get the tape from the answering machine. Arnold and his friends are meeting for their club to discuss pooling money together for a go-kart.
Yeah! I've got an idea. Why don't we have the meeting right here in the hallway? Oh, brother! Why doesn't anybody I know just show up so they can all spend the rest of their lives in this hole?
Helga ends up calling Phoebe and telling her to pay the Jolly Ollie man to come park outside of the boarding house and give away free ice cream, which works like a charm to get Arnold and the other kids out of the boarding house. It can't ever be that easy though. As she starts lowering down, Arnold's grandma comes out of a nearby room and she's dusting the house, and she decides that she's going to play the message.
Yes, here it is. Helen of Troy. Yes. And Miss Troy wanted to tell you that she was selling a kind of passion fruit drink or something.
Huh? Huh?
You know, I really don't like telephone solicitations. Why would you want to buy a soft drink over the phone, I ask you? And you know, they always seem to call right at dinner time.
Thankfully, and also kind of unfortunately, Grandma isn't all the way there mentally, so she completely butchers the message. Finally, the hallway is empty and Helga ends up getting the tape and making her grand escape, but it doesn't go exactly as planned. She misses her swing to the window and ends up falling through Arnold's in-the-wall couch and right into Arnold's room.
So about the go-kart.
Finally, she escapes Arnold's boarding house, but unfortunately the entire troop of campfire lasses are outside waiting to get revenge on her for jumping their friend, and the episode ends with Helga running away. This episode is a prime example of the perfect tip of the iceberg of the things that Helga has to do to hide her secret from Arnold. Much like the last episode where Helga broke into Arnold's house and slept in his closet overnight, this one would again see Helga literally breaking into Arnold's house in order to keep her secret from anyone. Thankfully, the only one to hear the message was Arnold's grandma, who couldn't make 2 cents of it. However, at the end of the episode, it was still discovered that Helga was in Arnold's house when everyone saw her in his room. In this episode, we see Helga in a blissful state at the dentist while she reflects on why she hasn't told Arnold her secret. It's kind of sweet to see her in the state of mind where she thinks that her telling Arnold the truth just makes sense. However, when she's out in the office and she actually calls Arnold, everyone starts laughing at her. When she finally comes to and the laughing gas wears off, she realizes what she did and that everyone is still laughing at her. I can't help but think that this sequence of events was definitely worse for the trauma that Helga's already been through. As we've already established, Helga feels the need to hide her feelings for Arnold behind a layer of brash abrasiveness out of fear of being rejected and being ridiculed by her peers. For her to be ridiculed by a bunch of random strangers in the dentist office while in the state of mind that she was in, I'd imagine would add another layer of trauma on top of what we've already seen from her peers ridiculing her. Then for her to have to jump through serious hoops to make sure that she isn't found out by Arnold and everyone else, again, I'd imagine would have added another layer of trauma on top of that. Helga had to straight up crawl through vents in Arnold's house in order to stop from her secret getting out. Yet again, another example of the things that Helga's willing to do to make sure that no one knows her secret. But that's just the start of it. We're gonna dive a little further down the rabbit hole and get a deeper look at some of the things Helga's willing to do in order to hide her secret. Next up, we're looking at the season 4 episode, Helga's Parrot. This episode starts out with Helga about to walk into her house when she sees Arnold and Lila walking down the street. She makes a rude comment to herself and walks inside to find her father talking to a parrot.
All hail the Beeper King! Beeper King!
Just what I need. Bob in stereo.
Helga angrily tells her dad that everyone knows that parrots can't think for themselves and they just repeat what other people say. Later that night, Bob is laying in bed watching TV, but the parrot won't stop talking and he gets angry at it. He decides to put it in Helga's room instead.
Arnold, my love, my sultry preteen, why must I hold you only whilst I dream? will I be forever enslaved by your spell. Why must I worship you and never ever tell? Oh, Arnold, you make my girlhood tremble. My senses all go wacky. Someday I'll tell the world my love. Oh, my name's not Helga G. Pataki.
All of the in-depth and partially graphic words that Helga just said are basically burned into the parrot's vocabulary as we hear the parrot talking about Arnold in the morning.
You make my girlhood tremble. My senses all go wacky. Shut up! I'll tell the world my love. Or my name's not Helga G. Pataki. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Helga gets extremely angry at the parrot and starts beating its cage. She literally threatens to kill the bird, and she goes into the garage and straight up comes back with a chainsaw to full-on murder it. However, when she was in the garage, Bob came into her room and violently grabbed the bird, letting it escape out the window in the process.
Why don't you come back inside? We can talk this over. What do you say?
Yuck! You can run, but you can't hide! I'll hunt you down, I swear! You hear me?
We then get a montage of Helga chasing the bird around town, trying to catch it with the net. Then, of course, the bird goes right into the worst place that it could possibly be.
Tell the world!
Oh my.
Helga sits outside contemplating how she's gonna get the parrot back. She decides to knock on Arnold's door and finds him answering with the parrot sitting on his head, reciting her poetry, which automatically crosses that idea off the list. Arnold sits at the table with his grandpa talking about the parrot. Grandpa says that Arnold can keep the parrot as a pet, and they go off to the pet store to get supplies. Just when Helga goes to grab the parrot, Arnold sees her and she has to play it off cool. She comes up with the quick excuse that she's there buying a pet, and she ends up walking out of the store with a large, scary-looking monitor lizard. Helga gives the lizard to Phoebe and tells her to take care of it while she goes back to Arnold's house in an attempt to get the parrot back.
What's wrong? Are you okay? It's okay. I bet you just got lonely.
And just like that, Helga yet again breaks into Arnold's house, which, at least this time, was an accident. Just then, Lila shows up to work on a project with Arnold, and Helga decides to hide behind his in-wall couch. Arnold and Lila sit on the couch while Helga messes with them, trying to get them to leave.
Girlhood tremble.
Ow! Cut it out, Lila.
I beg your pardon?
You flicked my ear.
I'm certain I didn't do anything of the sort, Arnold.
Well, somebody flicked it.
Someday I'll tell the world my love. Or my name's not.
Arnold, there's something strange going on here.
Lila ends up getting freaked out by what's going on, and she decides to leave, saying that she just wants to finish the report at her house tomorrow. Later on, we cut back to Helga, still in Arnold's room, waiting for him to fall asleep so that she can snag the parrot and leave. Arnold finally comes to bed, and we see this happen.
He's getting undressed. I can't look. Oh, be still, my bruised and aching heart.
Good night, little parrot.
The next morning, we see Helga get up and try to take the parrot when Arnold's alarm goes off right before she can grab it. She hides behind the in-wall couch again, but this time she loses the remote, leaving her stuck in there. Arnold leaves to take the parrot to school for show and tell, and Helga straight up breaks her way out. Back at school, Arnold is showing off the parrot while Phoebe stands by with the monitor lizard on a leash. The parrot starts reciting Helga's poem word for word. Helga starts trudging towards it with an umbrella as she prepares to attack the bird. However, right when the parrot is about to say the last line, which includes Helga's name, this happens.
Arnold, you make my girlhood tremble. My senses all go wacky. Someday I'll tell the world my love, or my name's not Hel.
The whole class just witnesses the bird get eaten, and they are all devastated. Meanwhile, Mr. Simmons tries to tell them that they just witnessed the circle of life.
But let's keep in mind that it's part of the evolution of our planet, in which we all play a special part.
Mr. Simmons!
You and me are gonna get along just fine.
This episode is pretty morbid on multiple levels, and it really is a prime example of the lengths that Helga is willing to go through in order to hide her secret. She literally was prepared to murder an innocent animal just because it had the ability to spill the beans on her Arnold obsession. In this episode, we see Helga yet again break into Arnold's house and hide in his room for hours on end. She even goes as far as breaking through the floor in order to escape Arnold's house. As I've previously said, Helga has a very advanced vocabulary and a very poetic way with words. However, this is a great example of just how that can work against her. The parrot had heard her soliloquy about Arnold and he memorized it word for word. When Arnold adopted that parrot as a pet, he heard the parrot's poetic way with words, which resulted in him asking the parrot to recite that poem for everyone to hear. I also can't help but bring up the trembling girlhood comment. This is one that I see many people bring up when talking about adult references in our favorite Nicktoons. Hey Arnold is a show that isn't afraid to tackle serious topics, but it very rarely tackles sexual humor and references. However, in this episode, we see Helga not only make that comment about her girlhood, but we also see her straight up watching Arnold get naked. Now, I'm no legal expert, but I'm pretty sure there's been multiple laws broken by Helga in this episode. Not only did she break into Arnold's house, cause serious damage, and attempt to murder an animal multiple times, but she also straight up committed voyeurism. If you didn't take note of the fact already, Helga is willing to jump through literally any hoop to hide her secret from Arnold. Pretty much nothing is off limits with her. I also need to bring up the shrine to Arnold. As I brought up earlier, the fact that she has a shrine dedicated to Arnold takes her obsession to a whole new level, but I've also noticed how we've seen the shrine change over the years. At first, the shrine was made of Arnold's used gum. In this episode, it looked like it was made of fruit. Later on, in Helga on the Couch, we would see it looking like it was made out of carved out wood. Her shrine to Arnold seems to be a fluidly changing thing based on the timeline of the show. For Helga, her love for Arnold and her obsession for him goes very, very deep. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, Helga is a truly complex character with some very complex emotions. I can't help but think about her mental health. She's had this obsession and shrine dedicated to Arnold for nearly 2/3 of her life. When I say mental health, I'm not implying that she's mentally unwell by any means, but I can't help but think about what effect it has on her psyche. Not only the things that she's done to try to hide her secret, but also just the general fact that she has a really deep-rooted secret love and obsession with Arnold that she's the sole one responsible for hiding. Well, as I said before, for the most part. There's one other recurring character in the series who's aware of her love for Arnold, and that would be none other than her best friend, Phoebe. We see Phoebe actively get involved in the season 4 episode Helga Sleepwalks. This episode starts out with school starting at PS 118. Mr. Simmons is teaching everyone about health and fitness while Helga admires Arnold.
Arnold, my little bookworm, how keen you are, how studious, how diligently you take notes in your little schoolboy's notebook. If only I could find the nerve to tell you how much I worship that giant oblong brain of yours.
Later, we see her walking past Arnold's house when she sees his silhouette through the window of his bedroom. She reflects poetically on how she wants to find the strength to march to his door and tell him how she really feels.
That's right, Arnold. It's me, Helga G. Pataki, the girl who's always staring at you from across a crowded room, the girl who's constantly lurking in the shadows spying on you, the girl who's forever stalking you and following you home.
We see her daydreaming in her mind about how much she's in love with him and how she has been since the first time she laid eyes on him. Later on, at Helga's house, she's complaining to her mom, who's sleeping while standing up.
Mom, what did you do? Forget to go shopping again? Hey! Earth to Miriam, there's no food around here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know, honey. It's an awful story, really. See, I went to the store this afternoon and I did a little shopping. Only I accidentally left the groceries on the roof of the car, and when I pulled away, everything just sort of spilled all over the road.
Miriam suggests that Helga eat some of Big Bob's pork rinds, and we see her sitting on bed eating them right before she falls asleep. Then we see Helga get up and sleepwalk right out of her house. She wakes up on Arnold's porch, freaking out as Grandpa Phil slams the door on her.
Who was it, Grandpa?
Oh, just one of those pesky door-to-door religious groups with their fast-talking paper flowers, short man.
Oh.
Helga talks to herself, saying that this is just like her daydream where she went to Arnold's house and confessed her deep, dark feelings to him. She comes to the realization that her subconscious desires have taken over her body and caused her to sleepwalk to Arnold's house to confess her secret.
And unless I want my life to be completely over, I'd better make sure it doesn't ever happen again. But how?
Later, we see Helga at home as she stacks a bunch of furniture in front of her door, and she eats a few pork rinds right before going to bed. Hours later, we see Helga's room looking like an absolute mess, with everything from in front of the door moved as Helga walks right out the front door and onto the city bus. She gets off the bus right outside of Arnold's house, and we see her walk into the alley as we cut to morning, where we see Grandma making breakfast while Helga sits at the table sleeping.
Oh, Eleanor, I just can't tell you how wonderful it is to see you again. Reminds me of the days when we used to have brunch at Campobello.
Grandma, who are you talking to?
Oh, just Eleanor Roosevelt, dear. But she was called away on official White House business and jumped out the window.
Helga ends up coming to the decision that she just needs to completely stop sleeping in order to make this stop happening. We cut to Helga at school later on, and Phoebe notices that she's acting different.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay, Phoebe. What are you talking about?
Well, nothing. It's just that you seem rather perky this morning.
Perky? Oh, must be the entire thermos of coffee I just drank.
Coffee? Since when do you drink coffee?
Helga gets home from school and immediately downs a cup of coffee, then goes straight to her room to snack on some more pork rinds. Before you know it, she is passed out and walking right out of the house, sleepwalking right into Arnold's house yet again.
Oh, sure. Now you're in a hurry.
Excuse me.
Helga decides that she's finally had enough and she's gonna reach for some professional help. She goes to the library to find Phoebe and tell her about what's going on.
Let's put it this way, Phoebe. If I don't stop sleepwalking, I could wind up revealing my most intimate, guarded secret.
You mean?
Yes, but let's not talk about it, okay?
Phoebe decides that she's gonna stay over at Helga's house and sleep in front of the door so that if Helga tries to leave, she'll wake up.
Now, how about a nutritious bedtime health snack to settle your nerves?
Don't worry, I've got my health snack right here.
Phoebe falls asleep and wakes up to the sound of Helga crawling out of her window. As Phoebe runs out to try to catch her, she slips on the empty bag of pork rinds, and when she reads the package, she seems rather alarmed. Helga makes it all the way to Arnold's house, and Phoebe walks up as Helga starts climbing up the fire escape. Phoebe catches her as she's basically at the window talking about how she loves Arnold.
Oh, Phoebe? Where am I?
You were sleepwalking again. You climbed Arnold's fire escape and you were talking to him through his window.
Well, what did I say? Did I tell him anything important?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, you mean?
Yes, Helga. You told him everything.
Hello? Hello?
We then learn that the silhouette that Helga was looking at through his window was actually just a floral arrangement that looks oddly like Arnold's head. Arnold explains that he woke up to the sound of a crash outside and that was all he heard.
So what's happening? What are you guys doing? Doing? What does it look like we're doing? Here, boy. We're taking a walk.
Taking a walk on my fire escape?
That's right, football head, on your fire escape. It's a free country. We can walk wherever we feel like.
As they're walking back to Helga's house, Phoebe shows Helga the bag of pork rinds and Helga reads the warning that's on it.
Warning, excessive ingestion may cause sleeping disorders, including sleeplessness, narcolepsy, sleep apnea, and in some cases, severe sleepwalking. You mean it's not because of... Oh, you mean I'm cured?
Precisely.
So the whole time I was sleepwalking, it was because of pork rinds. How about that?
Yep. It's amazing what strange effects certain foods can have on the human body.
Phoebe, being the good friend that she is, takes Helga's secret very seriously, and she promises just to forget that this whole fiasco ever happened. This episode is a really interesting one that definitely shines a light on how Helga's brain operates. Sure, it was the pork rinds that were causing her to sleepwalk to begin with, however, it was her deep-seated love and obsession for Arnold that was causing her brain to go right for that when she was in autopilot mode. Though her subconscious wants were not what was driving the sleepwalking initially, they played a massive role in this happening to begin with. Helga is very lucky to have a friend like Phoebe who understands what's going on and is so willing to help. The burden of keeping the secret is a lot to put on the shoulders of one person due to the excessive nature of her obsession. The depth of her love for Arnold and the hoops that she's willing to go through to obtain more items to add to her shrine, and of course the countless sketchy situations she gets into to hide her secret. It all culminates in a massive whirlwind of emotions that makes makes Helga who she is deep on the inside. A few days ago, I was talking about the concept for this video with one of my coworkers, and she pointed out an aspect that I had never thought of. That being the fact that there's a part of this obsession and love for Arnold that could be seen as addictive. Helga's love for Arnold and her obsession have been an ongoing constant in her life for almost a decade by this point in the series. A lot of young people who have crushes tend to move on after a certain period of time. It's pretty rare for a childhood crush to last as long as Helga's has. Furthermore, to have such a deep, dark, and intimate secret can definitely be an addictive thing. As we saw in Helga on the Couch all the way at the start of this video, the feeling of having that secret and realizing that she can keep it as long as she wants to was a feeling that got Helga really excited. She is genuinely ecstatic at the idea that she can feel the way that she does about Arnold, and he is none the wiser. However, one can't help but think about how hard it has to be on her mental health. It has to be mentally taxing to sit on a secret like that for so long, meanwhile deep down inside you really just want to tell that person how you feel. I often find myself wondering if maybe Helga ever gets sick of hiding the truth from Arnold. We're going to finish off this episode by exploring that topic just a little further as we look at the Season 2 episode, Helga's Love Potion. This episode starts off with Helga waking up in the morning and going right to her closet to praise her shrine to Arnold.
May this day be the day that you see me with love's eyes, as I seest you, O flaxen-haired angel.
Flaxen-haired angel? That's good.
Later at school, we see Helga prank Arnold by spraying him with the water fountain. Gerald takes note of how Helga always seems to pick on Arnold in particular. We then cut back to Helga.
Why do I only show him my cruel side? Why not reveal the tender love I feel?
Later on in class, Helga's doing her usual throwing spitballs at Arnold when Mr. Simmons decides that he's gonna pass back some papers that he graded, but he stops to read one out loud.
I can't tell you who wrote it because it's signed anonymous. Each morn I see you bend to drink from love's own crystal pool. I tremble near you, try to think, will I forever say you stink? Am I bound by this tragic rule?
Later on, we see Helga going through the lunch line with Phoebe while Arnold is behind them in line. Helga takes the last tapioca pudding and Arnold comments about how he wishes there was more. Presented with the opportunity to actually do something nice for Arnold, she acts like she's gonna give it to him, but instead she purposefully spills it all over Arnold and blames him like it's his fault. Afterwards, she immediately regrets that decision. She sits down to talk to Phoebe about it.
Just hypothetically, let's just say that I'm obsessed with, hopelessly focused on, this certain thing. Let's call it ice cream.
Well, maybe you should put ice cream behind you. Try to forget about ice cream and get on with your life.
Armed with Phoebe's advice, Helga decides that she's gonna try and forget about Arnold. However, she's reminded of him everywhere she goes. The flower shop, billboards around town, the clouds, even the water in the river reminds her of Arnold.
He's everywhere. I can't stop seeing him. I want to forget him, but I can't. I've got to be rid of this obsession. I wish I was out of love.
Helga ends up stumbling upon Madame Blanche's love potion shop. She goes in and asks Madame Blanche to help her, and Madame Blanche hands her a small heart-shaped vial that she poured a little bit of grape soda into.
Here you go, Toots. Drink this tonight, right after you say the name of the one that you wish to love no more.
Really? That's all I have to do?
Yeah, that's all you... Oh, well, pay me $10, of course.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh.
Later that night, we see Helga finally throwing out all of her Arnold collection.
Volumes 1 through 14. My Arnold shrine. And finally, my locket. Farewell, and be done with you cursed symbols of my misspent youth!
Helga then very dramatically drinks the out of love potion and she starts seeing hearts all around her and things get really trippy. She hallucinates herself falling into an Arnold-shaped ice cream sundae as she falls down onto her bed. Helga wakes up in the morning feeling like she got hit by a truck. She decides to test herself and she kneels down and reads some of her Arnold poetry that she threw away.
Oh, orzo-shaped Prometheus wandering dim hallways of my... What is this crap?
Helga then proceeds to go to school and act completely cordial towards Arnold. Arnold is completely caught off guard, as is Mr. Simmons, who has always enjoyed getting to know Helga through her poems.
I look forward to reading yours first, Helga. Getting to know you through your writing assignments has been one of the joys of my teaching career.
Morning. I put on a pink dress. I eat oatmeal for breakfast. The news is on. Mom isn't listening. My dad reads the paper. I go to school. Not much of a poem. Oh well.
Helga, are you all right?
Arnold decides to ask Helga about why she didn't torture him all day like she normally does, thinking maybe she's sick or something, but she says no and just thanks him for asking.
Arnold, so normal, so average, and yet, what a regular guy. Oh, hi, Brainy.
Later on, Helga's walking down the street, and she looks at all the things that used to remind her of Arnold, but she seems very unenthused about life without her love for Arnold.
I don't feel anything, except I'm bored. Hey, Phoebes.
How are things proceeding, Helga?
I'm okay. Not high, not low.
Phoebe comes up to her and she says that she's just empty of feelings and that something is missing. Phoebe tells her that what's missing is her obsession.
Maybe I need art. I mean, ice cream. To love. To hate. To inspire. But I'm under a spell. Madame Blanche. She's got to reverse the spell.
Helga decides to go right back to Madame Blanche's shop and she begs her to take the spell off of her. Madame Blanche tells her the truth. She explains that the potion was just grape soda, chamomile, and some ginseng.
Huh? It's just a homemade concoction. There's nothing keeping you from loving anybody.
You mean I paid you $10 for some grape pop?
And a little chamomile,
Then I want my money back!
Helga ends up walking out of the shop with an excited pep in her step, reinvigorated at the realization that she can still love Arnold. She even skips by Brainy and gives him a kiss on the forehead.
Arnold! Hey, watch where you're going, you little yellow-haired shrimp!
Oh, sorry, Helga.
That's more like it.
This episode is an interesting one to dissect. In the beginning, we see Helga realizing how her actions affect Arnold negatively, and she actively wishes that she could be nice to him, but unfortunately, that's just something that she is not capable of. It's a double-edged sword, as Helga recognizes that her love for Arnold feels good for her, but unfortunately, it leaves Arnold feeling hurt, which leads to her wanting to literally stop loving Arnold for the sake of his mental well-being. Deep down inside, I wonder if Helga subconsciously recognizes that it's for her own mental well-being as well. As we discussed, her bearing the burden of keeping the secret pretty much by herself is a really hard pill to swallow. I wonder if, somewhere deep down inside, Helga recognized just how mentally taxing it is to keep such a massive portion of herself guarded at all times and keeping everyone away from her truth. All in all, it's almost like Helga has massive walls that she builds around herself at all times. She puts on this facade of a girl who's tough, brash, and not to be messed with. But once upon a time, she was once a young, vulnerable little girl who looked at life completely differently. Thinking all the way back to the first episode we talked about, Helga on the couch, we see a glimpse at Helga's childhood. Before Helga was in love with Arnold, before she was made fun of by her classmates, before all of this, she was a young girl who probably emotionally still wasn't a clean slate. She had a lot going on at home, whether she realized it or not, though I'm sure she probably did. She was emotionally abused by her parents who showed preferential treatment towards her sister Olga. However, when we see Helga go to preschool for the first time, a lot happens that really pivots her emotional development and we see some important character traits develop for the first time. That moment where Arnold was nice to her in her time of need would result in Helga forming an emotional bond with him, one that would follow her for many years to come. However, due to emotional abuse from her parents, emotional abuse from her peers, and her overall perception of herself, she feels the need to hide her love for Arnold. However, that love would quickly blossom into an obsession, given that Helga is an emotional girl who feels her feelings very strongly. On all levels, considering everything that we've gone through over here, one can't help but feel for Helga. She's obviously been through a lot that resulted in her becoming the Helga that we all know. Helga is one of those characters that I will always have a soft spot for in my heart. Sure, she's brash and mean to Arnold and nearly everyone else, but it's not without reason. Her struggles in life are not a result of her own actions. As a matter of fact, one could argue that all of Helga's actions are more or less reactions to how everyone else has treated her and continue to treat her. Internally, Helga is an emotional powerhouse who really has a lot of love to give, but externally, she is a bold and strong girl who feels like she needs to hide her emotional side behind a wall of fierce abrasiveness. And I have to admit that in the process of making this video, I've come to feel that Helga is somewhat justified in the choices that she makes and the things that she does. What it truly boils down to is the fact that Helga is an emotional girl who's going through a pivotal point in her growth as a person while struggling with not only the curveballs that life throws at her, but also the negativity that's thrown at her by the people who surround her, minus Arnold, of course. Now, I gotta say, this video has been a wild ride of an emotional roller coaster, and I think that this is finally where we're gonna end it. I just want to say that I'm really proud of this video and I love how it turned out. I really hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed making it. If you made it all the way through this video, please drop a like and let me know down in the comments that you made it all the way to the end. But of course, what do you think? Did this video change your perception of Helga as a character? Did it help you understand why she is the way she is? Let me know in the comments down below. I always love hearing your guys' feedback. Of course, drop a like on this video and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it promotes this video to everyone else, and I will see you all in the next one. Peace. Previously on the dark side of Hey Arnold. Helga Geraldine Pataki. She's a 9-year-old girl who had a really troubled upbringing and family life. Dr. Bliss follows up by asking about Helga's dad next. Helga explains that all he cares about is her older sister Olga, and that goes back as far as Helga can remember.
Wonderful, honey!
You're a stinking genius!
Daddy, who's gonna take me to preschool?
Eh? Oh, yeah, sure.
We then see little toddler Helga leaving for school, walking in the rain all by herself. She gets soaking wet from the rain, gets splashed by the mud from a car driving by, and a big mean old dog takes her lunch from her.
So nobody's ever noticed you?
There was someone.
Hi, nice bow.
In a really sensitive and formative time in Helga's life, Arnold was the only one who seemed to notice her and be nice to her. But like I said, the episode speaks volumes to Helga's character and how her parents' treatment towards her has really messed her up. Similar to how Arnold showed care for Helga at one point, and she now reacts to him with anger in an attempt to not be seen as weak, and again, out of fear of judgment, Helga now reacts to Inga with the same anger. Finally, she has someone who truly has her best interest at heart, similar to how Arnold did at one point, but Helga feels the need to dismiss Inga's help and she naturally burns that bridge between them. Overall, the big implication here is that Miriam finally gets sober and getting a job helps her find herself again. At one point, we hear Arnold asking Helga if her mom got her license back, which definitely isn't clear-cut, but kind of alludes to the idea that Miriam got her license taken away for getting a DUI. This is another episode that really just kind of hurts. We finally see Miriam become the mother that Helga has always wanted her to be. She spends time with Helga, she takes care of Helga, she even acts like a good influence for Helga. However, she let the entire gig overtake her whole life, and Helga ends up being put on the back burner, which, oddly enough, left Helga feeling lonelier than she did before when Miriam didn't take care for her and just stayed at home getting hammered all day. In our last episode of The Dark Side of Hey Arnold, we took a deep dive into the history and psyche of Helga Pataki. It was a very in-depth analysis, and it got pretty emotional. If you missed that video, I highly recommend you check it out. I'll have it linked in the description down below. As I've been working on this series, I've come to realize that Hey Arnold is a lot more than just a children's show. It's a work of art that should be enjoyed by all ages. Sure, the animation and colors are enjoyable for kids, and it did originally air on a children's network. However, the situations presented and the morals of the stories told, as well as the depth added to these characters, is definitely a huge aspect that would attribute to the show being enjoyed by all ages. Hey Arnold really just feels different from other Nicktoons. It's rare for a simple cartoon on a kid's network to put so much work into the depth of their characters and complexity to the development of character traits. At the time, it was definitely refreshing, and to this day, when comparing a show like Hey Arnold to modern cartoons, it's still refreshing. However, the show's creator and writers weren't afraid to tackle dark topics and controversial issues. As I said, in the last episode of this series, we focused on Helga and her story, as well as her psyche, but this time, we're gonna follow up on the same vein with a different character analysis. That's why today, on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're gonna deep dive into the story of Harold Berman. This is The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. Harold Berman is a character who, much like Helga, is kind of like an onion. He has many layers of complexity that attribute to him being the way that he is. Sure, it might not be as complex as Helga's onion is, but there's still quite a bit to peel back here. He's generally portrayed as immature, cowardly, naive, dumb, and overall just kind of obnoxious. A lot of times, Harold is portrayed as the bully of the group, however, he is relatively harmless. Throughout the series, we see him make a ton of threats, but it's pretty rare that we actually see him follow through with the threats and really hurt anyone. Harold also tends to be very inconsistent. There's some episodes where we see him being an antagonist towards Arnold, and in other episodes we see him being an ally. This is another complex trait that can be hard to perceive as a viewer. It really does send us mixed signals as to where his alignment falls, but it also just works to the benefit of the writers, as they can be more versatile with the use of Harold as a character. They can write him in as an antagonistic bully, or write him in as an ally at any point, and we all just tend to accept it. But in a way, that's the beauty of having a versatile character like Harold. We're gonna start off our analysis by just kind of dipping our toes in and checking out the Season 1 episode, 24 Hours to Live. This episode is actually an adaptation of the show's pilot, and surprisingly enough, was originally just a comic book strip that later went on to be developed into the pilot for the show. In the beginning of this episode, we see Arnold spacing out on the baseball diamond when it's his turn to go to bat. He goes up to bat and this happens.
Ooh, look who's up! It's Arnold!
Come on, Arnold! Paste it!
Thought you'd come play a little baseball, huh, Arnold?
Just throw the ball, Blimpo!
Hey, don't call me Blimpo. I have a gland problem.
Arnold gets a few strikes as Harold really lays into him and gets on Arnold's nerves.
Strike 2!
Ooh, good one! Who taught you to bat anyway? Your loony grandma!
Arnold hits the ball as hard as he can, and the ball goes right for Harold's face and gets him right on the nose.
Say something, pink boy!
Good night, Mommy. What? What happened?
Arnold beamed you.
Who?
Arnold!
Well, it was just a lucky swing.
Harold walks right up to fight Arnold, but Helga stops him at the last second. We all know that it's because she loves Arnold and doesn't want anything bad to happen to him, but she plays it off saying that Arnold deserves time to think about what he did before Harold, quote, kills him.
Well, Gerald, it's been good knowing you. Try to remember me as I am now, okay? Not as I will be tomorrow. Dead.
Come on, Arnold. Just because Harold says he's gonna kill you doesn't mean he's gonna actually do it.
He sounded like he meant it.
Yeah, but you know, Harold, your short-term memory is gone. The guy can't remember what he had for breakfast. So how is he gonna remember he's supposed to kill you tomorrow?
Gerald tells Arnold that he should just forget about it, and that everyone else will probably just forget about it too. However, we then see Helga ride by on a bus as she screams out the window at him.
Hey, Arnold! 23 hours until you die!
What's this? CD player, rollerblades, hockey stick?
That's just a list of your stuff that I've kind of had my eye on. You know, if worse comes to worse.
Thanks, Gerald.
Don't mention it.
Arnold goes home and walks in looking for one of his grandparents to talk to about the situation when he hears his phone ringing.
Hello?
22 hours, 46 minutes until you die!
Arnold talks to his grandpa, who completely understands the situation, but literally has no good advice for Arnold.
Well, Arnold, I wish I knew what to tell you. In 80 years, I think I've only learned one thing for sure.
What's that?
Never eat raspberries. Gotta go.
Arnold then gets the idea to go looking for his grandma, who unfortunately isn't in the right mind space to give solid advice. Just then, the phone rings for Arnold again, but he just says for his grandma to take a message.
Hello? It's for you, my savage friend.
Would you take a message?
Kimba's not available right now. 22 hours and 3 minutes till you... Was that dry or fried, dear? Oh, die. Yes, all right. Underline 3 times. Yes, you bet. Thank you for calling.
Arnold goes and lays in his room as he just tries to drown out Helga for a little bit. Arnold sits in his room and just non-stop listens to Helga outside of his house screaming about him dying. He then falls asleep and has a dream that him and his classmates are giants who are running around the city. Arnold climbs the Empire State Building like King Kong.
Back! Back, I say! Ooh, he's got it bad. What are you gonna do, Arnold? Swing it at us?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swing it. I'm gonna swing it all day!
He's crazy!
Run! Help me!
This dream gives Arnold an idea of exactly just what he should do, and you can just tell how fed up he is when he wakes up to this.
It's 7 o'clock on KILL, and this one goes out to Arnold, who's going to die in 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 47 seconds from Helga, who hates you.
Arnold grabs his boombox and walks outside, right past a newspaper with a headline about him dying today. We cut over to Helga, who's taking bets on how quick Arnold's gonna go down, when Harold walks up wondering where Arnold is. Helga assures Harold that Arnold will be there.
So, Arnold, you decided to show up. Now why don't you make it easy on yourself and hold still? Why pound that football head of yours flat?
Before you do, there's something you should know, Harold.
What?
I'm crazy, and you should never hit a crazy person.
Oh, Arnold's crazy! If you're so crazy, prove it!
Okay.
Arnold then proceeds to kick on his boombox, which plays a song about how crazy he is, as Arnold jumps around doing all sorts of crazy and wacky things.
Out of date! I got to break a plate! Don't hit me! Hit me! I'm crazy!
By the end of the song, he has Harold convinced that he really is crazy.
Wow, you really are crazy. Why don't you enter a club?
He's wacko!
Helga chimes up, saying that there has to be a fight and that she sold tickets, so Harold makes 2 other kids fight, and the episode ends with Arnold being carried away by his friends triumphantly. Like I said, we're starting kind of light and just dipping our toes into the concept of Harold as a character. This episode showed just how much of an antagonist that Harold can be, and just how quickly that can shift. Harold started out being a bully towards Arnold and generally just kind of talking trash, but when that came back and literally hit him in the face, he goes right to violence to teach Arnold a lesson in traditional bully fashion, of course. However, when it really came down to it, Harold's bark was a lot worse than his bite. Harold never actually hurt anyone in this episode. By the end of the episode, we see Harold actually befriending Arnold and inviting him to join their club. One thing I definitely want to point out in this episode is when Harold is pitching in the beginning and Helga calls him Blimpo. We see Harold respond by telling her to stop and saying that he has a gland problem, which sheds a little light on how Harold feels about his weight, which is another topic that we're going to dive into a little bit later, so keep that in the back of your mind. All in all, this episode is a good early on introduction on just how versatile Harold's character is portrayed, whereas in this episode, he started as an antagonist and by the end was on Arnold's side. I do have to point out that this next part isn't exactly on Harold, but the way Helga literally followed around Arnold all day counting down the seconds until he dies is straight up morbid. Imagine being a parent and sending your kid to school and some bully at school doing that to your kid. I'd be absolutely furious if I was Arnold's grandparents. Next, we're going to fast forward all the way to the season 5 episode On the Lam. This episode would see Arnold's class outside doing a science experiment where Mr. Simmons launches a rocket up into the sky using a mixture of baking soda and vinegar. Harold is really excited by this experiment and really wants to launch off the next rocket, but the bell rings and Mr. Simmons says it'll have to wait until tomorrow. We then see Harold, Stinky, and Sid sneak into the science locker in class.
Willikers, look at all them rockets.
This is too good to be true. We take them all, strap them together with a whole bunch of baking soda and a whole ton of vinegar, and blast them off.
But what if we get caught?
I'm the boss, I say we're doing it.
We see the kids take the rockets to a vacant lot behind an old police station. The boys start mixing up all the ingredients, and out in front of the building, we see Ernie and a group of construction workers planning to demolish the old police station, unbeknownst to Harold and the guys.
All right now, everybody, stand back.
Okay, time to add the vinegar. Oh, cool. Hurry, hurry, stick the rockets on the tube.
She's gonna blow!
But let's not.
Like clockwork, right when the rocket hits the building, they blow it up.
We just blew up the police station.
I reckon we should go to the authorities.
We can't go to the authorities. We just blew up the authorities.
So what do we do?
The boys run over to Arnold's house and hide in the basement to lay low. Just then, Arnold comes down to the basement, and Stinky and Sid give away their cover.
What are you guys doing in my basement?
Nothing. We didn't do nothing wrong.
And we sure didn't blow up the police station with the rockets we stole for Mr. Simmons' class.
Stinky!
The boys are convinced that they're wanted criminals, and they plan to skip town and live a new life. Arnold overhears their plan and says that they're absolutely crazy.
This is crazy. Listen to yourselves. You're 9 years old, and you're gonna disguise yourselves and run away and become hobos?
That's right, Arnold, and you're not gonna stop us. Sorry, Arnold. We just can't take the chance that you'll turn us in. Now let's catch a bus to the train yard.
The boys leave, and we cut over to Harold's parents, who are absolutely just worried sick about him.
Sid and Stinky's parents haven't seen them either.
Oh, Jerry, something terrible's happened. I know it. Harold, my baby, my baby!
Now just calm down, Marilyn. I called the police. We'll make some flyers. We'll put them up all over the neighborhood.
The fruit of my womb! I wiped the snot from his nose. I changed his diapers. Oh, my
Too tight, Marilyn, too tight.
Meanwhile, Harold, Sid, and Stinky are trying to find their way to the bus depot when some cops see them. Stinky drops his necklace and the cop tries to give it back to him, but they sprint off and onto a bus before the cop can return Stinky's necklace.
Safe for now.
Meanwhile, back at Arnold's house, he's still tied up as his grandpa comes down the stairs looking for his bike pump.
Oh, I get it. Playing secret agent, eh? Don't mind me. No matter what they do, Arnold, don't give them the secret password.
We then see the three boys' parents hanging up flyers. Meanwhile, nearby, the boys themselves are getting off the bus.
Man, I never seen so many cops in my life.
Guys, look.
It's one of those FBI Most Wanted posters.
Oh, now the feds are after us. We're as dead as 3 turkeys at Thanksgiving dinner.
The boys keep making their way to the bus depot as they're stopped by cops.
You fellas seen 3 young boys walking around by themselves?
Young boys? Well, we're not boys.
We're 3 old men with weird hair and beards.
And we don't know nothing about the police station.
He's so old, he's talking crazy. Yeah.
Ow!
Meanwhile, back at Arnold's house, he hops his way upstairs while still attached to the chair, and he finally breaks out of the restraints.
I wasn't playing secret agent. I was bound and gagged for 2 hours.
Oh, that's different. How did that happen?
Harold, Stinky, and Sid tied me up because they thought I was going to turn them in for blowing up the police station.
Blowing up the police station? What are you talking about? They didn't blow it up. I did. It's been slated for demolition for months.
Well, they think they did it, and they're so scared they're going to the train yard to hop a boxcar and become hobos.
Arnold convinces his grandpa to take him to look for the 3 boys who are at the train station looking for a boxcar to call home. A security guard at the train station sees them after seeing a news report about them being missing, and he calls the cops. At the same time, we see Arnold, Grandpa, and Ernie pulling up to the train station.
Ah, it's Arnold and his grandpa.
He must have ratted us out. I knew we couldn't trust him.
Boys, I think you'd better come with me.
Harold, Sid, and Stinky try to outrun the cops, but they end up getting cornered and have absolutely nowhere else to go. Sid and Stinky decide that they're gonna surrender and stop running.
I can't take the pressure. I'm giving up.
Me too. Maybe they'll give us a lighter sentence.
Wait, we can't quit. Remember our pact? All for one and one for all. No retreat, no surrender.
When in doubt, chicken out.
The point is, we give up.
On a counter or a yella.
I give up! I give up! I never meant to hurt anyone, okay?
Harold tells them that they didn't mean to blow up the police station, and just then, Arnold and Ernie pipe up to tell them that it was a construction crew who blew up the old police station.
So does this mean we're not in trouble? Arnold, thanks for saving us. I'm sorry we tied you up and stuck that old dirty sock in your mouth.
It's okay, Harold. And I'm sorry for turning you in to Mr. Simmons, too.
What? You rat! You turned us in for breaking into the science closet and stealing all the rocket science!
I'm just kidding, Harold.
Actually, Harold, I saw the whole thing on television, and frankly, I can't believe that you violated the sanctity of our science closet.
This episode ends with everyone clearing out while Harold complains about how hungry he is. This episode is another interesting one for our perception of Harold. In this one, we see him thinking he broke the law and literally running away from the cops at 9 years old, as the one who completely orchestrated the crime that he thinks he committed. It's hard to put it into words, but this one definitely showed us just how far Harold is willing to go to cover for himself under scrutiny for any of his wrongdoings. Granted, blowing up a police station is a serious offense. He was literally willing to take a train down south and straight up become a hobo at the age of 9 instead of facing the reality of what he had done. This one also gave us a good glimpse into what Harold's home life is like. Harold has 2 parents who love him dearly. You can tell from the way his father speaks that he is very calm, rational, and probably very understanding. Meanwhile, his mother is very, very loving and was miserable at the idea of her son being missing, almost to the point of hysterics. However, just the general idea and premise of the episode is rather morbid. These kids were completely convinced that they literally blew up an entire police station, and not only did they tie up and gag an innocent person, they lied to the cops, ran from them, and were ready to throw away all their lives just for the sake of covering up their tracks. Moving on from there, we're going to stay in Season 5 for just a bit longer with the episode called Suspended. In this episode, we see Mr. Simmons passing out papers while Harold gets his back and he sees that he got a D+.
I hate school. I wish I never had to go to school again.
Come on, Harold. It's not that bad.
Yes, it is. We're trapped in here day after day, doing boring stuff and standing in lines for cold, crappy food that they don't even give me time to eat. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
As Harold leaves class, he sees Wolfgang running around school spraying a fire extinguisher as he gets suspended for a week. That gives Harold the idea to get himself suspended, so he grabs the extinguisher and goes to spray Principal Warts with it.
Yes? Oh, thank you, Harold. You're right. I really should have this fire extinguisher refilled immediately. It's not safe otherwise. Thank you. Now, run along to your class.
Hey! That stupid dork was supposed to suspend me!
Harold, did you just call me a stupid dork?
No! I mean, yes! Yes, I did call you a stupid dork!
Principal Warts suspends Harold, and he walks home talking to Arnold about how stoked he is to get to stay home for a week watching TV and relaxing.
Harold, honey, your shredded wheat is on the table.
No thanks, Mother dear. I want to get to school early today to get a head start on my work.
Has he been eating the instant coffee again?
Harold plans to sneak back into the house after his parents leave for work. He has to sneak back in through a window, and when he does, he goes to grab some food, and this happens.
No school, no books, no teachers, nothing but freedom and chocolate cheese munchies. Oh, there's no good food!
Harold doesn't let the lack of food bring him down. He decides to go jump on his bed, but he hits his head on the ceiling and ends up breaking his bed frame. He then goes into the living room to watch some TV, but that doesn't really go as planned when every channel is broadcasting the World Economic Summit.
Stupid TV! Hey, I know what I can do. I'll go shoot some baskets. I'll call Stinky and Sid and... Aw, crud, I forgot. They're all at school. Oh, well. I'll just play by myself.
Harold plays basketball all by himself for about as long as he can handle it before he realizes how miserable he is.
Oh, desperation shot! I hate being suspended, and it's only Monday. I can't take it. I want to go back to school.
Back at school, Arnold is playing at recess when Harold approaches him and talks to him from the dumpster. Harold pleads with him to help him get back into school because he's just so miserable. We see Harold using a rope to try to break into the school, but Principal Warts finds him and decides to give him another week of suspension. Harold then decides to dress up as a pizza man and pretend to deliver a pizza, and he plans to make a break for Mr. Simmons' classroom.
Just tell Simmons they cut my suspension short. Oh, what a great plan.
Yes, can I help you?
Someone ordered a pizza for the teacher's lounge?
What are you doing, Harold?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not Harold. I'm a little old Italian man delivering a pizza. See, I even have a mustache. Ow!
Warts decides to give Harold another week of suspension, making it 3 total weeks. We then cut to Harold as he's outside digging a massive hole in the ground outside the school.
Hello, son. You're digging quite a hole there, aren't you?
Yeah. See, I got suspended because I called the principal a stupid dork. Ugh. And now he won't let me into the school. Ugh. So I'm going to tunnel in.
Is that so? That's another week's suspension for you, Mr. Berman.
Ow!
And fill up that hole.
Feeling desperate and out of options, we see Harold having made a massive slingshot, saying that he's going to use it to launch himself into school.
You're acting crazy.
I know that, Arnold.
Then why are you doing it?
Because I'm desperate. Ow! I want to go back to school.
Principal Warts walks up and figures out Harold's plan and decides to throw on a 5th week of suspension, which sends Harold into full-blown hysteria.
Principal Warts, look at him. Don't you think he's learned his lesson?
Rules are rules, young man.
But come on! Hasn't he suffered enough?
Son, the school constitution has very strict provisions. Now, don't test my patience.
But you're not being reasonable. You're acting like a tyrant.
That's it! I've had enough of your back talk! You're suspended for 2 days.
What? You've got to be kidding!
You want to make it a week?
After Arnold gets suspended too, we see him at Harold's house as they both watch the World Economic Summit, but Arnold gets an idea. The two go to the library, and Arnold does a ton of research and compiles a list of documents that he brings to Principal Warts. Turns out that Arnold was doing some research on the school constitution.
What the devil is wrong with you two? You're not supposed to be within 100 yards of this school.
With all due respect, sir, according to the school constitution, Article 14, Section 2, Paragraph 5, we are fully within our rights.
And it says here in Article 39, Section 4, when a student gets suspended, he can appeal it if there are outside circumstances. Stances, outside circumstances.
And we have here 40 pages of material explaining why we have the right to be let back into school.
Arnold demands that they have their case evaluated by a third party, but Principal Warts denies their right on the basis that the Constitution that they're quoting is expired and is from the 1950s. He tells them that the new revised school constitution says nothing about any of that.
Please, Principal Warts, please! I can't take it anymore! I'll do whatever you want, I promise. I won't call you any more names like Stupid Dork or Dog Breath or Bubble Blood or Mount Baltimore. Anyway, I learned my lesson, and I just want to come back to school!
Principal Warts decides to cave, and he lets Harold and Arnold go back to school. Meanwhile, Wolfgang shows up and sprays Warts with another fire extinguisher.
Hey, Warts, you wide load!
That's it, young man. You're suspended.
You can't suspend me. I'm already suspended.
Well, in that case, you're unsuspended. Get back to class.
You gotta catch me first, old ugly guy.
Come back here, pal. Whoa!
This episode is one that really made me feel bad for Harold. He definitely isn't the brightest bulb in the box. He isn't one to get good grades or necessarily excel in school, as evidenced by his D grade in the beginning of the episode. Harold gets to the point that he's so fed up with school that he just plain doesn't want to be there anymore, and he goes as far as getting himself suspended to not be there. But once he realizes just how boring life can be outside of school, he gets fed up with suspension really quickly. But seeing Harold get to the point where he's crying his eyes out and begging Principal Warts to let him back into school made me really feel bad for him. It's not that Harold's craving to get back to schoolwork and try to turn a new leaf and get good grades or anything like that, but he really just misses the social interaction that comes along with going to school every day. This episode really shines a light on how social deprivation can drive some people to the point of insanity. At one point, Harold was straight up outside in his underwear prepared to launch himself into school with a giant rickety slingshot, and at that point, school wasn't even in session anymore. Though he may be brash and a bully for the most part, Harold is an extrovert on all levels. He just wants to be around people and have that social interaction with his friends, and it was actually sad to see what lengths he went through as he was deprived from that social interaction. Now we're gonna dive a little more into his character and look at the season 3 episode, Harold the Butcher. This episode starts out with Harold, Arnold, and Sid walking down the street while Arnold talks about what he wants to be when he grows up. Arnold decides to ask Harold what he wants to be.
I don't want to be nothing. I just want to eat. I'm really hungry.
Having caught sight of a nice supple ham that Mr. Green is packing up, he decides to go into the butcher shop, and while Mr. Green is distracted, Harold decides to steal the ham. Harold runs out with it and catches up with Arnold and Sid. Just then, Mr. Green comes out asking if Harold saw what Mr. Green did with the ham that he assumes he just misplaced.
No, we didn't do nothing about a lost ham, right, fellas? We ain't seen nothing.
Hey, that looks like my ham.
Ham? What ham?
Harold Berman, I can't believe my eyes. You stole my beautiful ham, and now it's ruined.
Having been caught red-handed, Harold starts crying and saying that he was really hungry. Back at home, Harold's parents are talking to him about what he did and telling him that he needs to learn a lesson. We cut to later that day when we see Harold sitting down and talking to Rabbi Goldberg.
Stealing is against the law. Thou shalt not steal.
But I was hungry, Rabbi Goldberg.
But secondly, and most important, you stole a ham. Ham is not kosher at all. We don't eat ham. We haven't for 5,000 years, and we don't need to start now.
Harold apologizes, and Rabbi Goldberg explains that he understands that Harold is sorry, but he doesn't think that Harold understands why. Rabbi Goldberg tells a story of how when he was younger, his friend really wanted this vest that he saw.
He coveted that vest, Harold, but didn't have the money to buy it. You know what happened? My friend stole the vest, and he was punished. He had to work at the tailor shop, learning how to cut and sew and stitch, so he would see just how much work it takes to make a vest. He learned a good lesson. You can too, Harold. I have an idea.
Long story short, Rabbi Goldberg decides that Harold is going to work in the butcher shop every day after school for a week so that he can learn how much work it is having to help prepare meats. We see Harold struggling to help Mr. Green.
Where you want these?
No, don't let him drag on the floor like that. Pick him
up! Help me! Mommy!
Later on, we see Harold outside sweeping, and he comes inside to find Mr. Green tenderizing some meat, which leaves Harold absolutely intrigued. He's just fascinated by the idea that hitting meat can make it taste better, to put it in his words. This is the first point where we see Harold actually taking an interest in the job. The next day at school, we see Harold in the lunch line.
So, how are things at Mr. Green's?
It's okay. You know, meat's kind of interesting.
Wonder what this stuff is.
I'd say it's made from chuck roast. With some added oatmeal filler, of course.
Back at the butcher shop, we see Harold sweeping as he starts to question Mr. Green about meats. but Mr. Green is a little too short-tempered to answer any of his questions. Mr. Green comments about how he only has to put up with this for 2 more days. We then cut to Harold at school, yet again in the lunch line.
I see we're having the marinated beef shank again today, huh? Might I suggest that you use a little less soy sauce in your marinade next time? It overpowers the beef.
At dinner later that night, Harold is telling his parents all about meat and the facts that he's learned, which leaves his mom impressed and his dad happy that Harold isn't a criminal. We then see Harold sleeping while holding a book called So You Want to Be a Butcher. We get a glimpse at his dreams where he's blissfully imagining him running his own butcher shop. Harold wakes up and proceeds to have a fantastic day tidying up the butcher shop when this happens.
Nice job, Harold. Your week is up. You can run along now. You're all done paying me back for the ham. You can go.
But I like working here. I think I want to grow up to be a butcher. Well, maybe I could come and help you out every day. Like be your assistant.
Mr. Green says that he thinks Harold is a nice kid, but he's more trouble than he's worth. Mr. Green refuses to let Harold come by to help him, and Harold ends up leaving sad. We see Arnold in the butcher shop buying some meat, while Mr. Green is remarking on how Harold is still sitting outside. As Arnold leaves, Harold gets the genius idea to go into the shop and steal again.
Harold, what in the name of Pete do you think you're doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Green. You caught me stealing that turkey red-handed, didn't you? Guess you have to punish me now and make me work in your shop again, huh?
Oh, no. You're not fooling me, Harold Furman. I told you I don't want you to work in my shop anymore, and I meant it. Now go on, scram!
Harold ends up walking away crying, and we cut ahead to Mr. Green freaking out as he's serving customers for his annual meat sale. Mr. Green gets snippy with Arnold due to the fact that he's overwhelmed. Arnold then gets the idea to bring in Harold so that he can help alleviate some of the stress, but Mr. Green refuses.
Mr. Green, I brought someone to help you.
Oh, no. No, Harold. I already told you. You're more trouble than you're worth. You couldn't possibly be any help.
Mr. Blue?
It's Green.
Where are my briskets?
I told you we're out of brisket.
But
Actually, Mr. Green, I think you have some extra brisket in the back freezer where you keep the diced lamb.
You know what? You're right. There are briskets there.
Mr. Green ends up being impressed by how Harold remembered where the extra brisket is, and he decides to let Harold help him serve up some customers. Harold ends up slaying it, and by the end of the day, Mr. Green tells Harold that he did a great job.
You know, Harold, when you first started helping out here, I really thought it was a bad idea. But after today, I realized that you remind me of someone.
Really? Who?
A young me.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Green.
Now remember, I told you, it was just for one day.
Yeah, right.
Harold gives back his apron and walks out sadly, but Mr. Green offers to let Harold be his apprentice butcher, and he tosses him back the apron, telling him that he can come back on Mondays after school, which is where the episode ends. This episode really gave us an interesting perspective on how Harold's brain operates. In the beginning of the episode, we see Harold as a kid who has little to no drive or ambition. He literally says that he doesn't want to be anything when he grows up, but then his own greed and hunger lead to him blatantly stealing a ham from a butcher shop, which is ridiculous on multiple levels. First things first, of all the things to steal, a ham is possibly the most awkward, or really any uncut meat for that matter. That's just kind of a weird thing to take. It's not even in any packaging or anything. Second though, Harold is Jewish, and Jewish people don't eat ham, as Rabbi Goldberg explained. Of all the things to steal, it's just so weird to me that a ham of all things would be the choice. I will say though, stealing the ham was actually a positive for Harold, as it led to him finally finding some drive and passion for something in his life. The punishment that came from stealing the ham is what ultimately resulted in him finding his love for meat and having a goal in life. Seeing Harold go from the sad kid who didn't care about his future to someone who has serious potential to be an amazing butcher was really interesting and a positive transition that I enjoyed witnessing. It got to the point where Harold was even dreaming about running his own butcher shop one day, and it made me happy to see him having dreams like that. Harold is a character that I really enjoy seeing grow and flourish. That's another reason why I enjoy how versatile of a character he is. Comparing this Harold to the one that we saw in the episode 24 Hours to Live, it's like a completely different person. In a way, it almost feels like a breath of fresh air into the character. Moving on from there, we're gonna dive into a few episodes that shine a light on Harold's emotions. I firmly believe that there's a certain level of depth to Harold as a character that can often be overlooked. His soft side and his emotions are definitely a big part of that, and on that note, these next few episodes are going to highlight just that. We're going to start off with the Season 2 episode, Harold's Bar Mitzvah. This episode starts out with Harold walking to the synagogue for his lessons when he's stopped by Stinky, who offers for Harold to come play stickball with him and the other kids. Harold has to stop and think about it, but he decides that he can at least play for a few minutes.
Well, okay, give me that ball! Hey, I wasn't ready!
Is there a problem here, Chaim?
Oh, hi, Rabbi Goldberg. No, I was just playing with some of my friends.
Well, it's time we went inside.
The kids end up picking up Harold's books, wondering if he's learning Chinese, but Arnold, being the educated kid that he is, tells them that it's Hebrew. Harold tells them that he's studying for his bar mitzvah, which is in a couple days, and he goes into the synagogue, closing the door behind him.
Baruch atah Adonai.
Blessed are thou, O Lord.
Helga.
Melech. Have you been practicing your Torah portion?
Non-stop, Rabbi, non-stop.
Listen, Chaim.
Do you have to call me that? I'm Harold.
Chaim is a wonderful Hebrew name. It means life.
Rabbi Goldberg proceeds to explain the importance of becoming a bar mitzvah, or as he calls it, a man of duty and responsibility, and what the entire ceremony entails. He explains to Harold why he has to read from the Torah and cut and bless the challah.
And then I'll get my presents, right? By the way, Rabbi, just between you and me, how many presents am I allowed to get?
How's the chayin, Harold? Hold your horses. People will give you presents, that's for sure, but a bar mitzvah is not all about presents.
Rabbi Goldberg explains that at the age of 13, a male is seen as a man in the Jewish culture. Rabbi Goldberg explains to Harold why all of this is so important, but it seems to just go in one ear and out the other. He tells Harold that he's worried about him and is concerned that he isn't going to be ready for his bar mitzvah. We then see Harold leaving the synagogue.
Listen, you're all invited to my bar mitzvah, and you better be there. And you better get me something good. Nothing cheap, nothing girly.
Sheena asks Harold if he's nervous, but he confidently says no. We then cut to Harold dreaming of Rabbi Goldberg telling him to do his duties and get water for the camels. The dream gets really bizarre when we see all of Harold's friends riding on camels and telling him about the responsibilities that he has now that he's gonna be a man.
And you're called up to read an ancient Hebrew from the Torah, the Old Testament, for the first time as a man.
And you wear a yarmulke and a talent. See, that's a prayer shawl. And you have to sing in front of all of them. That sure make me nervous.
It's not just fun and games anymore. Harold, stand up and be counted as a man. And give my camel some water, pink boy.
Mine too, Mr. Man.
Come on, Harold. Be responsible. Be a man! Be a man!
We cut to Harold on the day of his bar mitzvah, and he's dressed in a suit, preparing. Harold looks at himself in the mirror, and in his head he hears Rabbi Goldberg talking to him.
This is your big day. You'll be looked upon as a man.
I gotta get out of here.
Next thing you know, Harold's walking down the street with a suitcase. He runs into Arnold, who says that he's been heading to the synagogue early to get a good seat, and that Harold can walk with him. Harold confides in Arnold, telling him that he's running away to Elk Island because he isn't ready to be a man. Arnold tries to stop him, but he refuses.
No, I'm not going there, Arnold.
Danny! Danny boy! Danny! Young man, please help me. I just lost my little boy, Danny. He was just here a moment ago. Danny!
Look, lady, I'm sorry about Danny, but I have to catch the next bus, get to the docks, and rent a canoe.
Oh, Danny! Danny boy!
Arnold tries to get Harold to empathize by asking him if he's ever been separated from his mom before, and then this happens.
Mommy! You know where my mommy is, mister?
I don't know anything about your mommy, and I'm not a mister. I'm a kid, too.
What's your mom look like?
Tall and has hair.
Maybe I should just get them together with that lady who was yelling. They can scream and cry together. Hey, lady!
Danny! Danny! Save Oh, thank you.
Harold ends up missing the bus because he was helping that kid get to his mom. Arnold then tells him that what he did was a really nice thing. Just then, the Jolly Ollie man rolls up, and Harold decides to get an ice cream bar to eat while he waits for the next bus. He then overhears two kids fighting over an ice cream bar nearby.
Get off of me! You're a baby! You're a baby! Get off of me! Come on!
Hold it! I know what I'm gonna do.
I don't think I've ever seen you give up a popsicle before, Harold.
Yeah, well, those kids wouldn't shut up.
Arnold rides the bus with Harold and tries to talk some sense into him, telling him that a lot of people are going to be disappointed in him. While that's happening, a bully ends up harassing Harold and threatening him.
You may be dressed in your bar mitzvah best, but you're still a punk, and I'm gonna show you who's boss. Say your prayers, kiddo.
Shema Yisrael Adonai.
What are you saying?
Eloheinu Adonai.
Hey, you're weirding me out with that gibberish. I'm out of here.
Finally, the bus makes it to the docks, and Harold goes to get in his canoe. While he's crawling down the ladder, Arnold makes one last-ditch effort to convince him. He reminds Harold of all the good things that he's did today.
Remember that kid and his mother? Righteousness. Remember that popsicle you gave up? Charity. And the way you stood up to that older kid? You did it with prayer. You did good things, Harold.
Righteousness, charity, and prayer. Yeah. Arnold, you know, I think you're right. I did do good things today.
You absolutely did. And where are we gonna go now, Harold?
Elk Island! Untie the canoe from the dock, Arnold.
Arnold tells Harold that he's gonna go to the synagogue and that he hopes Harold will do the right thing. We then cut over to the synagogue where Rabbi Goldberg is saying to everyone that he isn't losing faith and that he tried his best with Harold. Just then, Harold barges through the doors.
Have some faith, Rabbi. I'm here. Today, I am a man.
We see Harold stand in front of the crowd as he reads from the Torah and leaves his rabbi feeling proud. The episode ends with Harold and all of his friends dancing in celebration of Harold's bar mitzvah. This episode had an interesting effect on my perception of Harold. Throughout the entirety of the episode, we see an interesting progression of Harold's demeanor and how he presents himself. At first, he seems really confident about his bar mitzvah, but when the nerves get to him, we see him shut down and dismiss the idea of being considered an adult in the eyes of the rabbi. As a result of those fears, Harold goes on the run, feeling anxious about having to be an adult. His demeanor remains relatively brash and abrasive. However, we see him making the decision to do the right thing when it comes to the kid who gets lost as well as the kids fighting. Though both of those decisions weren't made with the most positive of intentions, what matters is that Harold did the right thing. By the end of the episode, Harold was ready to embrace his progression into becoming an adult, and we see him flourish at his bar mitzvah. This episode does an interesting job of showing us Harold's soft side. Most know Harold as the big, tough guy bully, but this episode reminded us that even the biggest brick wall of a bully still has fears. Deep down under his tough exterior is a kid who has deep feelings and emotions, and this episode showcases that in a way that maintains Harold's brash sense of being, which can be a tough thing to pull off, but Hey Arnold always has a great way of doing that. It kind of reminds me of some of the Helga episodes that we looked at in the last video in this series. The writers of this show do a phenomenal job of portraying characters' weaknesses and soft side while still portraying them in an abrasive manner that we expect from the character. Continuing on from there, we're going to check out an episode that could very well be my favorite Harold episode. That's going to be the Season 2 episode, Harold's Kitty. This episode begins with Harold walking past an old, creepy-looking house while banging a stick against the fence.
What's all the racket down there? Hey, get that stick away from my fence!
You're not the boss of me. I can do whatever I want. You're just a mean old lady who lives alone, and you're mean. Hey!
You need to learn some manners, young man.
Later on, we see Harold walk up on his friends playing kickball while making a giant mess of himself as he eats an ice cream. He antagonizes them, saying that they're playing their wussy game of kickball and that he wouldn't play even if they invited him.
Hey guys, maybe we should ask Harold to play kickball with us.
Are you kidding? Harold's the biggest, meanest, nastiest bully around. Yeah, I mean, he's a slob.
Yeah, and a bully. It was just a suggestion.
Hey, how come they didn't ask me to play with them? I would have played. 'Cause I always gotta be mean. Why do I always gotta be so mean? Why?
Harold sits against the side of the building, being sad about not being invited to play with everyone else. He decides that he's gonna throw rocks at a trash can instead, which he is just oddly excited about.
Oh, yeah! This'll be great! There's some kind of animal behind that can! I'm scared! Mommy!
Harold runs for dear life, terrified of the noise that came from the trash can. Arnold comes up to see what's going on, and he walks up to find a kitten inside of the trash can.
I knew that.
You were scared.
I'm not scared of a dumb, mangy cat. He can beat it up so easy, it's not even funny.
Come on, Harold. It's just a little kitten.
Arnold notices that the cat has a collar on it, and he decides that they need to figure out who the cat's owner is. Arnold tells Harold to hold the cat while he looks in the trash can for a name tag, and Harold reluctantly agrees to hold it.
What if he goes on me? Dumb old cat. Probably got fleas. I hate cats. Sure got funny looking ears. And weird colored eyes. Is cute though. I mean in a dopey way.
After not finding the tag, Arnold says that he'll just take the cat home and put up some flyers around town. Harold argues with Arnold, saying that they both found the cat, so Harold wants to take him home, and Arnold just agrees with it. Harold walks down the street talking about how he's gonna have to take care of the cat, play with it, and feed it.
Feed you? That reminds me. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I feel like a cupcake. That's probably because you look like a cupcake, all chocolate colored with that creamy spot on your chest. Hey, that's a good name for you, Cupcake. You like that? Okay, from now on, I'm gonna call you Cupcake.
We see Harold in his room with Cupcake, talking about how he's all alone and has no other cats to play with, which Harold can definitely relate to, having been cast away by his friends due to his own hostility and negativity. From there, we see a montage of Harold playing with Cupcake, taking him to the zoo, and eating ice cream with him, among other things. Harold ends up at the park with Cupcake, and Arnold comes up to talk with him.
Whoa, now I'm all dizzy. Are you dizzy, Cupcake?
How's it going, Harold?
Oh, pretty good. I'm all dizzy. What do you want anyways?
I was just noticing that you've gotten pretty close to that cat we found.
Cupcake.
Right. Cupcake. Anyway, I just want to remind you that sooner or later, you're gonna have to give the cat...
Cupcake!
Right, Cupcake. To his rightful owner.
Oh, that'll never happen.
We see Harold coming out of the pet store having bought a bunch of new toys for Cupcake when he spies a flyer that Arnold put up. He rips it down angrily before noticing that there are plenty more where that came from. After that, we see the same old lady from the beginning of the episode who threw water on Harold finding one of the flyers, and she ends up going to Arnold's house saying that Cupcake is her kitten. We cut back to Harold's house where we see him and Cupcake wearing birthday hats and celebrating the 1-week anniversary of when Harold found him. The phone rings and Harold answers it.
Hello?
Harold? It's Arnold. Listen, remember when I told you that sooner or later the cat's real owner would show up?
Yeah?
Well, she's here.
What are you talking about, Arnold? I'm the real owner.
Look, Harold, I know this is hard for you, but we're coming over right now to get the cat.
Oh, no! No! You're not taking Cupcake away from me!
Harold? Don't worry. He'll come to his senses when we get over there.
The old lady says that she's excited to have her kitten Thurston back because he is the only friend that she has in the world. The two go to Harold's house to find the door boarded up with a sign saying Cupcake is not there. Arnold shouts up to Harold from his window and tries to reason with Harold.
Harold, it's me, Arnold. We've come for the cat.
You're not taking Cupcake. He's mine.
But Harold, the cat's real owner is here.
Where?
Thurston? I'm right here, baby.
What? That's the mean old lady that threw water on me.
And you're that rotten kid that always makes such a racket.
I'm not giving Cupcake to her. He's mine. Now go away.
Things escalate from there as we see a massive crowd surrounding Harold's house as he refuses to come out with the cat. The cops even show up too.
This is Officer Putney of the local police. I order you to come out right now.
Come and get me, copper lady.
Harold, you have to come out. The whole neighborhood is here. The police are here. You have to give
up the cat.
I'm never giving up Cupcake. Never, never, never.
The old lady ends up crying because of how worried she is. Arnold ends up crawling through a window and into Harold's house in an attempt to talk some sense into him. Just then, Animal Control Air 1 shows up, demanding that Harold come outside.
Harold Permit!
What?
This is Animal Control Air 1. Come out with the cat and your hands in the air.
I can't do both.
Well, come out with your left hand in the air and the cat in the other hand. No, put the cat in your left hand, but keep your right cat where we can see your hand.
You're confusing me.
Arnold makes it into Harold's room and tells him that this is out of control. Harold says that the old lady is mean and crazy, but Arnold tells him that she isn't and that she's just lonely and that the cat is her best friend in the entire world. He tells Harold that Cupcake has lived with her for his whole life and how he probably misses her just as much as she misses him. After some talking with Arnold, this happens.
Don't shoot me. I'm just a kid with a cat. Thurston. Okay. I'm gonna give you Cupcake. Thurston. Here.
I couldn't help but notice the mistake in the subtitles here. When Harold says "don't shoot me," the subtitles said "don't kill me." Random, I know, but dark. Just had to throw that out there. The old lady ends up reunited with her cat, and Harold just sobs his eyes out. He gives her the toys that he bought for Cupcake as he weeps sadly.
Well, thank you, young man.
I still think you're a mean old lady.
And I still think you're a rotten kid. But I guess if you promise not to steal him, I'll let you come and play with Thurston.
Really?
Well, we'd better be going.
The old lady leaves with her cat as the scene fades to black, and we then cut to Harold at her house playing with Cupcake, leaving us to assume that the police just cleared the scene without any negative repercussions for Harold.
That was a really nice thing Harold did.
Yeah, it's kind of sweet how much he loved that cat.
Kind of makes you rethink Harold a little. Maybe we should ask him to play kickball with us.
Yeah. But not today. Maybe next week or something.
Okay, that was a lot. Let's unpack a little bit. This is an interesting episode to dissect. The framing for the premise of this episode is really interesting in its entirety. This is a season 2 episode, and I can safely say that before this episode, we have definitely seen Harold playing with the other kids. However, it's framed at the beginning of this episode that the other kids view Harold as a bully and that they don't want to play with him, which is just kind of odd given that at this point in the series, we've seen them play baseball with Harold multiple times. Regardless of that, this episode shines a light on Harold that made me realize that he's a lot like Helga in a few different ways. He tends to portray himself as brash and aggressive on the outside, but deep inside is a soft spot, and in all reality, Harold just wants to fit in with the other kids and be included in their game. Given his naturally aggressive nature, he pushes himself away from them, even though he just wants to be included. We can't help but wonder why Harold tends to do this. Most likely, it's due to the fact that he has an established reputation as a tough bully and he feels the need to maintain, but it's unfortunate. As easy as it would be for Harold to just nicely ask to be included, he feels that he can't do that due to a prior established context as a bully. However, the feeling of being left out sucks, and that's what led Harold into this entire complex situation. This interaction between Harold and the other kids was the tipping point in a domino effect that would lead Harold into what was a straight up hostage situation. Harold was full-blown boarded up in his house with Cupcake and facing down police officers in an attempt to not have to give Cupcake back. Things escalated rather quickly in this situation. I have to point out a few things here. Fair warning, I'm gonna do that thing where I completely overanalyze a children's cartoon for just a minute or two here. Just know that this is coming from the place of someone who works in public safety, so I just can't turn a blind eye to this. First of all, if this was real life, this would obviously have never been a hostage situation. Of course, if Harold was boarded up up in the house with a person hostage, it would probably be a different story. However, this would most likely be considered a civil situation, or worst case scenario would be considered maybe like theft or something. Either way, neither of those situations would warrant the law enforcement response that this situation got. Also, Arnold crawling through the window to make it up to Harold would also never happen in real life. In a hostage situation, police would definitely not allow a literal 4th grade child to go into the building and make contact with the subject. Lastly, the fact that their animal control has a straight up helicopter is absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, a majority of police agencies in the United States don't have helicopters. Like, where the hell would animal control get that kind of funding? That's just straight up comical, and I love the satire of this entire situation. Moving on from the logistical standpoint though, we see a beautiful thing happen when Harold finally makes the right decision to give the kitten back. Harold puts himself in the old lady's shoes and realizes just how much he can relate to her struggle. He knows just what it's like to have no friends, and he ends up actually feeling terrible for taking this old woman's only friend in the entire world. This is a nice reminder that, again, underneath that tough exterior is a kid who yearns to be accepted, has a soft side, and is able to empathize with others. Harold relating to the old woman is what allows him to be able to mend the gap that exists between the two of them. She extends the olive branch by offering to let Harold come over to her house and play with her kitten. Harold ends up taking her up on that offer, and we're left to assume that her and Harold are able to get along nicely over their mutual love for the kitten. This episode is relatively par for the course with Harold. He displays an abrasive, tough guy persona, and by the end of the episode, we end up seeing his soft side. There's a good number of episodes like this, but this one is just different. Not only for the fact that, according to canon, this timeline doesn't really add up, but the fact that it's pretty freaking dark. This 4th grader was straight up in a hostage situation with the cops, which, as unrealistic as it is actually pretty brutal. Next up, we're tackling the Season 4 episode, Buses, Bikes, and Subways. This episode would see Mr. Simmons' class just hyped as they're on a field trip to their local chocolate factory. Helga is angry about the whole trip and just wants it to be over because she has tickets for WrestleMania after school. Mr. Simmons stands up to go over some rules with the class before they arrive.
1, go straight to the Yahoo Chocolate Hospitality Room and eat chocolate num-nums till you puke!
Stop cheering already! Harold's obnoxious enough. Don't encourage him.
Listen, Helga, I've been dreaming about this field trip since kindergarten, and I'm planning on having the best day of my life. So stay out of my way, Madam Fortress Mommy!
You stay out of my way, pink boy!
The class gets to the factory and completely ignores Mr. Simmons talking as they all sprint in as fast as they can. We see Chocolate Boy, who stowed away underneath the bus, obviously on the hunt for chocolate. The kids run amok in the factory. We see Helga standing around bored as Harold gets to the absolute gold mine of all-you-can-eat chocolate, and Chocolate Boy ends up taking a swim in a vat of chocolate. Mr. Simmons ends up finding Chocolate Boy and takes him aside to clean him off.
Chocolate Boy, let me start by saying that I am not at all happy about this. You skipped school to come on this field trip without anyone's permission. What do you have to say for yourself?
Chocolate.
Well, I think it's time to take you back to school. Better round up the class and get them on the bus.
You mean the field trip's over?
I'm afraid so, Helga.
Yes! WrestleMania, here I come.
Mr. Simmons and the rest of the class board the bus, leaving Harold behind. Helga realizes that Harold isn't on the bus, and she decides to go back to get him, assuming that he's gonna make her late for WrestleMania if she doesn't go get him.
Hey, stupid, wake up! It's time to roll! I said move it, big boy! Move! Ow, ow!
And 30. Well, I think that's everybody.
Ow, quit pulling my arm!
The bus is leaving, you dumb oaf! No! Wait!
The two run back to the bus just as it's pulling away from the factory. They're both left stranded, very far away from home. The factory closes its doors, leaving them locked out and unable to call their parents. Thankfully, there's a payphone across the street, and Harold has just enough money for 2 phone calls.
Hello? Mom! It's me, Helga! I'm stuck at the chocolate factory with a moron. The school bus left us here and we don't have any way to get back. Oh, please pick up Miriam. Oh.
Hello? Mommy! It's me, Harold!
I never heard of you! Don't call me again!
Dial the wrong number.
Just brilliant. You don't even know your own phone number.
The two of them end up walking down the road until they reach the subway station. The two of them jump the gate and board the subway. They look at the map on the subway and they argue about where they're supposed to get off. Helga tries to tell Harold where they're getting off, but Harold insists that they get off at a different stop, saying that he took that exit with his dad before and that he knows where they're going.
Oh, I know what I'm talking about, Helga. Trust me.
Fine, but you'd better be right, pink boy. Ew. Now what?
I don't know. It kind of looks different than I remembered.
You don't have any idea where we are, do ya? Do ya?
Helga, come back!
The two of them walk off until it gets dark. They come upon a circus and they find a tandem bicycle parked, so they decide to steal it in an attempt to bike all the way back home.
Why do I have to sit in back?
Just shut up and pedal. We've got miles to go, and I'm doing all the work.
Mommy.
Hey, bicycle thief, come back!
Get the car.
We cut back to the bus where we see everyone joyfully singing a song, save for Arnold, who says that something isn't right. Obviously not noticing that Helga and Harold are gone, but intuitively knowing that someone's missing. We cut back to Helga and Harold, who are hiding from the clowns who are chasing after them. They end up seeing a light off in the distance, which they follow to find Sheena's Uncle Earl, who's napping in his boat on the water.
Hey, blow the man down.
Look, it's Sheena's Uncle Earl!
Hey, mister, wake up!
What? Who goes there?
Can you give us a ride into town?
There's some crazy midget clowns that want to kill us!
Midget clowns, eh? Arr!
We cut back to the bus where we see Arnold finally realize who's missing, and they turn the bus right around to go back to the chocolate factory. Once they get there, we see Arnold with Chocolate Boy on a leash, having him smell to see if he can track Harold's chocolatey scent, which oddly enough actually works. Chocolate Boy says that the scent is about an hour and 15 minutes old. Meanwhile, back on the boat, Harold pulls the bottom cork, causing the boat to sink.
Hey, what's this?
Oh, hey, don't be pulling that!
Help me! I can't swim!
Neither can I. Good luck to ye!
Help me! Quit choking me and grab onto this!
Harold and Helga swim towards town and end up making it to a beach where this happens.
We're alive! Oh, you saved my life! I think I love you!
Now get away from me, you big whale!
Huh?
Everything that happened today is your fault! You can't do anything right! Take the bus, for example. Why do you think we missed it, Harold? Oh, let's see. Maybe was it because you were too busy eating twice your body weight in chocolate num-nums?
Helga continues to belittle Harold and mock him for all of the poor decisions that he's made tonight, which leaves Harold feeling really down.
You're not just any moron, are you, Harold? You're the king! Your day's just getting started! So, because of your amazing curiosity about the world around us, you pulled the plug out of the bottom of our getaway boat! You idiot.
So, is that what you really think of me, Helga? You think I'm an idiot and I can't do anything right?
Yes, Harold. That's what I really think.
Harold ends up seeing some buildings in the distance, and he realizes that he knows exactly where they are. He takes her to a nearby shack and drags her through some tunnels before bursting through the doors at none other than WrestleMania.
WrestleMania? But how?
My cousin works here as a security guard. He lets me in all the time. Hey, Furbo!
We cut to Mr. Simmons, who's at Helga's door, talking to her mom, prepared to tell her that Helga's missing, but just before he breaks the news, the phone rings and Miriam answers it. Turns out that it's Helga on the line, letting her know that she's at WrestleMania with Harold, and at the revelation of that, Mr. Simmons straight up faints. We cut back to WrestleMania, where this happens.
Harold, I just want to say, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Chocolate num-num?
This episode was a bit of a wild ride. We would see Harold getting left behind due to his own gluttony. His uncontrollable hunger for chocolate resulted in him being oblivious to the fact that his entire class was about to leave without him. Helga's effort to find him and get him on the bus was one that didn't come from a position of her not wanting him to be left behind. It was more for her own selfish want to not be held up by his tardiness. Overall, the premise is just kind of dark. These 4th graders were left behind in the middle of nowhere, miles away from their hometown, to fend for themselves. It wasn't until nearly an hour and a half later that everyone realized that they weren't there. As a result, Harold and Helga end up breaking multiple laws in an effort to get home. This episode represented Harold in an interesting light. We see a few different sides of him shown here. We see his inner excited child shining through when he's on the bus and getting ready to go into the factory. At the factory, we see his inner glutton shine through as he proceeds to indulge himself on what Helga describes as half his body weight in chocolate. Then, surprisingly, we see Harold's confident side shine through when he's trying to guide him and Helga back home and analyzing the map in the subway. Sure, he was wrong, but his confidence was shining in how sure he was in his directions. Then finally, we see Harold's soft side shine through when Helga decides to rip him a new one and straight up call him stupid. Harold's feelings get truly hurt, which is an interesting thing to see happen. As a character who tends to be portrayed as a big dumb brick wall of a bully, it was definitely out of the norm to see Harold get his feelings so hurt by what someone else thinks of him. Of course, by the end of it all, Helga apologized, but it was still sad to see Harold's feelings so hurt over it. One thing that really messed me up was Mr. Simmons' reaction to all of this. He comes to the conclusion that Helga and Harold are just gone when he goes back to the factory and doesn't find them. So what does he do? Certainly not contact the police. Oh no, of course not. Instead, he just goes straight to Helga's house to tell her mother directly. You'd think he'd want to contact law enforcement to file them as missing juveniles, but no. Overall, this episode didn't necessarily have any stunning revelations about Harold as a character, but it was pretty dark as far as the premise is concerned. I'll also admit that this episode has an amazing transition point into the next topic that we're going to cover, and that's going to be Harold's self-image and how he feels about himself. Fair warning, things might get a little sensitive here. We're going to kick off this segment by tackling the Season 4 episode, Weighing Harold. This episode starts off with Harold sitting on the curb surrounded by other kids who are amazed by him choking down 50 Mr. Fudgy ice cream bars. They pay up, having lost the bet, and they walk away just before this happens.
Hey, Tubby.
Who, me?
Yeah, who me? Who me? You, yeah, you, Tubby. I wish I had 100 customers like you. Oh, I could retire and move to Florida, boy, I'll tell you. 50 Mr. Fudgies. Oh, you can pack it away, can't you? See you tomorrow, Tubby.
My name's not Tubby. It's Harold.
Harold feels really hurt by the Jolly Ollie man's cruel words. He drives off as Harold just walks away. He comes upon Sid and Stinky talking behind his back.
Can you believe it? What an idiot. It only cost us $0.25 to see him eat all those Mr. Fudgies, and I bet it cost Harold 6 weeks of his allowance just to buy him.
Boy, he sure is fat, ain't he? He must weigh over 200 pounds.
I bet by the time he's in the 6th grade, he'll weigh over 300 pounds.
Sure is fat, ain't he?
Things just seem to get worse and worse as Harold keeps on walking.
Look, Mommy, there's a fat man.
Oh, Johnny, no, don't say that. He's not a fat man. He's a fat boy.
We see Harold at dinner with his parents. While they very clearly notice that something's wrong with him, Harold says that he doesn't want to talk about it, but his parents continue to argue. Harold opens up to his parents and tells them that he's worried about being fat because some kids at school were talking bad about him. Harold's mother tries to make him feel better, but she ultimately fails. We then cut to Harold later that night, eating an entire box of donuts while watching TV.
Hey, are you fat in between the ages of 8 and 14? Do kids call you Tubby, Lardo, Wide Load, Whale Boy, or the fattest person I've ever seen in my life? Wouldn't you like to change all that and be thin again? Well, now you can. When you sign up for Kids Cruise to Lose, a 5-week sea vacation for kids who want to lose weight. You'll enjoy swimming, diving, jogging, and an all-you-can-eat salad bar, all under the supervision of our caring health counselors.
Hi, I'm Counselor Skip, and I care.
Call us now at 1-800-I-AM-HUGE. That's 1-800-I-AM-HUGE.
Harold buys right into the advertisement, and we cut to him boarding the cruise as he says goodbye to his parents and friends, saying that when he gets back, he's gonna be skinny. We then cut to the day that Harold comes back, and he gets off of the ship looking significantly heavier than he was when he left.
Harold, what happened? You're as big as a house.
What do you mean?
Have you looked in the mirror lately?
That just shows what you know. They don't allow mirrors on the ship.
Well, you might want to take a gander at one on account of you're as big as a house.
What are they talking about, Arnold? Who's that guy?
That's you.
That's me?
I guess you put on a couple of pounds.
We see Harold sitting at the dinner table while he opens up to his parents yet again, saying that he thinks he's gigantic. His mom tries to say that he's perfectly normal. Meanwhile, his dad says that he could take off a couple extra pounds in no time. His parents end up arguing continuously, which just makes Harold feel worse. In a rather heartbreaking turn of events, we see Harold laying alone at night in the fetal position when his bed frame just completely gives out and breaks. Then we see all of the kids sitting on Arnold's stoop talking about how massive Harold is now.
Well, there he is, my favorite customer. Where you been, Tubby?
I was on vacation to lose weight.
Oh, I see that went well. I suppose you want the usual 6 Mr. Fudgies!
Not today. I was wondering if you had any Mr. Fudgies that were low fat.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I got low-fat Mr. Fudgies. Half the calories and half the taste.
Great. I'll take 12 of them.
Days later, Arnold overhears Sid and Stinky talking about how Harold's just been holed up in his room for a week now. Arnold gets the idea to go try to cheer him up. He sits down with Harold and tries to talk with him about ways that he could help him lose weight.
Forget it, Arnold. I'm fat and I'm always gonna be fat. There's nothing you or anybody else can do about it.
That's ridiculous. There's all kinds of ways to lose weight.
Huh, yeah, like that cruise I went on?
I mean, other ways.
Arnold offers to help him lose weight, saying that he can do it at night when no one will see them, so that Harold doesn't have to be embarrassed. We get a training montage of Harold attempting to work out, but in the end, Harold decides to give up.
Jolly Ollie Man was right. He said if he had more customers like me, that he could retire to Florida. And Sid and Stinky were laughing about me because I was so fat. And then some little kid told his mommy I was a fat man. and then she said, "No, Johnny, no, he's not a fat man. He's a fat boy." And so I went on a cruise to get skinny, but I was so worried about people thinking I was fat that I ate more and more.
Harold cries his eyes out to Arnold, to which Arnold responds very knowledgeable, like he usually does. He helps Harold rationalize that all of this started because people were talking bad about how big he is. However, at the time that was happening, Harold himself didn't think that he was too big and was actually happy in his own body. This makes Harold realize that he would be happy if he could just get his body back to where it was before the cruise, which gives him a new outlook on working out. Harold realizes that it could actually be fun.
Okay, Arnold, I think I can do it now.
Then let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. But can we eat first? I'm starving.
We then get a legit training montage of Harold working out with Arnold while he's just absolutely kicking ass. We cut to everyone outside of Harold's house, waiting for the big reveal of Harold's new body.
I can't believe it. Harold, you look fantastic.
It's like you're wasting away.
It's a complete transformation.
I never thought you could be so thin and all anyone looks so good.
Harold feels really good about everyone talking about how thin he is.
Hey, it's the Jolly Ollie Man. Let's celebrate.
Hey, Harold, bet you a quarter you can't eat 50 Mr. Fudgies.
You're on.
Now, this episode was a tough one to stomach for me. As someone who's struggled with low self-esteem, weight problems, and confidence issues in the past, I see a lot of myself in Harold in this episode, but deeper than that, we see a lot more of Harold's sensitive side in this one. This episode does an amazing job of humanizing Harold and making us as viewers see him as more than just the brash bully that we know him as. The way that Arnold put all this into perspective was huge, honestly. Harold ended up opening up about how all this happened because of all the other kids talking bad about him, so he decided to go on that weight loss cruise, and he was so worried about everyone thinking about his weight that as a result, he just kept eating and eating to cope with the stress. stress. However, the realization that he was actually happy in his body before all of this was the real driving factor behind him actually doing the thing and making the change. It was a tough realization that, despite what everyone else was saying, Harold himself didn't think that he was fat and was actually really comfortable in his own skin. It really hurts to see this side of Harold, and honestly, it's not very often in the series when we get to see Harold in a light like this one. I don't really recall any point in this episode where Harold was antagonistic or brash whatsoever. This episode really was just kind of out of character based on our normal expectation of how the writers usually portray Harold. But this episode is one that I feel is important for people to see. There's a huge life lesson to be learned here. It doesn't matter what other people think about you. What matters is that you're happy with yourself. As long as you're happy, what everyone else thinks should just go right out the window. This episode is one that really had me empathizing with Harold, as I'm sure most of us can. It's really not cool being belittled and treated differently for your physical appearance, and going through something like that at such a young and formative age can lead to trauma that can and probably will follow you for life. Moving on from there, and continuing on in the vein of Harold's self-esteem, we're going to tackle the Season 3 episode, The Aptitude Test. This episode starts out with Mr. Simmons telling the kids in his class that they're going to take the same aptitude test that he took when he was their age that helped him find his love for teaching.
Please, write your names on the outside of your folders. Harold, put your liverwurst sandwich away now, or I'll be forced to take it away.
But I'm hungry!
Now, Harold.
Mr. Simmons hypes this test up hardcore, basically telling them not to stress, even though that this test is going to literally determine what they'll do for the rest of their lives.
Would you rather build a model of a ship with matchsticks or watch an ant farm?
Would you rather visit an art museum or make a map of the Northwest Territories? Well, time for my trusty purple pen.
We get a nice montage of all the kids taking the test, including Harold seeming to be just kind of circling E for every answer. Then, as the montage ends, Mr. Simmons does pretty much the worst thing that he could have possibly done in this situation.
Lunchtime! Yeah!
Eugene, I'll entrust you to collect everyone's tests and put them on my desk.
As you would expect, Eugene naturally drops all of the folders and mixes up a few of the tests in the process. After some ominous, foreboding music, we see Helga and Phoebe talking about the test.
And Harold here. Harold will become a doorman if he can ever master the technique.
Cool! I get it!
We fast forward to Mr. Simmons passing out the results of the test some days later, with him openly reading out loud some of what he deems are the most notable results.
And Harold, congratulations on the most outstanding test scores for a 4th grader since Olga Pataki took the test. No, seriously. Harold, you can consider a multifaceted career in international business affairs, political science, and Elizabethan poetry. You can do anything.
I don't get it. You mean I'm smart? Hey, everybody! I'm smart!
Mr. Simmons straight up says that Harold is so smart that he could literally do anything that he wanted to for a living. Helga, having heard that, assumes that her results are going to be even more absurd, but she's shocked when she opens them up.
A woods person? What the heck is a woods person?
We used to call them woodsmen back where I come from, only that's politically incorrect.
Is this some kind of a joke? Like I'm supposed to be some kind of simple mountain girl? Who else got woodsmen for their career?
I did.
We see the other kids revealing their results, such as Gerald, who got talk show host sidekick, and Eugene, who got choreographer, and we see the kids starting to lean into their newly appointed career roles.
Guess it's time to start reading up on politics.
Oh, you are correct, sir.
And stop acting like a talk show sidekick.
Oh, touche, sir. Cool. The pizza bats go bananas.
If you're so smart, you could probably read real hard stuff.
Hey, yeah, maybe I could. Ornamental horticulture.
Willikers, you can read it.
We cut over to Helga, who's extremely aggravated at her result. She finds herself in her Arnold closet, reflecting.
Oh, this has all been a huge mistake, and my obsessive poetry isn't the savage, well-observed pain of a tormented artist? I might as well face it. I'm just an ordinary 9-year-old girl living an ordinary life.
We see Harold getting praised by his parents and leaning into the smart guy role when his mom asks him why it is that the ride to someplace always seems to take so much longer than the ride home.
It's the build-up of longing and anticipation. Kind of the same theory as me waiting for that chocolate cake you baked, Ma.
Oh, the cake! Oh, my poor Donnie genius. I forgot.
It's a bright and beautiful future, Harold.
I know, there's gonna be cake.
Meanwhile, Helga is so broken that she's speaking in a mock southern accent while she brings her box of diaries up to her dad, asking him to put them in the attic because it pains her to see them. But being the massive douche that he is, Big Bob pays no attention to anything that Helga's saying.
Tain't so easy as it looks.
Things seem to be escalating rather quickly for both Helga and Harold, as we see him sitting at the table doing something on the computer while enjoying a nice concerto and telling his mom that she needs to buy mutual funds before the market closes. Later on, Arnold and Gerald are walking down the street and they come across Helga on her stoop and they ask why she didn't make it to baseball practice, but she says that she was busy building a birdhouse out of popsicle sticks.
Hey, how come you didn't show up for practice, Olga?
Ain't got the time, you weird-looking city boy. I'm making me a birdhouse.
Helga, if you take that stick away, don't you think it'll fall apart?
Why, don't be a darn fool. Aw, shucks.
Arnold and Gerald continue on until they pass Harold on his stoop holding some blueprints.
My dad and I are gonna bring out the full potential of our rooftop by building a gazebo in this corner and creating a Japanese bonsai garden at the other end.
Did you think this up yourself?
I was inspired by the Taj Mahal. It's in my Young Genius's Guide to India.
Back at school, Mr. Simmons is asking the class questions. We see Harold confidently answering a question about simple division that leaves everyone impressed, but when Mr. Simmons calls on Helga, this happens.
Helga, maybe you can help us with the next word problem. If the train left Penn Station at 3 o'clock, what is its time of arrival?
Beats me. We simple country folk don't take the train.
Now, Helga, you're not even trying. It seems to me you haven't been very you lately. I'd like to see you after school.
We see Mr. Simmons talking to Helga in private, saying that she's been acting different since they got their test results.
I ain't one of them book-smart fancy pants. I'll be happy making slumgullion and possum pie and picking my teeth under the lean-to.
Helga, where did you get the idea that people from the country all talk like that?
From the Clampets. You know, Jed, Ellie Mae.
Helga, you are taking this test much too seriously. It's supposed to be a guideline, not the deciding factor in your career choice. Only you can choose your future, Helga.
I'd like to jaw with you more, but I got whittling to do.
Helga ends up walking off, saying that he should save the engaging conversation for a smart person like Harold, which leaves Mr. Simmons pondering, noting the fact that Harold's test results were kind of a mystery too. He then gets the idea to go into his classroom and check the test results again.
It's a giant H. I must have graded so many tests that night I didn't catch this. This is obviously not Helga's work. Purple ink? Oh my word, I've made a terrible mistake. Innocent children's lives are hanging in the balance.
Then we cut to Mr. Simmons at Helga's house, explaining that her results were accidentally switched. Of course, Big Bob seems to not care at all, and he didn't even give half a thought to anything that Mr. Simmons just said.
I'm fine, whatever. Is this gonna cost me anything?
No, of course not.
Good. We got the wheel coming on in a couple of minutes, so you know the way out, huh? What a throw pillow.
I knew it. I'm a literary giant. I can be anything I want to be. Thank heavens I didn't throw away my poems and diaries. They'll be collector's items someday. Portrait of the artist as a girl genius.
Meanwhile, Harold is just straight up crying over the news that his test results wasn't actually his.
I'm dumb as a rock. I'm dumb as a bag of hammers.
No, you still don't understand. You didn't actually take the test, Harold. You answered every question by filling in E. Take a hike in the woods.
Mr. Simmons explains that Harold did an amazing job in school this week because he believed in himself, which makes Harold realize that just because his test results weren't perfect doesn't mean that he needs to give up.
Hey, that's right! So I can go ahead and build the gazebo on the roof. If you still like the idea, Dad.
It's a good idea, Harold.
As we see the episode come to an end, we see Helga sitting in her closet and writing in one of her journals about how in love she is with Arnold, and that's it. This one is overall really weird to dissect. Like, first of all, the concept of this test and the level that Mr. Simmons initially presented it in are completely messed up. Like, Mr. Simmons straight up told these kids that the test is going to determine the rest of their lives. That sets an extremely high level of pressure and expectation on these 4th graders. Furthermore, the way that Mr. Simmons flip-flops on his views of the test is just kind of mind-boggling. He straight up goes from saying that it's the most important test of their lives to then later on telling Helga that she's taking the test way too seriously. Meanwhile, Mr. Simmons pretty much has Harold completely convinced that he's a genius and can do literally whatever he wants in life. With that level of confidence bestowed upon him, we see Harold actually apply himself for once. Like, he is a legit, dedicated, and smart scholar. However, in a sense, he has that ripped away from him. Like, sure, in the end of the episode, we see him say that he isn't going to give up on the idea to build a gazebo, but you know good and well that he's not going to go back to doing what he was doing when he thought he was a genius. Throughout the rest of the series, we would never see Harold acting like a genius again, so obviously it didn't stick. On top of that though, we have an established understanding from the last episodes that we checked out that underneath that abrasive bully outer shell, Harold is actually a sensitive person. We've also learned that he can sometimes struggle with confidence and self-image. This can definitely play into that in a sense. Like, imagine being told that you can literally do anything you want in life and having that give you a special sense of purpose, just to later be told, nope, just kidding, you're not a genius. Like, I don't know about you guys, but something like that would probably scar me emotionally just a little bit. That's some heavy stuff to go through when you're someone who deals with some of the issues that Harold faces. However, this episode did an amazing job of showcasing just how capable Harold is. Like, when he thought he was a genius, he was doing things that we as viewers would never expect to see from Harold. Though it may not have kept up after this episode, it was a nice reminder just how capable Harold is when he applies himself. Winding down from there though, we're gonna dive into one last topic that we definitely need to address, and that's gonna be Harold's interactions and potential relationship with Patty. Throughout the series, there are a few times when we'd see Harold and Patty interact. The first episode that we're going to check out is the season 3 episode, Hey Harold. This one starts out at lunch at school while Rhonda is passing out invitations to a party, which Arnold points out is going to be their first boy-girl party. He seems to hype it up like it's a huge deal.
I don't know. It seems pretty sophisticated to me. I mean, girls and dancing?
Oh, I reckon girls are all right. And even dancing might not be so bad.
Unless you wind up having to dance with someone like Big Patty.
We see Harold walk up saying that he thinks girls and dancing are both stupid. Meanwhile, Sid and Arnold say that they're gonna go because there'll probably be lots of food there. Later on, we see Harold eating dinner with his parents.
Why aren't you going to the party?
Why should I?
All the other kids are going. Put on your bar mitzvah suit and have a good time.
Who knows, you might meet a nice little girlfriend.
Oh, yuck, I hate girls.
What's wrong with girls? You know, your mother was a girl.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Not so long ago.
All right, that's completely different anyway. Besides, girls don't like me either.
Harold's parents proceed to tell him about how he should go to the party, and they start showering him with a ton of compliments, and then this happens.
Let it out, please!
Just look in the mirror, take a look. You're a charming, handsome young man.
Stop it, Mom! I'm not charming and I'm not handsome. I'm a big, dumb, ugly kid!
Harold, please!
All right, I'll go to the party, but I'll just look stupid and no one will dance with me. Will that make you happy, Mom?
Harold, please, you're getting all excited.
I can't handle this!
After that, we cut to the party, where we see Harold dressed in his nice bar mitzvah tuxedo filling up a cup at the punch bowl. During the party, there's this sad scene where Patty is sitting with a few other girls, and all of the boys start picking dance partners.
Hi,
I was wondering.
Yeah?
Could I borrow this chair?
Sure.
Later on, we end up seeing Harold outside throwing some cherries towards a garbage can, all by himself, when all of a sudden, Patty shows up.
Pretty good shot.
Thanks.
Your eyes are kind of puffy. You've been crying?
No. What are you, crazy? I just got something in my eye.
Well, how come you're not dancing?
How come you're not dancing?
'Cause I don't like it.
Well, I don't like it either.
Dance is stupid anyway.
No kidding.
I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if you didn't have to do it with girls.
What's wrong with girls?
Nothing. I just don't like them, okay?
You're just saying that because you're a boy.
So what if I'm a boy? What's wrong with boys?
Patty ends up baiting Harold into dancing with her by calling him chicken and saying that he's too afraid to dance with a girl. The two end up dancing and hitting it off pretty well.
It really bugs me when people say I'm dumb. If I had a dime for every kid I beat up for calling me dumb boy, I'd sure have a whole bunch of dimes.
I know. Kids call me dumb sometimes, too.
Well, you don't seem so dumb to me.
Thanks. What's your name, anyway?
Harold.
My name's Patty.
Oh, I like that.
We see the time pass at the party, with more and more people leaving over time until Rhonda thinks that everyone's gone. Then we see that Harold and Patty are still sitting outside together, near a candle, just in deep conversation together.
We've been talking all night. I don't usually talk to girls this much. Most of them think I'm just dopey and boring.
I don't think you're boring.
Really?
No, I think you're kind of charming.
Hey, tomorrow's Sunday. You want to do something?
Like what?
I don't know. Just hang around. Maybe goof on some people.
Sure, if you want to.
We get a nice montage of Harold and Patty spending time together, which ends with both of them sitting and sharing an ice cream sundae.
I don't like lunch period that much.
You're kidding! That's my favorite period! How can you not like lunch period?
Well, it's probably because I always end up sitting by myself. Ever since I was in the 2nd grade, I guess I got a reputation for being kind of tough. Nobody ever wanted to sit with me. It's no big deal or anything, but sometimes I wish I had somebody to eat with. You know, just a friend I could talk to in between chewing.
While Harold and Patty are talking, we see Sid and Stinky come out of a nearby building as they spot Harold and Patty hanging out. Naturally, they're dicks about it and say that he's off his rocker for hanging out with Patty. Harold takes Patty home at the end of the day, and we see him telling her that he had a really good time with her and even asking if she wanted to sit together at lunch tomorrow at school. Harold ends up running off and he's confronted by Sid and Stinky, who ask him why he was hanging out with Patty.
Well, it's no big deal if you got a crush on a girl, Harold. But who would have thought you'd get one on Big Patty? Yeah, Big Patty.
Harold ends up defending himself by saying that he doesn't have a crush on her and that he was just doing her a favor by hanging out with her. Fast forward, and we end up seeing Harold at dinner with his parents, telling them about Patty, and they immediately leap to call her his girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend!
We'll invite her over for dinner. How's next Wednesday? We can invite her parents too. We can show her those adorable baby pictures of you. The ones of you on the bearskin with your keister up in the air.
Gee!
From there, we jump to school the next day, right before the lunch bell rings. Sid and Stinky end up finding out that Harold was planning to have lunch with someone else, and they immediately start teasing him about Patty, which leaves Harold feeling the need to defend himself and say that he isn't meeting with Patty for lunch because he doesn't like her. We then see poor Patty standing in the exact spot where Harold said he would meet her, but of course he is nowhere to be found. Harold ends up sitting with Sid and Stinky at lunch, and this happens.
Yes, if Big Patty tried to dance with me, I'd run for my life.
Stop it! You guys don't know what you're talking about. Her name's not Big Patty, it's Patty. And she's not clumsy and she's not dumb. Not only that, she's smart and she's nice and she's funny. I must be crazy to listen to you guys. What do I care what you think? The only thing that matters is what I think. And what I think is I like Patty. And if anybody's got a problem with that, I'll beat you up so bad it won't even be funny!
After blowing up on Sid and Stinky, we see him walk right up to Patty and apologize for being late and ask if she still wants to sit with him for lunch. And the episode ends with the two of them enjoying a nice meal together. This episode is one that really resonated with me. Harold and Patty both seemingly went to the party very reluctantly and definitely not expecting to meet anyone special. However, as the night progressed, they both realized how much that they liked each other. But of course, Sid and Stinky being toxic as all hell led to Harold feeling self-conscious about who he was romantically interested in. People who do this kind of shit are so irritating. They were just roasting the hell out of poor Harold for being interested in a girl that they didn't find attractive, and it's just kind of gross to be honest. But in all reality, this is some real shit. I'm sure we've all seen similar to this happen in real life, and all in all, this is just kind of too close to home. This episode is kind of a big deal though. I don't believe we had ever seen Harold and Patty interact before this point in the series. They definitely framed this episode as being the first time that they had met, which worked as the perfect plot device to show us a different side of Harold that we had never seen before. Before this point in the series, they had never really shined a light on Harold having any love interest at all, so it was kind of cool to be able to explore a different side of Harold as a character that they had never really explored before in my opinion. Now, the final episode that we're going to check out here is going to be the season 5 episode Harold vs. Patty. This episode would start out with Harold at a table surrounded by kids as he's arm wrestling both Sid and Stinky at the same time. He literally launches them both across the room.
Willikers, Harold. I reckon you beat everyone in the whole dang school. You're the champion arm wrestler of ES-118, the king.
That's right, I am the king!
I suppose now you'll be signing up for the citywide arm wrestling tournament.
Yeah, why not?
Patty walks up and says hi to Harold, and he explains to her that he's going to enter the citywide arm wrestling tournament, to which she says that she was thinking about entering too.
Well, I'll be danged, an arm wrestling couple. Why don't you wrestle each other right now?
That's a good idea. Sure, why not? Heck, I could use a practice.
Harold and Patty go head to head in arm wrestling, and she immediately whoops his ass, which leaves everyone mocking him and laughing at him for being beaten by a girl. Harold runs away just humiliated while Patty tries to talk to him. We then see him laying in the fetal position underneath a water fountain when Arnold accidentally bumps into him. Harold talks to Arnold, who tries his hardest to remind Harold that Patty is his friend and that it's not a big deal that she beat him at arm wrestling.
Now I'm just a big wuss that everybody's making fun of because I lost to a girl!
It's completely ridiculous. I mean, who cares if Patty's a girl? She is a really good arm wrestler. Just tell Sid and Stinky to stop acting dumb.
You're not listening, Arnold! Those guys are never gonna let me live this down, not unless I beat Patty!
Hey, Harold, what are you doing down there? Hiding from Big Patty? You're afraid the girl's gonna find you and beat you up again?
Arnold ends up offering to help Harold train to beat Patty, and we get a nice montage of them training together. At the end of the day, Harold thanks Arnold, saying that now he can go to school tomorrow and beat Patty in front of everyone.
I'm ready to go back to school and beat Patty.
But we've only been training for one day. I thought you were gonna work really hard all week and then try to beat Patty on Saturday.
Why should I wait for Saturday when I can beat Patty tomorrow in front of everybody and show him for once and for all that I'm the king?
We fast forward to school the next day where we see Harold standing at lunch as Patty walks up. She says that she tried calling him 3 times yesterday, but he never called back.
The reason I called is because I wanted to apologize, for the other day. I didn't mean to embarrass you.
You didn't embarrass me, Patty. That's a good one. As a matter of fact, just to show you there's no hard feelings, how about we have a friendly rematch right now?
A rematch? You sure that's a good idea, Harold?
Sure, I'm sure. I mean, unless you're scared or something.
Harold starts getting cocky and accusing Patty of being scared of being beaten and humiliated. Patty very calmly and plainly starts to say that she doesn't think this is a good idea, but Harold just keeps egging her on.
1, 2,
3.
Harold got beat by a girl? Again?
He got whooped by Big Patty twice.
I think he is a girl.
Sid and Stinky proceed to spend the rest of the day antagonizing Harold. We see them confront him in the bathroom, saying that this bathroom is for boys and that Harold needs to go use the girls' room. We jump ahead a bit and see Sid and Stinky walking into class.
Hey, what's this?
Reckon it's a lipstick.
I bet it's Harold's.
Right, on account of he's a girl and all.
After that, Harold goes to Patty's house after school. We see him on the porch just begging her to let him win in front of everyone so that he doesn't have to be the laughingstock of PS 118 anymore. Patty agrees to help him, but not by letting him win, instead teaching him her techniques and training him.
The 3 most important things you need to know to be a good arm wrestler are posture, balance, and concentration. Now, walk with these on your head.
No problem. Ow!
At first, the training doesn't really go quite as planned. Harold rips his pants while trying to meditate and falls into a river while trying to cross it on a log. It gets rocky for a second as we see Harold giving half-assed attempts and even trying to cheat, but Patty catches him. She doesn't give up, and by the end of the montage, Harold is a pro at meditating, walking with books on his head, and walking across a river on a log. At the end of the day, we see Harold and Patty sitting on a dock together, eating ice cream.
Anyways, now that I learned all your techniques, I can beat you tomorrow at the tournament, and then I won't have to be embarrassed about losing to a girl anymore.
What do you mean embarrassed about losing to a girl?
Well, you know, 'cause boys should beat girls at this stuff.
Why?
'Cause boys are tougher and stronger and sweatier.
Harold, haven't you learned anything over the last couple of days? Harold, you shouldn't be embarrassed about losing to a girl, especially one who's better at something and works harder than you do.
I shouldn't?
No, you should only be embarrassed at yourself for acting so dumb and for being a crummy friend.
Patty, wait!
Just think about it, Harold.
Patty walks away, disappointed, and we end up cutting to the citywide arm wrestling tournament. Sid and Stinky are, of course, in the crowd heckling Harold, but he pays them no mind while him and Patty just dominate the rest of the competition. All of the other competitors drop like flies until it's just Harold and Patty left in the final round.
I guess this is it.
Yup.
Well, good luck, Patty, and may the best man or girl win.
You mean that, Harold?
Uh-huh. I was thinking about what you said, and, well, you're right. It doesn't matter if I lose to a girl, especially as good an arm wrestler and as good a friend as you, Patty.
Thanks, Harold.
No problem. Now look out, because I'm going to give you my best game.
I'll look forward to it, Harold.
The two go head-to-head, and just like before, Patty ends up winning, but this time, Harold has a different demeanor about the outcome. Of course, Sid and Stinky are in the crowd, just immediately roasting him for losing to Patty, but Harold stands up to them this time.
Good job, Patty.
Harold lost a big fatty. He got beat by a girl.
So what if I lost to a girl? Patty's the best arm wrestler in the whole city, and she's my friend. I'm proud to lose to her, and if anyone has a problem with that, I'll pound them. Ow!
The episode comes to an end with Harold and Patty leaving together as Harold asks her if she wants to go out to a movie with him. This episode is another one that just drives me nuts a little bit. It's a great episode for sure, but Sid and Stinky just really piss me off. In the last episode, they talk bad about Patty, saying that she's big and dumb and all sorts of mean, nasty stuff, and on top of that, they roast Harold for being interested in her. In this one, they're not exactly talking bad about Patty, but they're putting Harold down for getting beaten by her. That scene where they come into the bathroom and antagonize Harold really bothered me. They literally came up, looked over the wall in the stall at him to tell him that he's a girl and shouldn't be in the boys' bathroom. It's just kind of disgusting. On top of that, it's kind of funny because, like, I'm 100% sure that if Sid and Stinky tried to arm wrestle with Patty, they would both get absolutely creamed, so like, neither of them really has any room to talk on the matter. I will say though, it's a shame that Harold lets Sid and Stinky get to him like that. In the first episode about his interactions with Patty, he let them more or less manipulate him into pretending that he didn't like Patty just to please them and not have them making fun of him. Then in this episode, towards the beginning, we see Harold adopting the same kind of mentality as Sid and Stinky, feeling humiliated for the fact that a girl beat him, when in all reality, Patty is a phenomenal arm wrestler and Harold shouldn't feel bad for a second about being beaten by her. She's also a fantastic friend to Harold, which makes losing to her even more sweet. I gotta say, these episodes definitely make me realize how much Patty is one of my favorite characters. She's really soft-spoken, smart, and overall pretty sweet when you get past the outer layer of abrasive toughness. She's a lot like Harold in many ways, so it makes sense that the two of them would get along well. These last two episodes episodes really let us get a good peek at the emotional side of Harold that isn't really seen all too often. It's a good reminder that, as I've said many times, underneath the strong, abrasive, bully exterior is a normal kid who just wants to be treated fairly and with respect. All in all, I'd have to say that Harold is a relatively complex character. Sure, he may be outwardly upfront about being a tough guy bully, which seems to just come naturally to him in most cases, but these episodes that we looked at point out the fact that a good portion of his bully behavior stems from not only how he's treated by other people, but also how he perceives himself and how his perception is altered by what others think about him. It's like Harold feels the need to bully people and be so negative and abrasive in an effort to hide the fact that he's actually sensitive deep down inside, kind of like how Helga does. He's a character that I feel really benefits the show, all in all, due to how they can alter the portrayal of Harold to meet nearly any plotline and story being told. Some days he's the bully that's the catalyst for whatever issue Arnold is facing, and other days, Harold is a sensitive kid just looking for love. However, the beauty of it all is no matter how they portray Harold, we all know what to expect from him as a character, and their altered portrayals do nothing but shape our expectation of him as a character further, and I truly feel like that's a good thing. But what do you think? Do you like Harold as a character? Did these episodes change your perception of him at all? Let me know in the comments down below. I always appreciate reading your guys' feedback. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit that like button and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it pushes this video to everyone else. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. Peace.